Alrighty. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, wait. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready for it. It is CPI. Yes, it's going to come on here in about 9 minutes, so just enough time to recap everything. We'll go over what we got to deal with, but today's CPI, it has the ability to change things only for a little bit. We'll see how long that goes, but a lot of people are still riding on the emphasis that for the first quarter, this is going to be a very, very good guide, or at least until the end of the first quarter, so we're going to see how this all plays out. We are expecting a lowered number. I will go over all of that, but just get ready for everything in the first about 15 to 30 minutes. That's all that's going to matter, my friends. That is all that's going to matter. So good morning. I'm going to get to the good mornings here in a little bit. We have a couple of minutes, but to give you the breakdown, I'm sure you're going to hear this a couple of times already, but inflation year-over-year headline, that is expected to come in at 3.1. Core is expected to go in at 3.7. I believe both of them are around by 0.2 or 0.3. I think even core might even come down to 0.2. That is one of the expectations, but again, most people are expecting that this number comes in lower. Again, energy prices, tax holidays, EV credits. There's even one more factor. What was the other thing that brought? Used car prices. That's also what's going to be bringing down the index. And then things that could bring it up are pretty much going to be services and any issues in service land. So we will see. But let me give you some more of the breakdown. Please hold. So economists are expecting CPI rose by 0.2 in January from the prior month, matching the December gain. CPI increased 2.9 from the prior year compared to a much firmer 3.4 in December. On a core basis, stripping out food and energy prices likely rose by 0.3 on the prior month, matching the December gain, and were up by 3.7 from the prior year, a slowdown from the 3.9 pace in December. So headline CPI likely rose by 0.2, the same as December, after the month pace was revised down when the BLS updated seasonal adjustments. We estimate core grew by 0.245 versus 0.3 prior. The year-over-year change in headline and core should fall to 3.0 and 3.7 respectively versus 3.4 and 3.9. Seasonally adjusted energy likely fell 1%, contributing to a drag of about 6 basis points. Car prices are a key driver to disinflation. We expect used car prices drop by 0.8 versus 0.6 prior. And new car prices fell by 0.1 versus 0.2. Used cars still cost some 36% more than they did before the pandemic, and new cars 22% more, so there may be additional room for those prices to moderate ahead. The Nowcast model is in line with consensus for January at 0.2 month over month with headline, and then 0.3 in core. Notably, U.S. inflation swaps may be flagging downside risk, pointing to a 0.1 reading. Annual revisions to consumer price are reported last week, showing that the pace of price growth in 2023 was largely the same as previously reported. So the numbers this morning are expected to show inflation continuing its cooling trend in January. CPI in December advanced by 0.2, weaker than the first month reported after annual revisions. Economists will be looking closely at the composition of inflation, particularly goods versus services. This trend has been softening in goods while services has been a little bit stickier. The report should show rent costs beginning to soften, reflecting market data. Anna Wong and Stuart Paul. We expect the January CPI report will show less disinflation in core goods, but more in core services, with good prices having largely normalized since the pandemic. The more important driver of disinflation this year will be housing rents and other stickier service categories, and recent revisions show disinflation in both of those categories. And then non-housing entered the year with stronger momentum. Powell says that the Fed will likely begin cutting rates around mid-year. We don't think waiting will provide policymakers with significantly different information, as services, particularly as well as predicted components in housing rents, should be the drivers of disinflation all year. As for the idea that inflation may accelerate, we don't think that risk will be tested until later this year or early next, and even the most hawkish Fed official won't wait that long to cut rates. U.S. equity futures are edging slightly lower. So here's the deal with good prices. If disinflation trend in that category reverse course in January, in other words, if price growth didn't cool as expected, that could push back on market certainty of a rate cut in May. On services, economists and markets are going to be looking for signs of a slowdown. Rent inflation and wages are the two main factors of price growth. The category has taken longer than expected to show. I forgot. BLS.gov. I got to get that ready up there. Ba-da-pop-pop-pop. The Core Consumer Price Index, a measure that the Fed and some economists say provide a better read on underlying inflation, is expected to have increased by 3.7 in January, up from the prior year. That would make the smallest advance since April of 2021, and this measure excludes food and fuel. Oh, good morning, baby. Are you ready? We got about, 3 minutes? 3 minutes. Again, 0.2. 0.3 month over month is what you're looking for, but if you do pull up trading economics, I mean, just take a look out for the shape. Did I already pull it down? Oh, I thought I had one up there. Where is it? Yeah. So trading economics will keep this one up. I hope it updates fast. Sometimes the little alerts get in the way, but again, 3.7 to 3.1. Some people even said 3.9 on core, so keep that in mind, just in case we get a little bit higher of a read. So let's see. Small items pack a big punch is how Bank of America economists are framing today's data. They say that volatile items, less used car prices, could see material declines. Used cars likely down 1.8 on the month, even as the decline in overall core will be modest to 0.1. Services are likely to be boosted by larger price increases in transportation and lodging away from home, as demand for travel started this year on a strong note. Today's data is expected to confirm continued disinflation, giving the Federal Reserve space to lower rates at some point this year. That much is what we know. The surprise will be if inflation remains more persistent than thought, say due to sticky service costs. That would complicate the debate around when the Fed can ease, given robust employment and consumer sentiment. That's why today's numbers are so important. While the print of this morning is important, it's a long way from the next FOMC meeting, Federal Reserve decision in March. There will be 2 more CPI prints and several retail sales, inflation, and labor market reports before then. Fed Chair Powell has also said central bank officials need to have greater confidence that inflation is heading down. All to say, even the report today is a surprise in either direction. A lot can change before the next meeting. So today's numbers will certainly not affect the Fed March policy decision. Even a soft reading is unlikely to put a rate cut back on the table for next month, given other data points that have been coming in as strong. The other context, of course, is Fed Powell. He signaled on January 31st that policymakers simply want more time for disinflationary trends to extend. All righty. 1 minute, my friends. 1 minute. Are you ready? Here it is. It is beginning, my friends. It is beginning. So we'll see. I don't know. Can I keep it up here? I want to see the bonds, though. So go to Trading Economics. I'll give you an update here in a second. But again, 3.7 and 3.1. Anything lower will be good. Anything higher, the question is how much higher. Drive-by liking, baby. Good morning. So get ready. 30 seconds, Chattadonia. Keep an eye on the Fed futures. They're even climbing up here. Bonds want to bid. We got a couple of earnings plays, too. I might keep up NVIDIA. We'll see how the chip makers take this right off the bat. All right, 20 seconds. Ba-da-pop-pop-pop. Oh, let's see. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Beep. And we're off. Oh, we got a little bit of a pop and lock. Oh, 3.9 on core. So I was just telling you that number may come in a little higher. Headline even came in at 3.1, but that was slightly higher than expected. Yeah, you just got a higher inflation print off of that. Very interesting. Fed futures dropped immediately, 3.1 on headline. Estimate was 2.9, and then core came in at 3.9. Estimate was 3.7. So a little bit of the story has changed. Overall, though, again, I do think you are going to get back to the, let's see, the story of the chart going down. But yeah, 3.9. Is that the core? Yeah, that came in 0.4. That's the highest in almost a year. But again, I do still think the core inflation rate's one of the lowest. I guess we had 3.9 last time, but rates and bonds are down. Fed futures are killing it, actually. Bonds are getting clobbered off of that. That's bad. It is bad for now. Again, the question is, just like the strong jobs report, how strong is this? But for the most part, you do have a hot print. And then again, core was a lot hotter there. So let me take a look at the website here, February 13th, because, again, people want to see the services. If it was really the services or not, that'll say a lot. Bro, Fed futures are crazy. So I'm up now on the Fed futures, but then bonds are getting murdered. So 10-year, 30-year, those are down almost 1% now on the first candle. Yeah, yields are going crazy. So, again, even rate cut odds are just falling through. Let's see, 12-month CPI. So food rose by 0.4 in January. Food at home increased by 0.4. 4 of the 6 major grocery store food groups increased on the month. Let me see. Energy fell by 0.9, so that helped out. Energy fell 4.6 over the last month. All items less food and energy rose by 0.4. Shelter increased by 0.6 in January and was the largest factor in monthly increase. All items less food and energy. The index owner of rent equivalent rose by 0.6, while the index of rent rose by 0.4. Lodging away from home went up 1.8%. The motor vehicle insurance index rose by 1.4 in January. Recreation went up by 0.5. Medical care went up by 0.5. Index for used cars and trucks fell 3.4. That's crazy. So you even had, again, cars dropped a ton and energy, and you still got knocked off of that. So I do think your services, I'm trying to get a little bit down there. So we still have a 3% handle on core year on year at 3.1. That is going to raise questions of whether May is really in play for a cut. Strong core will likely dominate the analysis of today's numbers. Yeah, gasoline dropped a ton. Used cars dropped 3.4. I think gasoline was a little bit more. But they all dropped, but surprisingly they didn't. I mean, inflation still went up. Even on the core side, rents went up by 0.6. Even owner's equivalent went up by 0.4. So that was pretty big. I'm trying to see services. All items less food and energy. Yeah, January. Yeah, services went up 0.7, 5.4 unadjusted on the year. Yeah, bonds are getting murked. So I'm getting killed on one bond play, but now the ZQs came back. Fed swaps price in less than 100 basis points of easing in 2024. So that's literally your Fed futures right there. Let me see. I might ride those out for a little bit. I'm going to keep holding the Fed futures. They're up a lot, but I want to kind of take them. But then we'll give it a little bit to price out a little bit more. But bonds are getting absolutely destroyed right now. So the 30-year play is getting killed, but then the ZQ, the short-term bonds, if you had those short, those are absolutely killing it right now. Yeah, Treasury yields soared. Energy costs marked yet another month of disinflation. Lower gas prices, service costs, and food stayed firm. Shelter contribute over 2/3 of the monthly increase for all inflation. Yeah, yields are up 14 basis points. YCL. I don't know. I'm going to take it, though. I'm up $4,000 on the Fed futures. I think it's time. What is that, 95.49? All right, I closed out the Zaza, $4,000 profit. But then I'm still in the long bonds, which are down like 4,000 now too. So I'm going to balance those out, but I like how they're moving for now. Again, I do think you'll get a rip by the end of the day on bonds, but it might be like that last Friday where you're going to get a lot of negativity. "34 straight months of 3% inflation." Well, that's a decent way to look at it. That sounds like both good and bad at the same time. So Ira Jersey says the market is likely to price out for not more than a 50% chance of May cut, with both headline and core beating expectations. Oh, where'd that go? That quote just disappeared. Energy prices marked another one. The shelter increase by 0.6 in January was the largest factor of monthly increase in the index. Inverse Kramer again. Aside from shelter, motor vehicle insurance, and medical care, they also gained. Again, a lot of people talking about rent here. So honestly, I just think it's a negative report. I think that's going to add a little bit of the breather on the rally. I am just watching out for the random middle of the day bounce that we're probably going to get. But the question is, does it actually hold on? So the market's likely pricing in not more 50% chance of a May cut, with core and CPI beating on headline. Bear flattening is not a surprise. We continue to think the 2-year, 10-year curve may remain inverted until the Fed actually begins to cut. TLT's down because all of this just means, a slower pace to raising or lowering rates. So that's why even the Fed futures right away, the one I just took profit on, that one literally, the rate cut odds just dropped dramatically. They dropped 0.25% right there. So rate cut odds fully priced out one whole rate cut across the whole curve now that you got that inflation number. Again, we still are going to have another meeting until next March, but for the most part, that was the knee-jerk reaction. So none of this is really good for bonds and interest rates, especially if you're like, oh, inflation is coming down fast, where it'll be cratering and the Fed needs to do something. This kind of just shows inflation is still kind of stubborn. It is lower. That trend has remained, but it's definitely a lot more bumpier than kind of that perfect disinflation everybody wanted to see. So again, most people were positioned for a better reaction on today, and that's why I think it kind of shocked there. It's worth noting food cost increased by 0.4 in January. So food almost increased as much as damn real estate. Fed swaps shift full pricing of rate cut to July from June. So literally, you've now pushed back a whole nother month on rate cuts. Oh, shit, you don't have the wire? You should have had the wire. My bad. My bad, Habibi. Active buyers will bring the market back. Well, we'll see now with seasonality. So after today, the market gets a little weird. My only question is, do we actually hang down here? So give it like another, couple of minutes. It's only been 9 minutes, but watch every 15 minutes. We are going to get a crazy, wicked bounce at some point by the end of the day. So we'll see how it plays out. But for the most part, I do want to see how the market takes it. But definitely a little speed bump. Again, rate cut odds have changed a lot. I just sold out of that rate cut play following the December Fed with a profit. So literally, again, December odds, June, July, even March and May, they're all over the place right now. But the curve, the whole bond curve, just got a little bit more bearish on the day. Market sees no chance of a rate cut in March now. Odds for an increase in May are about 1/3. Hike in June is fully priced in. Yields in dollar immediately bounced on the hot inflation. Economists expected numbers below 3%, but they didn't get it. Core at 3.9 versus 3.7 was clearly a shock. This is going to lead traders to push back eventual interest rate cuts further. It should support the dollar, but will likely undermine stocks. Equity futures are falling fast. December SOFR futures are 16 basis points higher on the day, having much change from the day before. Goods disinflation for commodities and energy fell by 0.3. This continues to be a contributor for service prices on motor insurance, and health insurance climbed 1.4 on the month, the most since September 2022. Vehicle insurance rose the same amount, and that's on top of a string of outsized gain. The year-on-year increase in car insurance continues to be the biggest since 1976. Oh my goodness. So literally car insurance has gone up the most in a year since 1976. A damn gecko, right? For real. And the Zaza came back up a little bit. I'm glad I got out of that one. But we'll see how that. Again, Fed futures, that might be another play to be watching out for. SPY trying to go up. Bonds a little bit down. Again, 4 more minutes till the first 15 minutes after all of this. So leaving the Fed debate aside, consider the data point, what it means for the political debate. According to the BLS, 4 of 6 major grocery store food groups increased over the last month. So bond yields spike as stock futures drop stronger than estimated CPI print. Speculation now is whether the Fed will indeed keep rates higher for longer. Elsewhere, the VIX is above 14 and the dollar is now up. BMR is still going. So again, a couple of names are bouncing around here. Remember, we still have a lot of earnings today. So this might get in the way, but for the most part now, you are still getting this overall reaction. A little bit more of a shocking print. If we don't bounce here in the next couple of minutes, maybe we do kind of hold the lower leg. This is kind of like Friday. Remember the strong jobs report, it killed the bonds, but the equities were able to recover a little earlier. So let's see what happens here. All right. We have a couple of minutes. Fed swaps adjust full pricing, rate cut shifting from June to July. My goodness. Can we double dip the Airbnb calls? If they come down, we'll see. I mean, right now, though, I think the first couple of minutes here in the first couple of hours, I want to see if we actually recover off this or not. But like we were saying, February seasonality, if we start to get a little bumpy over here and then the market really doesn't do, the crackheads don't show up today and we do watch a pretty decent flush off of this, then, that may start to take over the story here. But other than that, we will get into earnings later. If any of the other earnings play move, we can make a move on that too. Or if they move ahead of the report pretty big. So if Airbnb's down a lot today, we could look at that. But keep your head on a swivel. Keep your head on a swivel. How low can we go? Well, at least below 5,000. I think that's a good place to start. And then we'll go 100 points at a time. TLT rejecting 100. All right. So get ready. This will be the 15-minute candle. We'll see where it takes us. So we got anything here? I kind of need to go
A
pee.
2-year, 459.22.
So follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. CPI came in hot, a little shocking on the rate cut spectrum. The market's holding up decent, but 1% is pretty big. We'll see where this takes us, but I will BRB. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Good morning, Jadadonia.
This morning, all the way back to the middle of January, we were sub 4%, closing on January 11th at 396. Now, Lisa, in that period, the equity market held up pretty well in the face of yields repricing higher off the back of decent economic data, without a real scare that maybe we'd actually have to deal with higher inflation prints. I just wonder how this changes the story in the connection to how the data speaks to bond yields and how bond yields start to speak to equity performance.
Right now, it seems like people are looking past to some sort of a significant degree whether we get a real resurgence in inflation, but I wonder how many people are going to kind of come to this idea of Citigroup, which is 1998 on repeat, and are we going to hear more of that going forward? That's going to be a key question.
Absolutely, the number one question. Let's get you a wrap of stories elsewhere. We can do that briefly with your Bloomberg brief and Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. The U.S. Senate has approved a $95 billion in assistance for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan, but the legislation faces an uphill battle in the House. Senators sat for an all-night session to debate the bill, passing it 70-29 earlier this morning. Republican leaders in the House demand that President Biden take action against undocumented border migration before passing any Ukrainian aid. Shares in JetBlue are higher pre-market. Activist investor Carl Icahn disclosed a 9.91% stake. Icahn is now JetBlue's third largest shareholder behind BlackRock and Vanguard. The stock fell 30% in the last year. Federal court struck down an alliance with American Airlines in a planned takeover of Spirit Airlines on antitrust concerns. Icahn says he's had talks with management about a board seat. And shares of Manchester United climbing today after billionaire Jim Ratcliffe said he'd extend his offer to buy a 25% stake in the club, pushing the deadline to Friday. In December, Ratcliffe said he would purchase the stake by allowing investors to swap one quarter of the Class A holdings for $33 per share. That's why we love the market price. And that's your Bloomberg brief, John.
Danny, thank you. Much more on that hot.
That's your brief. That's your brief, Chad. Keep it brief. So far, inflation a little bit hotter here. Core was the real shocker. Markets and rate cut odds got even worse. Again, at this point, equity should start to pay for the sins of the bond market. That's what people are expecting now. Again, if we start pricing out to June, just keep in mind now, that means your first rate cuts are for sure coming now at the second half of the year. Remember, we started this year and everybody was excited on rate cuts happening imminently and all of that. The good news is that the data didn't rocket up that much. You know, December odds have moved. I just sold out of a December Fed future with a big profit on it. I got about a quarter basis point. So I don't know if it's updated on the investing.com, but if you go look at ZQZ24, that play definitely moved. Again, you priced out a whole nother cut. Pretty much I think it's down to like 5 now. And then, the dollar is crazy. But this is a pretty big reaction. When was the last time we've seen the market down 1.1? It's actually holding there. Hasn't really gone back up, so we'll see. A quick $10 for the best financial services on the internet, including the 2.4 rise month over month, baby. Let's go. I'll take it. Oh, what's up, Scott? Good morning. 1024, baby. 1024. My man. The Fed Watch tool, give it. That one will update like every 15 minutes. I don't know how it works pre-market, but you definitely had some moves on there. Well, right now, June and July rate cut odds, those are the ones moving around. So we are going a little bit lower here. BMR is still running. Remember, that one went up, went down, and now it's going crazy. I don't know about gold shorts. If anything, gold will pick up once the dollar calms down. But we were just talking. Remember I was saying like 2008, I might want to buy gold at holding 2000. We'll see, but for the most part, we'll just chill. We will chill. So Bill is the bet. Well, as of now, Bill is probably going to hold up a little longer, and the short end of the curve is running up. But if anything, just punt for a little longer in terms of making those decisions. It's going to be like last year where you're going to be, debating, is the economy getting worse? Are we going to have a cut or not? and then you're going to spend all year until the slow-ass data shows. But for now, I mean, today's CPI just shows you, hey, you got to watch out for these checkpoints. Although the market may run and get ahead of itself, every single time we have a data checkpoint, everyone's going to get like a general idea. Early warning. Hit the 1.5 on the likes, baby. Amen, man. Carissa's giving you the warning because if we don't have those likes, it's like 1,000 minimum by the bell. The plays, they get caught up. Everybody like, what happened? So honestly, you guys are a great audience right now. Use this opportunity to hit the like button so we can keep it all flowing. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, man? We haven't even said the good mornings, man. We still got about 10 more minutes of this, and then we're going to get into our news and everything else. I got to even get up some plays and some other stuff too. So it looks like it's a good time to pick up a used car. That index dropped by 3.4. Among the three of a 68 economists surveyed by Bloomberg, only 3 of them predicted a 0.4% month-on-month core increase. Goldman Sachs, Santander, and Regions. Everybody else expected a slower pace of gains. So once again, today's data has shocked most of the economists. That's crazy. Damn, the likes went up 200 on that. Oh, there you go. We only need a couple more, baby. Well, a couple hundred more. I usually say a couple, but we need like a couple hundred more on the likes. But y'all could do it. Y'all just woke up right there. Amen. Only 3 economists expected today's report. So other factors that contributed to the rise in core: motor vehicle insurance, 1.4 in January, and then the index for recreation, 0.5. Among others, January was communication, personal care, airlines, and education. Well, you could take March firmly off the table now. Maybe dispense with May too while you're at it. The January CPI exceeded expectations on both headline and core, rising 0.3 and 0.4 respectively. To add insult to injury, the headline figure didn't even make it below 3, instead printing 3.1. Obviously, this is an invitation to the Fed hawks to spread their wings again, while doves may prefer to retreat to the nest, at least in the short run. No one single figure is likely to be enough, but after the recent Fed communication and strong payrolls, it is clear that little urgent need to cut rates ASAP, and if anything, attention to ongoing inflation risk seems paramount. The curve is flatter, yields raised, tech stock kneecapper. What's really nasty is the core service X housing, which rose a whopping 0.85 on the month. According to Bloomberg, that's the highest reading since April of 2022. Maybe that city warning about preparing for a rate hike was right after all. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So inflation looks even stronger when considering supercore, the category that the Fed keeps a close eye on. Has reaccelerated to 4.3 from the prior year, the fastest since May. The monthly pace also rose. It's up by 0.8, the hottest since April 2022. So supercore is running up at the fastest pace in a year. That's a fun fact. And then SPY a little lower. Again, all of your tech stocks are down. How have any of the earnings plays moved? Even Airbnb went down. Still holding the 150s. Oh, well, March bank failure it is, right? You jumped over to YouTube to like the video. Wow, look at the Twitch doing their public service. That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Good morning. Philip Newhart, Director of Market. Where'd that go? Of market research at First Citizen Wealth, says the fact that inflation was surprisingly elevated makes the Fed job harder. We continue to expect the Fed to cut federal funds rate later this year, but today's report casts doubt on what the first cut being in the near term. So this is a miss in terms of expectations, as markets widely expected inflation report to show inflation falling below the symbolic threshold of 3, says Florian Aleppo Lombard Asset Management. This definitely puts an end to the March cut expectations, but not necessarily to 4 cuts this year. There's a number of reasons not to see that happening in March, and most of those are all rooted within inflation of the service sector, service inflation, and within it, the cost of shelter has not yet normalized. Regionals, I haven't looked. I'm assuming they'd get killed off of this. Yeah, regionals down 2.9. Even big banks, they drop 1.0 off of that. Again, we're down 1.2 on the market. This is a pretty big move. I feel like it's been a while since we've actually moved 1% on a major index off of data. We were just talking about that even on the non-farms. So inflation numbers are not great news for the Fed or the White House. Prices for staples such as food, shelter, and essential insurance all went up. That obviously is a complication for hopes that interest rates will come down and is a politically potent given it speaks to basic living costs. Powell has spoken of the need for confidence that inflation is back to where it should be. Today's data will not offer a lot of comfort. Yang is trying to get in clobbered off. I'm sure everything. Europe was down a little bit too. Europe had a hot employment report this morning. All righty. All right, give me a second. Let me go brew up some plays real quick.
Come down, and that means that from a technical perspective, you can get down to 2, even if the rest of inflation is kind of sticky.
This begs the question, if they really only influence financial conditions and they're not influencing the direction of inflation, how on earth should one on the Federal Reserve Committee right now set interest rates? What should they set them for?
At a normal level, which will not cause financial market booms and busts, because what they've done is they've caused tremendous distortion in financial assets, in real estate, by pushing rates way too low for way too long and now jacking them up and leaving a whole generation of Americans unable to buy a house. So stop it already. Get back to a normal level. Practice your golf game. You don't need to do all this stuff and just wait for the next financial crisis, or just when you're actually needed, not to micromanage the economy.
You mean less speeches and more golf, maybe?
I think the economy would do better.
David Kelly. Thank you. David Kelly of JP Morgan Asset Management. CPI coming in a little hotter than expected. Equities down by 1.2%. Bond yields are higher. Tomorrow, this conversation will continue. Russ Kostrick of BlackRock, Sarah Wolf of Morgan Stanley, Deepak Puri of Deutsche Bank, and David Rubenstein of the Carlyle Group. That and a whole lot more. From New York City, for our audience worldwide, and for our audience in the tri-state area, stay safe as the snowfall picks up, Bramo, and the kids enjoy a snow day.
Actually, you know what? They really are, because there are technical difficulties. Yes.
That is it.
In 2010.
In 2010. Practice your bloody golf. All righty. Chattadonia, I think we're good to go. That was enough time. I didn't go to the bathroom, but that was enough time. Don't worry, we still got a lot to go over. It is here. The inflation came in hotter. It was a surpriser. Only 3 economists saw today coming in. The market's down over 1% in holding. Fed futures have turned the other way. But Chattadonia... Good morning. How are you, baby? What's going on? What up, Rex? How you doing, Mr. Magog? What up, Gregory, Fox, RJ, Laurie, Awaz, Tim Whitman, baby, Carissa Hines, good morning. What up, Mavis, E.E., Timothy, baby, Ansel, Dirty Bird, El Chapato, Ari, Ryan, Candy, Nick, good morning. Good time, Christina, Josh, Zuraz, baby, Regal in the house, good morning. Oh, PNC, how you living, baby? What up, Jamar, Sons of Averaging, Coat 45, baby, Open Face, baby, how you living? Good morning. Winning loser, Josh Axley, Full Cycle Farms, Skirm, baby, good morning. The Forbes, Darren Harrison, Ray, Louis Jr., Darius, Young, Dave, Cam, Monok, baby, Philip Judge, what's going on? What up, David Tello? How you doing, Steven? Good morning, Peggy. What up, JR Daniel? Uncle Terry, ready to go. Good morning, Jesse Ramirez, Mr. Me Not You, John Valver, baby. Good morning, Clint Phoenix, Tiggany, Felicia, Ivan Hernandez, Joe Benello. Good morning. What up, Hypnotic? What up, Days Worlds? What up, Austin Corey on Harrow in the house, baby? Good morning. How you living? What up, Mike? What up, Luis? What up, Dana? What up, Alex? What up, Ciro? Good morning. Oh, happy Tuesday. Happy CPI. Look at the market's already freaking out. Mr. Hanlon ready to go. That's what I'm talking about, baby. What about the Twitch? What about Rujic? 333. Steven Litmeter, baby. Mancardo. Not Dane, baby. Oh, Pickle Pickler. So-and-so love, baby. Good morning, Powley. Charlie in the tree, baby. Good morning. Ghost Load. Mosto Bandy. Rippin' Snipe. Avance, baby. LX Alpha. Legend of Mid. Danny V. Ghost Load. Big Curly. Lizzie. Defrantro. Preforms. Universe's favorite, T. Toxie, S. Jones, Jax, and then Carissa Hines again, baby. Oh my gosh, good morning. What up, KJ Leamer? What up, Amy Seymour? What up, BDA? How you living? What's going on, Toy Soldiers? So, Chattadonia, good morning. Everybody, how you living, Danny? Y'all ready for a good morning? Shout out everybody who liked the video. That's it, man. We almost got the 1,000 likes. There you go, baby. We need 100 more likes, and you're ready to go. That's it. Oh, my, look at that. Look how beautiful that is. Look how beautiful. That's what I'm talking about. Way to like the video, Chad. Let's go. Bring it home. Bring it home before the bell. In the meantime, I'm going to get you guys some news here. And let's get into it. Yields surge as traders dial back Fed bets on CPI. Bond yields climbed and stock futures fell as traders dialed back bets on Federal Reserve cuts after a stronger than estimated inflation report. Treasury 2-year yields, which are more sensitive to imminent Fed moves, jumped by 12 basis points to 4.6. Fed swaps shifted the full pricing of a rate cut to July from June. S&P contracts dropped by 1%, while futures on the tech-heavy NASDAQ underperformed. The dollar rose, a measure of perceived risk in U.S. investment-grade corporate bond market jumped. The so-called consumer core prices, which excludes food and energy, increased by 0.4 from December, the most in 8 months, according to government figures on Tuesday. From a year ago, it advanced 3.9. Economists favor the core gauge as a better indicator of underlying inflation versus the overall CPI. That measure advanced by 0.3 in December and 3.1% a year ago. Neil Burrell at Premier Mitten says that we are beyond just looking at the actual rate of inflation and are now focusing on the level of disinflation across goods and services, but it looks like everything is running hotter than hoped for. The Fed will feel vindicated in the language it's been using around rate cuts, as there could be little doubt that they are being pushed further out. We are not at the stage of worrying about inflation reaccelerating, but we are not out of the woods yet either. Skylar Weinert at Regan Capital says Tuesday's stronger than expected print may cause the Fed to delay rate cuts past May in June, which is the market is expecting the Fed to begin cutting. Getting to the Fed's magical 2% inflation target may prove more difficult than expected and result in elevated interest rates for a longer period of time. Larry Tentratelli, a blue chip daily trend report, says that we view today's above forecast CPI as negative in the Fed's campaign to bring inflation down. If the job market and our economy starts to slow markedly, the Fed has ample amount to work on, with the Fed's fund rate currently at 5.25 to 5.50 for now, but with a higher CPI read, stronger economy, inflation above target, their most likely course of action is to wait until at least May or June. The downdraft in price pressures has helped build expectations in financial markets for rate cuts this year, though Fed officials recently have pushed back against the idea of an imminent reduction. They have cited a robust labor market as reasons why they can take their time to make sure disinflation continues. Money markets have recently paired rate cut bets, pricing in 4 quarter-point cuts by the end of the year, with a 40% chance of a 5th cut of swaps tied to policy meeting dates. That compares with more than 6 anticipated a month ago. The first such reduction is fully priced by June, with 2 and 3 odds of a cut coming as soon as May. When the market goes up, analysts' views on the companies they cover usually follow. That trend is being turned on its head now. On Friday, buys made 56% of the total recommendations in the S&P 500, according to Bloomberg. That looks at statistics on a weekly basis. That's the lowest shares of ratings in at least 3 years, when it was around 60%. Holds have ticked to about 40%, similar to August 23, from the mid-30s, while sells have stayed unchanged. Investors are going all in on U.S. tech stocks as they turn more optimistic about global growth in 2 years, according to a survey by Bank of America. Allocation to tech is now at the highest since August 2020. Exposure to U.S. equities more broadly has risen, while easing macro risk prompted investors to trim cash levels by 55 basis points from January. Previous such declines in cash levels were followed by gains of about 4% in the following 3 months, says Michael Hartnett. U.S. equity futures had a sharp turn to bullish flows in the middle of last week, ending with 18 billion new longs in S&P 500 futures, according to Citigroup strategists. NASDAQ had 7.4 billion in new longs, and long positioning in benchmark is very extended and completely one-sided, a team led by Chris Montagu said. Coca-Cola gave 24 organic earnings beat. Global Foundries, largest maker of made-to-order semiconductors, gave lackluster revenue forecast for current quarter. AutoNation, one of the biggest car dealership chains in U.S., beat fourth quarter profit and sales expectations. Marriott reported fourth quarter earnings that topped estimates as the company benefited from demand growth outside of the U.S. Biogen reported fourth quarter that missed expectations, and the company's multiple sclerosis drug continued to decline. Shopify reported sales and profits for fourth quarter that narrowly beat, suggesting the Canadian e-commerce giant fended off competition from Asian shopping platforms like Temu, Shein, and TikTok. Activist investor Carl Icahn disclosed a 9.91% stake in JetBlue, calling the stock undervalued, and said he had talked with management about the possibility of representation on the board. ASML shares unexpectedly dropped by the most in 16 months, with traders blaming the rapid slump on an erroneous trade by a market participant. So key events tomorrow, you have Euro industrial production, Governor Andrew Bailey at the House of Lords, Chicago Fed President Goolsbee, Fed Vice Chair of Supervision Michael Barr, and that is it. So all in on tech. Everybody is going all in on tech. Allocation of the sector has reached the highest since August 2020, according to Bank of America Fund Survey, which showed that the most crowded trade by far was owning the so-called Magnificent Seven. The hunger for anything AI is helping, as Joe writes below. Cost-cutting plans from some of the biggest names like Meta and Amazon announced in the latest earnings season. Chip designer ARM soared almost 30% yesterday despite no news trigger, and the British company has opted to list in the UK last year. It would be the FTSE 100's third largest stock now. ZoomInfo is up more than 20 in U.S. trading after beating expectations. Maturity wall, there's a lot of commercial property loans coming due. Nearly 20% of the debt, outstanding debt on commercial and multifamily. Oh my gosh, outstanding peach. It's here. Horn. Oh man, commercial real estate will struggle, but the peach is forever. Good morning. Are you kidding me? And we hit 1,000 likes. Oh my goodness. That's what I'm talking about, baby. God bless you. God bless you. Let's go. Oh, my gosh. God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. That feels good. We're down because the inflation numbers came in hot. Hot enough to the point where only 3 economists were expecting that type of number. Core came in very high. But again, you have 20% of outstanding commercial and multifamily real estate, $929 billion, will mature this year, requiring refinance or property sales. That's far higher than an earlier estimate. My mortgage bankers, a surge attributed to loan extensions and other delays. About $4.7 trillion of debt from all sources is backed by U.S. commercial real estate, ratcheting up concerns among regulators because building values are sliding. Increasing defaults and write-downs have hit lenders like NYCB and KKR's commercial mortgage, investment trust, and holders of commercial-backed mortgage securities. Comfortable, though, that's the word Faith Baral, executive director of international energy, used to describe oil markets this year. Speaking to Bloomberg from Paris earlier today, he said that new supplies will satisfy demand and keep prices in check. He specifically noted swelling production from the Americas, predominantly U.S., Canada, Brazil, and Guyana, and said that world consumption will increase at a weaker pace than in 23 due to slowing growth in key markets like China. Meanwhile, OPEC's top official, Secretary General Haitham Al-Ghayes, said global oil demand will continue strong growth in the year, and a peak in consumption is probably something way far out. Oil is slightly higher on the day. And then you got Hasbro, Moody's, you have Airbnb, AIG, and then MGM after the bell. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. Don't worry, there's more. S&P futures are down 1.1 Tuesday morning trading, sharply lower after hotter than expected January CPI. Comes after U.S. equities put in mixed performance on Monday. Small caps and lower quality factors outperform, along with regional banks, while most big tech names ended down. Treasuries notably weaker, with the curve flattening, reversing some earlier strength. Dollar is down by 0.2. Gold is down by 0.2. Bitcoin futures off by 0.8 following recent push through 50K. WTI is up by 0.8. January CPI came in hotter than expected on both headline, up by 0.3 and point versus 0.2 consensus, and core up 0.4 versus 0.3. Food inflation helped offset weaker energy in the headline, while higher shelter was a big driver of the core. Notable jump in lodging away from home comes after previews flagged risk in both direction, with some focus on upside from start of the year price increase for several categories. Street still generally positive on disinflation traction, though is also discussed now how Fed has raised the bar for near-term rate cuts and flagged some uncertainty surrounding central bank reaction function, particularly with the firmer macro backdrop in addition of today's release. Market-based expectation for the first rate cut have shifted into June from May. Part of today's pullback also chalked up to some of the tech earnings that tended to disappoint, albeit against a high bar. In addition, UK employment data came in hotter this morning. Positioning still seems to be one of the higher profile overhangs, particularly when it comes to big tech, which also brings concentration and breadth scrutiny into play. Positive macro surprise momentum and stable 24 earnings still among the big bullish talking points for stocks, though former has at times begun to spun at other directions given the more than 50 basis points that has been taken out of the peak 24 easing expectations. Shopify beat margins light and management noted OPEX higher into Q1. ANET post-earnings laggard with takeaway focused on beat and 24 guidance against very elevated expectation. CD&S, another laggard in combination of light Q1 and elevated expectation. Datadog, guidance disappointed. Hasbro, revenue missed across all segments and guidance weaker than expected. ZoomInfo, a big combination of Q4 beat in line guidance and seemingly more important, depressed expectations. LSCC missed and guided down on extended inventory correction. TDC, also weaker after a missed on public cloud and ARR. Car EBITDA missed on soft daily rental rates. GT down on soft Q1 volume outlook outside of earnings. JetBlue up big after news Carl Icahn acquired 10% stake, believes stock is undervalued. Trip, another big gainer as they form special committee to explore potential deals. And I think that's it. There's a little more. MSCI is cutting dozens of Chinese companies from global benchmarks following a market rout that erased trillions of dollars of value from the nation's stocks. Japan Prime Minister Kishida is intensifying efforts to meet North Korea's Kim Jong-un as he pushes for diplomatic breakthrough with the dictator. Russia intends to double the number of troops stationed along borders in the Baltic states and Finland as they prepare for a potential military conflict with NATO within the next decade. UK wage growth in December cools by less than expected, 6.2 versus 6.7, and then Swiss CPI tumbles in January to 1.3 versus 1.7. CPI GIR estimates 0.38 in January. Nearly 20% of outstanding debt in commercial multifamilies will mature this year. The Senate passed $95 billion national security package to aid for Israel, Ukraine, and other allies Tuesday morning after a month-long debate that has deeply divided congressional Republicans. Asset managers from BlackRock to Grayscale have launched online advertising blitz for Bitcoin exchange-traded funds, taking advantage of changing of Google's marketing rules. January year-to-date buyback authorizations are on pace to be the second largest on record, with $168 billion of authorizations, with a tilt towards large cap. If you remove Chevron, 75 from 2023, authorizations would be 26% year over year. A lot of mini buyback. I still got a little bit more. Cleveland Fed CEO survey finds expectations for CPI to continue to drop over the next 12 months. Almost 20% of U.S. CRE loans due to mature this year, up from 40% prior MBA estimate. Resilient UK wage growth gives Bank of England new grounds for caution on rate cuts. Swiss CPI slows more than expected. Upside surprise in Germany, ZEW sentiment index. Americans see inflation crisis on its way out in New York Fed survey. Japan economy set to slip to world's fourth largest on weak yen. Aging demographics. Japan wholesale prices gain higher than expected, 0.2 in January. Australian business conditions remain subdued. Consumer confidence rises. South Korea exports fall the first 10 days of February on fewer workdays. Bank of America survey shows big exposure to tech, lower cash levels, and easing macro worries. U.S. equities may be flashing sell signal for first time since late August. Money markets show impact of Fed's ECB liquidity drain. U.S. tech rally may be fueling FOMO in overall market. Icahn takes nearly 10% stake in JetBlue, believes shares are undervalued. TripAdvisor forms committee to explore possible deals. Cadence Design expects lower first quarter revenue as hardware sales normalize. Drivers for ride-sharing program like Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash plan to strike on Valentine's Day. RBA Kohler sees signs of easing wage pressures, service inflation to cool gradually. RBA Kohler reiterates central bank's focus on high service. RBNZ rate hike calls are facing pushback. U.S. Senate lurches towards possible early passage of Ukraine aid bill. CIA and Mossad chief to meet senior Egyptian and Qatari officials to revise peace talks as Biden presses for ceasefire. EU top diplomat slams U.S. for sending arms to Israel and Gaza as deaths mount. Germany Scholz fires back at Trump. Bitcoin surpasses 50,000 level, highest price in more than 2 years. Wow. There you go. That's a lot of the plays. We still have more, my friend. We still have more. Don't you fear. Don't you fear. You have more news, more plays. Market's still down 1.4. You haven't been this down in a minute, man. You have not been this down in a minute. But I got some plays for you. Have no worries. You got MCO, Moody's, they're up 5.0 off of earnings. HWM, they're up 4.0 off of earnings. Waste Management, 3.2 off of earnings. AEP, up 2.7, agreement with Carl Icahn to appoint directors. TAP is up 2.6 off of earnings. Toyota up 1.9. Daihatsu resumes production and shipments of some vehicles as of yesterday. WIT, damn, we would have been in the money on that Toyota. WIT up 1.7 to acquire 60% stake in Agne Global for $66 million. Coca-Cola up 1.5 off of earnings. NC up 1.5 off of earnings as well. ZJYL up 22.1 off nothing. ZI up 18% off of earnings. JetBlue 16%. Carl Icahn. Trip up 12.2. Special committee to field deals. Santa is up 6.7 off of nothing. BRKR 5.1 off of earnings. Manu 4.6 tender offer extended until February 16th. GigaCloud up 4.2 off of nothing. NXT 4.0 off of nothing. OMH 355 off nothing. ARBB up 199 nothing. VCIG 115 nothing. BMR up 52%. 1.7 million share offering priced at 7. WBuy up 29.1 off of nothing. Lian up 17.1, 480 special dividend to wind down operations. UPXI up 14.9. Calv up 14.7. Phase 3 confident trial meets all endpoints. Calv. ASPN up 12.6 off of earnings. STTK up 13. License agreement in collaboration with ONO. AXAI up 9.0. CEO terminated for inappropriate employee relationship. Stock is up 10%. METC up 8.8 off of guidance. IREN up 8.7 off nothing. Tisha up 7.7 nothing. RVNC 5.9 nothing. ELVE 5.7 nothing. RAP 5.7. Sol 5.3. SSYS 2.2. Trading lower. Datadogs down 13% off of earnings. Shopify's down 8.5%. ANET down 7.2%. CDNS down 7.0%. Zoetis down 6.5% off of all of these are earnings. GFS down 5.1%. Biogen down 4.0%. Marriott down 3.8%. Synapsys down 2.3 off nothing. Marvel down 2.2 off nothing. IoT 2.1 nothing. Micron down 2 nothing. Palantir down 1.5 off of nothing. TDC down 15.2 off of earnings. Hasbro down 9.8 earnings. LSCC 6.2. Donut down 5.1. Bank of America downgrade for Napa down 4.9. HPP down 3.6 earnings. INMD down 1.8 earnings. ELTK down 15.7 share offering. Xayer down 11.2 earnings. PLCE down 10.4 B. Riley downgrade. Holo down 10.3 nothing. Syra down 9.6 nothing. And then Mux down 4.9 off of Q4 production. Wow. Very many plays, no? The market very, very active, Habibi. Very, very active. And then we have our earnings for today. Ain't that gonna be fun? Ain't that one gonna be fun, huh? Oh, man. So, Chattadonia, that is all the plays. I got a couple. I'll go over them with you in a little bit. Maybe when we get, unless there's a commercial.
Of leadership. It is earnings
okay,
season.
they're not. All right, yeah. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. I will be right back. And get ready. Do we have 1,000 likes? I think we do have 1,000 likes. Y'all want plays, right? Y'all better smash that like button, baby. Good morning.
And
I will be right back.
13%.
Be right back.
Also, that hotter than expected CPI number this morning could disrupt all the betting, and it has disrupted all the betting on when the first rate cut will come. Abby, run me through your first take.
Well, you know, in terms of this hot CPI print, that is obviously creating a risk-off mood for investors, really a sudden halting of the rally that we've seen relative to especially the mega-cap stocks. But we've seen some broadening, but now we're not seeing it in earnings results because it's not just DWS and David Bianco there who is a little bit concerned about the breadth of earnings. Bernstein's also saying that relative to the consumer, the all-important consumer, 2/3 of the economy, that they've come in a little bit light, too, in terms of some of those earnings that has been a mixed bag. That's certainly true this morning. With the exception of Coca-Cola, they, of course, put up a good quarter. Some of the other consumer stocks that we have coming out this morning in terms of earnings, not so good. So for Coca-Cola, their organic revenue view was higher relative to the street. The volume versus price mix was good. Shopify, though, that e-commerce story, so not true staples, but certainly a consumer-based company in an indirect way. Their fourth quarter results came in better than expected, but after a 90% rally, the margin guide is really worrisome to some folks, suggesting that the pricing power is there. A real consumer tell, Marriott. So this stock is down. They did beat adjusted earnings by 68% to speak of pricing power and margin power, but they missed fourth quarter sales by 2%. There's a soft guide. And then finally, if we put it together with Hasbro, that stock is down after being down significantly over the last year. The demand for toys just not coming in. It's weakening. The sales missed. The earnings were missed by 41%, soft annual outlook. So I think that now maybe, Manus, in terms of all of these results of both big tech and some of these broader companies and the CPI print, maybe the idea of no landing, that's out of discussion. Yeah. Certainly we're back to the soft landing. And then is it that hard or rough landing? Is that going to be back into the equation? Let's stay tuned.
Yep, maybe I'll get a Marriott hotel room at a reasonable price. Abigail, thank you very much. Abigail Doolittle with the stocks on the move. Robert Tipp and Aaron Brown are my guests this morning. Aaron, just in the break, the three of us were just having those sort of squash moments of conversation. I'm drawn to your comment, which is, well, you know what? Unprofitable tech got a little bit of a wake-up call. You get this adjustment in rates, and it's quite a spiky adjustment in the short end of the curve. But maybe it's not such a bad reminder and creates pockets of opportunity. If you're not in if you're not in on those bigger beast trades, maybe this drawdown is actually just a bit of air coming out of the tires, and it's not that bad to have unprofitable tech take a smack.
It's not that bad.
No, I think that's right. I mean, I think particularly last week we.
That being said, you've got to listen to the TV people, Chattadonia. You've got to listen to the TV people. What do you have for me now? What do you have for me now, baby? How you feeling? I got a couple of plays for you. I got a couple of ones we're going to be looking at. So I hope you're ready for it, man. What's the first play of the day, Chattadonia? Post it in the chat. Sox S calls, TZA, MSTR, HYG, QQQ puts, NVAs, SPY calls, GM, JetBlue calls, QQQ, Costco puts, GLD calls, ARM buy, Microsoft puts, PLCE, SPY puts, ARM, Microsoft, Palantir, TV people calls, IWM puts, ARM calls, UEC long, sidelines, hood, Mara, ARM, Tesla, ARM put, Tesla calls, ARM calls, CB to 0, Netflix 600 next week. Panicking, selling the rest of my ARM call. Dumping Mars, WM, ARM put, Hood calls, VXX, SPY 0 day, TLTL, SRM, ARM, or is that ARM, SARM, NVIDIA, ARM, Airbnb calls, Big puts, Tesla, TLT, Dow, ARM calls, ARM, Futures, IRM, a lot of ARM calls. Stay liquid and react. Mara, Call of Duty, OMH, coin puts, watching LMT, PayPal on, BYBD, I'm panicking, short SMB, buyback covered calls, 10-year Fastly, Mara put, Farm, BXFD in the final plays. Hims calls, MO long, Airbnb and Instacart puts, Teza, and just chilling until Euro close. Wow. So I got a couple plays for you. I'm going to be watching Airbnb. We're in those plays. We'll see where those take us. Then AMAT, then ACAM, then ZI, Datadog, and Shop. So these are the plays from yesterday. I don't know if the Shop hit. Somebody said they did, but I don't think they did. I know Shopify's down, but that one could be a good continuation. What do we have? Oh, we had 60. Yeah, we're still far off on Shopify. So we'll see. And then Datadog, Zoom Info. Then watch Coca-Cola. They had earnings there. Again, who was the other one? I think there's somebody else. Marriott. Watch them post earnings. Then Calv is a biotech. And then Upstart is another earnings for today. So pretty simple list. We'll see where it takes us. Again, we'll find out how any of the movers are in the morning. I do even want to look at bonds here right off the get-go. I think we're going to get some moves there. And then we'll see where everything takes us. Oh, I almost went to pre-market off. But yeah, man, I think that's it. Is there any questions? You got about 3 minutes. 3 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. 2 minutes. We're ahead of schedule. We have been live already for 45 minutes. So we already have our 1,000 likes too, baby. Let's just get it up to 1,500. Call it a day. You know what I'm saying? Let's just hit that like button. It's a great showing. I went one direction on AMAT. AMAT and ACAM, I only have for one direction. So depending on how they move today, I'd be looking at some of the downside plays, or I'd be down to just go one way on them, or even, maybe we even sell out if they move up enough. Oh, Pickler. My guy, baby. Are you kidding me? Wait, didn't you already drop one? You coming in hard in the morning, baby. Let's go. Pickler. Yeah, no AMAT, no ACAM both ways. AMAT, ACAM, only one direction. Very good question. It was on the watch list. It loves you, man. Do you think bonds are going to bounce? They might do their own thing, but then again, last time we had surprising data that shocked everybody, bonds continue to die all day. So I think bonds are either going to get a quick rubber band off the morning, or they're going to sell all day, and then maybe around 11 Eastern, they'll start moving up again. So we'll see. Hims, that was a Chad play. Chad was saying Hims. Couple of Chads. You have two shot puts, sell one at open, let one ride. Make up the plan now, but if, again, you're worried about either risk or going for the gains, that could lean you in one. But best of both worlds, you could always take a little profits and ride the other one. That's never going to leave you too pissed off. You may leave a little on the table, but not all of it. Keep a hand in the cookie jar. We might be able to hit 1,400 likes. We're there, man. We are there. So drop that thumbs up. We're right there, man. I don't know. That's pretty impressive. That's pretty impressive to start off the morning. Any questions, though? You got 1 minute, man. 1 minute, and then we begin our daily ceremony to bring in the day and bring in the bell. Am I selling my ZI call? I'm going to hold it for a little bit. That one went in the money, and then it fell out. So it's either going to have small value in the morning. I mean, if it's up 1,000%, I'll sell it. Otherwise, we will have to wait. CPI number came in hot. Really, the core number surprised, and then headline did not come in below 3%. That kind of left some people disappointed. Are you guys ready? On that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get ready for Tuesday. The market's already surprised. We got a lot we're going to deal with. But here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out. All the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families. Thank you for making the ultimate sacrifice. Thank you for fighting for our freedoms and making a commitment bigger than yourself day in and day out, whether you agreed with it at every moment or not, man. That's what I'm saying. They did it for something bigger than themselves. Thank you, veterans. We love and appreciate you. And big shout out to anybody else out there making their local community run. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches. You giving back, making things run. That's where it starts, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send to the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn. Let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. It's game time. Happy Tuesday. CPI day. Down 1.3. My goodness. My goodness. The data came in hot. Now you are having to deal with February seasonality. There you go. Spice it up a little bit. Spice it up a little bit. Yeah, it came in a little hotter. It came in a little hotter, but that little hotter, considering everybody's expectations were so low, and then not really too many people thought core would go up, then that's why we're kind of getting this reaction. If anything, though, the ground moved on the Fed futures. So, again, I got out of my Zaza play with a very big profit today, but that just means that rate, like literally you moved almost 1/4% on rate cut odds. So it's actually kind of wild to think about, but there's only 3 economists who expected today's number to print like that. How bearish are you? I'm slightly bearish. I wouldn't say, again, I still think the market's kind of holding up in the sense that the crackheads could reappear, but I do think as we move into this month now, if there's no other data, we're wrapping up earnings, it's going to start to change. The Zaza play is /ZQ. So that's how you play the Fed futures on the actual futures. So I shorted the rate cut odds a while ago. I was down on that play. I was down at one point $10,000, $9,000 after the Fed, and then I walked away today with a $4,000 profit. So we'll see. But Chattadonia, on that note, we have less than a minute, less than 30 seconds. I need a thumbs up on that video. You guys have 1,500 likes, baby. That's what I'm talking about. So let's have a good time. Let's have a good time here and call out any plays. If you need anything, let me know, and I will have your back too. I'm going to go for a couple. I got a couple plays in mind that I want to look at. A couple plays. It all depends, though. Some of the premiums are kind of messed up. So 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All right. Oh, my options ain't load yet. Which one's showing 30? TTD? Oh, that one went early. Those ones are just up on the ask. I was like, what are these? And then I don't know if the shops have hit. Yeah, shop, no luck. Datadog, no luck. There's just a big ask. And then where's Zoom Info? Zoom Info, they clapped that one too? Oh, man. The clapperoonie. Bro, and then Cart dropped 5%. So watch out for that. Again, Marriott, they're down right now. Amazon sell. A lot of things are down. Again, watch if the bonds catch a bid. All right, I made one play. This one might be a little too expensive, though. We're going to have to see. The Airbnb put went up 200. Really? Nice. So we might have both calls and puts up here. Value stock selling. I want to see Cart too. That one's very interesting. So this one you got to be careful of. Like, watch out for the option chain and the spread. Like, you really got to watch out for this one. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a Marriott. I grabbed a 255 call for 40 cents on next week. So the spread is just very, very wide. There was like one other contract that went for 40, but I'm playing that if we get a bounce here on Marriott, it will be able to go up. Again, they were at like 248 ahead of earnings. Because, again, they did good, but they missed slightly in some of the smaller areas. So we'll see. Not a recommendation. Where's the other one? Oh, man, that's expensive. Let me See, Marriott, they're going down. Oof. Okay, this one, Disney's up. I forgot about that. Again, above 210. That's going to be the other one. See, MGIH. Yeah, DraftKings on Thursday. And then who's the other one? Disney. All right, I made one more play. This might be it for the morning until we do any of the other ones. It just depends where everything goes, but not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a Upstart $50 call for next week for 86 cents, but I plan on flipping this one by close. So I don't think I'm going to hold Upstart for the earnings. These are mad expensive, but those are just their only cheap ones. So watch out for that one. But again, that one is pretty expensive. Both of the plays, I think, in the morning. But that's just for literally that earnings run up, and then I plan to sell in the morning. Marriott's going down another 1%. Pfizer's up 27.78. That's actually doing very well. Tesla, EW, yeah, Airbnb puts went up 20%. Fortinet, the TTDs, those went up too. Oh, Take-Two put came back as well. I don't know if we'll get lucky on that one. Take-Two, we need $4 more. LSCC green. By 0.7, though, I don't know. I think those contracts are going to cuck, though. Again, they did bad for a chip maker. But, yeah, they don't really have a bid or anything. Meta, LSCC green. Airbnb, again, Marriott, they're still down. And then we did the Upstart, and then those are the first two plays here. Who's the other one? Fastly? Remember, we rolled that one over yesterday. ARM is on the high again. IWM's down 2.99. NASDAQ's down 1.8. My goodness. And then bonds are moving a little bit. Still down on the day, honestly. So bonds are holding up good. Wait for the bonds are eventually going to get a red candle down. And then they're either going to test the bottom again and then bounce up and then we'll be good. But whenever they sell off, if they don't get back up to that high, we'll have a problem. Oh, yeah, Waste Management. They had earnings. I think they did good. They're holding 4.9. Where's Coca-Cola? Coca-Cola's still running. They're up 1.3. BX is moving up. Turn on VWAP. I got you. I got you. So ARM is still going up. Meta. ARM is down 8%. My goodness. Meta's going up, but they're down 1.3. Again, PayPal's down 2.4. Disney's still holding up, but they're in the red. I feel like anything that's gone up is still red on the day. TTD, this one, we're going up on that, but that one's still down. Upstart, still, again, they're down, but they're holding up here. TTD keeps going. Coinbase, they're on the high, but down 3.5 right now. And then Datadog. So Datadog's actually in the green. Weren't they red? And the Zoom Info trying to climb up. That one was in the money, then fell out. Snap about to roll. The yen at 150. I think next level will be like 153, 155. if that gets any worse. But then again, look at the dollar and the bonds here. So we got a couple of things factoring into that. AMD launch. They kind of look like everything else. It's near the high, but still red overall on the day. Illumina down 3. Oh, there you go. The Illumina, no. I thought those would have gained a bid. They did not. Tesla on the high. Illumina is flushing, though. Cart. My Zoom info is down. So, again, they were in the money pre-market or right below it, but they opened up at like 16. So they killed those contracts unless it comes back up. Oh, Gilead, that play's coming back up here too. Twitch got clapped? I've never heard of that. That's crazy. You guys are getting laggy data today? That's weird. Amazon on the high, down by 1.7. LSCC's up 4 now? Yeah. Interesting, actually. All those contracts are dead. I don't know how that's going to play out. They may start getting a bid, but I doubt it. Uh-huh. Yeah, LSCC's climbing. So again, those contracts may stay dead until it moves like 8%. DBGI news. ANET's on the high now. Autodesk is moving as well. Uber's on the high. ANET's coming up. They're still down 4. There's Upstart. There's Marriott. Still around where we got them. I didn't play Coca-Cola. I was looking at Coca-Cola's cheap, but it just needs to like break out of this level. That's the only thing. So if it doesn't break out, those contracts will die. But if they could break out and turn a 1% into a 3%, all those contracts should hit. Boeing dropping. Pfizer. Pfizer was actually in the green. So Pfizer's now red. DraftKings on the high right now. They're still down 2.7. And bonds are holding. So like I said here, wait for the first little pullback on the bonds. That's going to tell us a lot. But you're kind of getting into the pre-market levels. Yeah, I don't know though. Market's still pretty much in the pre-market gulag. We are coming a little lower. Yeah, dollar did go insane again. Even bond yields all across the curve to the rate cut futures, all of them they move quite aggressively. Yeah, TTD came up. Those contracts got a bid. And then Gilead's moving. Eli Lilly, Ripper, KLG. Oh, what was that? Biotech. Calv. They had some set of efficacy data. They were up in the morning. RVSN. All right, bonds back at 93. Oh, this thing's been holding up here. Watch Meta. They've been climbing up. Apple lows. 100% on the QSRs. Nice. You went for that one? Good work. ARM contracts got bigger. ARM's still down 10%. I can't believe it's still at 130. Well, they're moving all over the place. Bonds are coming up here. So the question is, how long does this last for? So bonds keep going up to the sky. Yeah, ARM coming down. I have 2 arms. Well, I do have 2 arms, yeah. Airbnb coming up above 150. Expedia, they're running up here too. We just need Marriott. Shopify's going now, and NVIDIA. So Shopify's recovered like 2%. NVIDIA's starting to take off. They're down 1.1 there. Visa's on the high, too. Zillow's going up. They're down 3.4. Redfin's down 6. Datadog green. Baba pushing. They are, actually. And then Pinduoduo is just holding. Yeah, Baba's down by 0.4. Shopify's still going up there. SPY right at VWAP, right where we opened. Again, bonds hit down 1% on TLT. See if this is their little pullback. NVO. Those Airbnbs from yesterday held up pretty decent, though. So even the calls are up there a decent amount. Very interesting day. Shop going up. Datadog flipped green. It's kind of crazy. Again, Datadog was down like 5 or 10%. Ren B. Hindenburg tweet. Renovio Biosciences. They look pretty illiquid. They're already down 27. WMS is on the high. What's this? It's not loading. This thing should be a lot higher. CFLT. Why did you play Upstart? I want to play that one to flip it. Just a premium throughout the day. So it just gapped down 5%. So I figured there'd be an opportunity. I'm down 20% on those now, though. But Upstart, remember, we hit a 3,000%er on Upstart last year. I know just a name that could move, but I feel like the premium ahead of the earnings will be crazy. The yen, I think it's the same situation. Again, we're waiting for policy to shift. Just like we're watching rate cut odds shift, I think it's the same thing with the yen. So I do think it can get weaker from here. But in general, I do think whenever they do make the shift of their policy, you're going to watch the tide pull in the other direction. But for now, long Japanese equities, and then you could either long the currency and long the equities or short one and buy the other. But I think longing both is the best idea. Midwest finest, baby. My man, show it love. We got a closing or what, baby? God bless you. Orna. My man, God bless you. Midwest, baby. Midwest finest. Do you know about the finest, huh? Do you know? SPY CPI puts hit. Thank you for the knowledge. Let's go, baby. So I'm talking about. I mean, what is even, were they 2 standard deviation? Because I want to say today is like a 2 standard deviation move. We should price them in. So $2.58. So $5. That'd be $4.89 or $4 or $500. Interesting. I wonder how that would be. The report was bad. It was hot. Yeah, those went up 328. These dropped 91. My goodness. My goodness. 50 strike on Upstart. Yeah, that's the one I bought. They came down a decent amount already. But then I plan to flip that one before close. I don't think I'm going to hold that one for earnings. DoorDash on the high. Again, Shopify's been coming up there. GoDaddy. Google. Ubre. And then there's that bond pullback. Like I told you to watch out for. Dollars up 0.6 still. Gold is still near the low. Nvidia tapping high briefly. Ooh, gold is back down to 2008. Ay. What was January 25th? Nvidia is still running up there. So Nvidia keeps going again. Shopify, Datadog, those have been runners off of the morning. Marriott staying pinned. Airbnb still up there too. Have you seen cocoa futures? I have not. I know Hershey's was talking about cocoa prices going up, but I haven't actually looked. Shopify keeps going. Visa's on the high. I've seen Visa a couple times. Visa's actually in the green, so it's hitting the high ticker and going up. Bonds are dropping here, so this was our worry here on the day. Like I said, wait till the bonds rally, and then once they come back, and then sure enough, we rallied a little bit with the market, but now we are back now near the low of the day. Russell's down 3. SPY is down 1.3, and then Dow is down 1 point, or NASDAQ's down 1.8. So 4,952. So you're below your 5,000. You're even now what? We're going to get back to knocking on 4,900. I think 4,937 and then 4,926. Those will be the two levels to the downside. Again, bonds are about to flush here once again too. BMR halt, that was the runner from yesterday. Marriott, those asks are high, but the bid is lower. Guild is dropping. Remember, we were close to the money on that one, and then it fell out. Pepsi new low? No way. Even with Coca-Cola? So Coca-Cola is slipping a little bit. That one's interesting. Amazon's on the high. They're down 1.5. Google. So it looks like big tech is starting to come up here. Again, NASDAQ is down 1.7. Even Disney. Yeah, Disney's about to fall into the green here too. Airbnb. What's the other one? Upstart. Where's Cart? Shopify. They ran up a lot from the morning. I think Twilio earnings are tomorrow. Disney hitting the high again now. So again, we'll see if we get back into the 110s. ABCL. 4951 though. You're hitting another low again. SPY new low. Bonds near the low of the day on TLT. It's funny, the December Zazas, they didn't go any lower. BMR was just like I think it's a Chinese name, but it was a runner from yesterday that keeps going up. So this stock went from like $5 to like 30 yesterday. 5 to 30, then came back down to 8. Ran up back to 16 after hours, and then it's back at 20. Carry down almost 4. Nat gas, I didn't see it. I'm glad I got out of it, but it's weird though because winter is heating up, or you're getting more winter's heating up. You're getting more snowstorms overseas. Gold just broke 2008. All right, I grabbed 2 micro gold at 2,750. So 2 MGC. Google on the high still. ARM giving it back up. SPY a little off the bottom. We'll see again. Google and big tech. Google, Amazon. Those are the ones I see leading. KRE is down 3.7 going into the low. And then even Tesla's coming back up. ARM. Expedia. Jake from State Farm in the house. What's up, baby? Good morning. How you living? Airbnb. Illumina's moving around. And then Gilead. That one we're going to have to do something by the end of the week. Airbnb calls now back at 100. The puts went up for a little bit, and they came back down. Airbnb's not doing too bad. Honestly, they're down 1.9 here. But, again, Marriott's doing a little worse, but then Expedia's up. So, honestly, travel's all over the place. Jake from State Farm. Woo! I just traded gold. I did a micro gold, not a big gold contract. I did a MGC and went after gold to the upside. I still think gold could flush a little bit more, but it's been here about 3 times. So it's either going to have a big flush at these levels or it's going to bounce right off of it. Thanks for the positive vibes, baby. SGD Toe. That's your first one, baby. God bless you. Amen. Yeah, and something's going on with the Twitch. BMR still going. There's Tessie. Again, GLD. JNUG. I'd maybe just play GLD, but even then, I hate anything beside, like, gold futures I actually like, but then again, it just, there's a lot of price manipulation and control and everything else. I don't like any paper gold, so even futures is, like, the furthest I'll go. I have played GLD, and the other ones, it just never works out. That's why I don't like them. There's Tessie. Marriott wanted to climb. The Take Two. The Pinduo Duos are still holding up too. And all the ARMs. Or all the Airbnbs. Check out Hood. I forgot they have earnings. Take Two's coming down. A lot of the pre-earnings got smashed today. So remember how we were just talking about sometimes you could go ahead of them and get early, but sometimes it hurts you. A lot of them, you got murdered today on the pre-earnings. I think TTD, that one ended up going up. It is the 13th. Bank of America tanking. Big banks are down 1.3. Bank of America down 2.7. JP Morgan down 1. All of the banks are selling off. I feel like everything that happened in rate cut land, that hit them a little harder. Car about to break. Yeah, they're down 15. Oh, remember, we looked at this one to the downside. That one might be 2 standard deviations now that I think about it. I think they were pricing in like 7. Yeah, I think these would have hit. Still $1.40. You could have got these at 60 cents. Honestly, a pretty big reaction. Those options, decent. But still hit. I am in ACAM and AMAT already. So ACAM is, they're both down. Like I'm telling you, all the pre-earnings plays got smashed. So if you win, there's a few and far between that ended up working out. So again, a couple days ago, like Airbnb pre-earnings, you loved it. But any of the other ones from yesterday, they all got murked. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, all you blissful souls. Hope everyone's had an amazing, safe, and blessed day. Much love to everybody. Don't forget to smile because we're alive for another day. Finger to the sky, baby. That's our Jake from State Farm Daily Report. Hey, man. Good morning, baby. Arm flush again. 128. ZS on the high. So Z scalar, not zoom info. Zoom info's holding up, but that one didn't hit. Airbnb getting a candle. I don't know. I feel like these need to move a little bit more. JetBlue 670. Still holding the ICANN gains. DraftKings on the high. That should be red still. Yeah, they're still down 2.6. You guys know it was a record. It was the record-breaking amount of sports bets in Vegas. So we'll see. Gold bounced a little bit. SONN on the high. Shop was this morning. So they did bad, and then they're starting to run up right now. So literally they were down 10. Now they're only down 6. So they've already recovered a little bit to start off the morning. Take 2 red. There you go. That play might start coming up. We're like you're up 100% on that play. Depending on where you get filled at. With that one, we have till this week, and it could fall, and then you have $3 more. Yeah, CPI came in hotter. Would you buy Pfizer or O? I'd probably go with Pfizer. O has its own, expectations. O still has a little bit more downside too. So Pfizer, you're just getting a better deal and a higher yield. But just different risks, One of them is real estate. One of them is medicine and medical. So SPY or bonds going lower, SPY at there. I'm looking at the Guild and the Take Two plays. Because depending on how those play out, I'm like, well, shit. If we could sell both of those, I might be able to scrounge up $100 between the two, which would help bring back some of the initial investments from any of the other earnings plays. Let's see. All right, I sold out of the Guild for $34. So that one, you only get like a 10% gain. But then that was one of the earnings plays, just getting some of our money back. Those expire this week. On to that. And then I have the Take Two. That's the next one I'd want to do something with, but that spread is wild. With Take Two, if we get one more little flush over there, that one actually has the ability to move a little bigger. But if we could get like $60 for that, 100%, we'll recoup back $100 on failed earnings plays, which isn't bad. Even though they're working, I wouldn't really call them failed. CPI was bad, but we've definitely seen worse, but CPI definitely surprised a lot of people and came in hotter when everybody's expectation was for a lower CPI. Penn to acquire mobile sports platform. So Chad's saying in the Twitch. Yeah, Penn is going up there. Penn to acquire mobile sports platform. Let me confirm that. I see Penn in agreement with Wynn Interactive to acquire mobile sports wagering licenses. So Penn is partnering up with Wynn. Or they're going to be buying the licensing of WinBet. And then SPY going lower. Again, bonds hit the low first, but you are hitting another new low. So remember, 49 like 36 or something. Where's the next level? So yeah, 49.36 to 37, and then 49.24, and then pretty much 4,900. Again, you are below 5,000. You went from 50.50 to 40.50. A little lower, a little 49.50. The ticker is Penn for the Win one. That's coming out right now. Or about 3 minutes ago. That's what caused that little pop, but not too crazy. They have options as well. Again, it's nothing like too compelling, nothing too bad. Tesla going up. Calv on the high. Oh, shit. Was that the one? Ah, damn it. This was the one in the morning I just had up there, huh? Yeah, we could have got those at 13. Fuck. So that one's already, you're still negative on the day. These were as high as 22 if you want to go for the FOMO on that. But this one was on my pre-market movers. They had phase 3 data that they came out with. So they were up as high as 22, sold off to 13, and they're going up. Yeah, the downside today is because of CPI. Again, it came in high. Bond market, Fed futures, they moved all over the place. Like, we did not have it definitely wasn't a favorable reaction to inflation or the rate cut soft landing. If anything, today we learned that inflation is surprisingly going up in a lot of areas, and it's surprisingly stubborn. How bad? I don't know. I think 489 on the SPY would be 2 standard deviations from this morning. So I doubt we'll go I don't know. We're already down 1.8 on the NASDAQ. So I don't know. Maybe a 3% down day would be the worst case scenario. Otherwise, it could still kind of have its bounce here. Again, bonds, the yield curve. A lot of things in bond land are already crushed. Even gold, it keeps getting smashed. %. Will that just be another 1% from here? 1.1%. I mean, most of what we did was in the morning, but it'd be pretty small on the day. AMD, Penn coming down. Calv came back up. So again, that was the biotech earlier. Netflix and Disney on the high. Disney now trying to make the 110 push back up to green though. Jan halted. What's Jan? Disney. I think Take-Two still coming down. We got out of Guild. Yeah, Disney contracts still working their way up. Vamos, B&B. Vamos, yalla habibi. 151. 151 rum. Cleaning fees and no, stop till the cops come. No, okay. I see double. Might see triple. Might see cleaning fees. Might buy Ripple. No, okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Good morning, Chattadonia. Way to like the video. Only a couple plays so far. We're going to have a couple more on the way. Glad to see you here. Say hello to a Chad. You know that it's been a while, man. Can y'all just get up and greet each other like it's church? Just want to give you that reminder. Say hello to a Chad. Type out a Chad's name and say hello. Give them a hug. Shake their hand, awkwardly. Say, oh, how are you? How are you? I say, happy earnings. Happy earnings. All right. I'll be right back. Please hold.
Yeah, I mean, small business and kind of smaller, unprofitable businesses that are reliant on leverage or funds from elsewhere. Those are definitely sectors to watch. I mean, if I think about the small business loan rate and what a small business has to pay, obviously that's extremely high, and it has been for quite some time. And this is why we've seen an uptick, a significant uptick to the tune of 2020 levels in bankruptcies, especially for some of those smaller companies and some of them that are VC backed. So I do think that's the part of the economy that's going to struggle if the Fed continues to keep rates at 5.5%. The reason why I'm not broadly concerned about the economy is because while pockets of small business and pockets of small caps and pockets of industries like clean energy, for example, are highly reliant on debt and they're suffering with this cost burden, the consumer, U.S. consumer in general, as you know, only has something like 5% of mortgage exposure that is floating rate. And so that is what's given us this resilience to function with these higher rates.
Anastasia, stick with us. We're going to dive into each of those sectors next with you. But before that, we're going to take a look at what's moving markets now with Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle. Abigail, what are you watching when it comes to what's moving today?
Well, one stock that we're taking a look at is Coca-Cola. Now, the stock had been up 1.6% not so long ago, now up just a little bit. And I think that this is investors digging into the nuances. So overall, it was a clean quarter. They put up an organic sales growth of 12%. That was the key to the 2% sales beat, but it did flow to the bottom line. 49 cents on the bottom line was basically in line. Some investors are saying that the 9 to 10% higher price to mix is the key to the year. Some analysts saying that guide should be achievable. The CEO, James Quincy, is saying that he expects, speaking of inflation and consumer pricing, to moderate a little bit this year, that they're going to be able to bring them in to not have to offset higher commodity prices. Interestingly, though, Sonali, I was literally looking for some commentary on the effect of some of those diet drugs. Not hearing so much about that right now.
I'm interested also to talk about some of the earnings reports we're going to see. Lyft, for example, because you saw, for example, Uber get a lot of excitement this year.
Yeah.
How do we expect Lyft to perform?
Well, it's interesting because they are really two different companies, even though they're doing the same thing, at least on the surface, in terms of the market share, or the market riding. So in terms of Uber, 71%.
The market of riding. So Chattadonia getting a couple of moves here. Bonds a little lower. Take two dropped. I have those at 60 now. I think I'm going to sell these. They sell at 60? I think I got 60 for them. Or 50. No, 56. Let's go. We brought back almost $100 from two plays. So they both plays went up a little bit. Got to recoup some of the money back. All right. So take two, poor bonds, I know. We made money on options on ARMs. What about buying shares? I mean, if you want to throw the gains into the long term for it, you can. But then again, I mean, you are buying ARM at all-time highs. So that just, like I said, if you have everything else balanced out, you could go for it. But, I mean, personally, I'm not in the market of buying anything at all-time highs right now. To 89, then 86. I forgot. TLT, I think it is breaking. I want to see the 10-year. The 10-year might be at 4.25 or higher. Yeah, you're above 4.25 now. So remember I was telling you with bonds, this would open up the floodgates. So now here's the worry. Anytime we've broken above 4.25, again, late last August, the volatility started to creep in here. So, I mean, I feel like bonds need to have a recovery there. Otherwise, it may get a little shakier for equities. And then that was take two. We got out of that. The TTDs are up 14%. Everything else still kind of staying stagnant. Disney's doing good. Spotify's on the high. DXCM as well. Lumina dropped, but we needed actually, Lumina's down 5. I don't know if those woke up. No, the ask went up, and that's it. Germany could sell 20 to 30% of utility Uniper in 2025 in first step of exit. Process could involve selling stakes to strategic investors. White House panic spreading on possibility that Fed's Powell can't cut rates. Fox News. So they're already again today was a very political CPI because now it changed the rate cut odds, and then the fact that all of the living wages or all of the living cost went up. Damn, but Fox is not hesitating. But again, we read some of that in the morning there off of the Bloomberg stuff. The Russell futures is still up, but down today. The short, I'm still down on my ES short a ton. So I think that one's still down like $8,000 or something. And then I have like $6,000 or $7,000 on the Russell. I'll have to double check. And then I'm down $3,000 on bonds, and then I took $4,000 in profit off of the other futures. So remember, futures are like the opposite of the option strategy. Those are bigger plays on almost every single one of them. I'm down $8,000 on the ES. Yeah, that was from remember that one ES? I took it as a trade, obviously, and then I ended up getting stuck with it. That was supposed to print. I have not seen Tooheed since. He was telling me it was going to print. I ain't seen him since. But then again, I had it with the Russell, so I think it's like net down like $2,000 or $3,000 because the IWM. IWM worst day since March 2023. But I'm really, again, that ZQ I closed out of, that play was big, and that one worked against me fat. But to walk away with that one with a profit today, I'm happy. So, again, the bonds I could work my way out of, even the ES ones. I'm not too worried about it as long as I have both directions. But bonds are a little shaky here. That's the thing. We're above 4.25 on the 10-year. So it's either like we're going to either run up. The 10-year is going to start making a move to 4.5, and then we're going to have a problem, or it's going to top out around here and then start coming down. But hard to say that rates will top out after today's data. DBGI on the high. Tesla's still down a little bit. SPY keeps going lower. RGNX, they came down. I don't think crackheads could justify. Well, it's hard to. I mean, that's it. Just like you see the politicization already and people bringing this up for politics. But even on like a Federal Reserve, stock market level, all today's report showed was that every inflation reading is still hot. So services, goods, especially services, housing, rental rates, homeowners equivalent, every single one of them is hot right now. Again, home insurance, car insurance, food. I think 4 out of 6 food gauges are all up. Like, there's energy did come down, but everything else is still kind of working its way in. So you're not really getting your, you may have thought the economy would have slowed down, and we're like, yeah, inflation's coming down, but it's a lot more stubborn than what expectations would be pricing in. All right, going a little low. We got a couple of downside points again. 49.37 and 49.17-ish or 26. Apple a little cheekly. No other post-earnings movers. Yeah, Upstart getting clobbered. Shopify, what was the other one? Datadog, Zscaler, UNG's on the high. Gold is still low too. And the video is killing it. The video is still kind of up. So it's down 1 point. A lot of things are down. I'll give you the breakdown. But all day we've been seeing stuff going up, but still red. It's been, 45 minutes? So right now you have 400 and 66 names red on the S&P 500. Only 36 names are green. Dow Jones, 27 red, 23 of them are in the green. UNH, Visa, Coca-Cola, only names green on the Dow. And then NASDAQ 100, 95 names red, 6 names in the green. Amex, Dexcom, O'Reilly, Verisix, Splunk, and Diamondback. So literally 99%, 95% of the market is in the red right now. We'll see after Euro close, but if that's usually when we start moving. But in general, I think that just negative CPI is just weighing on everything. Oh, Marcus Hanlon, baby. My goodness. Oh, no, let's go. Oh, I got too excited. So I'm talking about NVIDIA on the high. Marcus Hanlon on the high, too, showing some love. Blessing the Chads, man. Thank you, my friend. Good morning. Blessings. NVIDIA, again, Bond's trying to make a move. SPY, VWAP, pretty choppy. Airbnb trying to break out. ServiceNow on the high. Again, watch NVIDIA and the chips, if those bring us up here. Honestly, I think it's just NVIDIA, though. Everybody's in their own little category, but everything is down. Again, Biogen, that's leading the NASDAQ down, believe it or not. Biogen and Illumina, and then even Marriott. So a lot of these names are actually kind of weighing on things. Spotify on the high. That one's interestingly enough in the green. SMCI break even. Yeah, they're holding right there at break even. Those things are crazy. Yeah, SMCI, that one's starting to move there. Again, we were just saying watch NVIDIA, but SMCI and NVIDIA kind of just in their own little world. And then who's the other one? ARM. ARM's still down 13, but trying to come up here. Yeah, SMCI, big candle. Now Microsoft playing along. Microsoft kind of has been all day, but it's still down 1.7. Baba, they came down. Baba, Baidu, even Pinduoduo. China plays aren't really hot today. Global Payments nears deal of take payments at 250. What's Global Payments ticker? GPN. GPN buying somebody for $250 million. Yeah, GPN. ACLS, Uber on the high. Cal, that was the biotech from earlier. They're still down. Uber's about to go green. Again, don't we have Lyft earnings? They're barely moving. Upstart, Marriott, they're not doing much. February seasonality, technically tomorrow. But yeah, but now, again, even after today's news, seasonality is looking negative for now, assuming that we don't end up bouncing by the end of end of the day today. But for the most part, you know, with the schedule, this type of inflationary data, even people getting worried about the politics of the rate cuts now, you know, maybe we get a little bit more bumpier of an end of February, but the good part is we'll find out in the next couple of days. NVIDIA's still going. Yeah, well, NVIDIA's earnings, they are next week, right? I don't think they're this week. Again, we have enough earnings even here for today, too. Yeah, that BNB trying to come up. Snapchat, AMD starting to move. Airbnb hitting the high ticker, though. So Airbnb needs to move up 1.3. Uber still climbing. Biden urges U.S. House to move with urgency on Ukraine-Israel aid. Can't afford to wait longer. Cost of inaction rising. EYPT, NVIDIA again, and Microsoft, and Airbnb, and AMD. I think Coca-Cola's CEO getting interviewed right now. I'm surprised Coca-Cola is not going that much crazier.
countries, those
This is
conflict and nearby. We saw some of that in the fourth quarter.
And then he bounced.
No doubt we'll see
almost
a little
10
bit in
points
the
off
first
the
quarter.
bottom
I
on the
don't know how
SPY.
long, that will go on. But in a way, that's, obviously a tragic conflict, but it's one of the headwinds we face in our overall business. And I think the aggregate question is, how do we balance the headwinds and the tailwinds, focus on what we can do, and make sure we
Netflix
continue
now, too. Where's
to invest
Disney?
behind the momentum in our business.
What about the U.S. in particular?
Disney
I know you
came
spoke
down
about
on the
global
little run-up.
demand, but in the U.S., we are wondering what's happening with the consumer and how the consumer is holding up in this environment. What do you see? Has there been any deterioration?
In aggregate, the consumer held up well through 23. Clearly, it's been a cycle. Inflation ran ahead of wages for a lot of people for a sustained period there. Now that's flipping where wages are coming through. So I think you saw some softening in 23 as consumers adjusted to that reality. But also there's a kind of a bifurcation. Those with less disposable income came under more pressure
You're
from
back
wages,
to like the
from
lows,
the sorts of categories that were
right
inflating.
before the bell.
That is now softening out too, so that we had to focus on affordability options for that segment of consumers. But there were also higher price point categories and premiumization opportunities that really were flying as well during 23. So we see the portfolio of brands and packages and different price points really playing to our strengths in 24 and allowing us to be across a broad spectrum of consumers. But in overall terms, I think it will slowly get better through 24.
Finally, I always like to ask you, James,
Celsius
about
on the
marketing
high.
and advertising and how you're feeling and how much you're spending, because you do a lot there. I know you didn't advertise in the Super Bowl. I wonder how are you increasing, decreasing, holding steady based on what you see for the cost environment and getting sales higher?
Well, we did run a body armor ad in the Super Bowl, but overall in marketing, we have taken a position that we're going to lean in and keep investing until the growth isn't there, and that has served us well over the last number of years. So we're going to keep a focus on driving the marketing behind our brands, the innovation behind our brands, working with our bottlers to execute in the marketplace, and drive that forward. You'll have seen in the numbers that our marketing, advertising, and marketing has been going up over time. We've been leaning into that growth. That's going to be our bias for the rest of this year. Of course, in terms of where we direct the money onto which programs, we look for the most effective and cost-efficient ways of doing so, but certainly our bias is to keep investing for growth.
Okay, excuse me. I should have mentioned the body armor. I just remember the days of Coke and Diet Coke Super Bowl commercials, like the Friends one, which was iconic in the 90s. James, thank you for taking the time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
James Quincy, CEO and chairman of Coca-Cola. And by the way, Carl, I did try the new spicy Coke, raspberry flavored. I know we were talking about it before.
Spicy Coke?
It's good. It's a little sweet. My kids like it more than I do. But they're not allowed to drink it. So there you go.
Meantime, watching the market here, pretty steady re-rating of equities. Dow's down about.
All right, thank you. Thank you, not bad. Spicy Coca-Cola. I didn't know that exists. NVIDIA green dash watch of Coca-Cola. SPY's back to the high of the day here. Again, they've bounced more than stocks have bounced more than bonds right now. But then again, a couple of names have came back up here, but it's been this whole idea of just running up while you're still red. Again, more names, 90% of the market is in the red right now. So we'll see how that plays out. But I did make a early earnings play. This one, again, I just got inspired by the Coca-Cola and the way it's moving. I went with Celsius. So not a recommendation. You will lose money. I had to go a little further out, and I'm assuming there'll be a little bit of run-up. But I grabbed a March 85 call I grabbed 2 of them for 33 cents. So spend about $60. If they go up, we can make them free. We have enough time there. But Celsius, again, they're starting to run up there. But again, it's a lot earlier. They report on like the 28th or something. So I'm making sure I have a little bit more time beyond that. Ticker is CELH. Not a recommendation. Target, they could be a good one. And, I mean, I want to even say shares on Target. We did the ex-dividend with that before. But Target's already ran up a lot. That one could be good, though. Out of NQ long. Nice. 51 points. That's beautiful. It's beautiful. NVIDIA gained the CPI loss. Disney's holding up. I mean, SPY's like right near the lows of CPI and then near the highs of intraday. But remember, we were down like 1.3 to start off. NASDAQ's down 1.4. It was down 1.9 earlier. Russell still down 3.4, one of Russell's worst days in a year. I grabbed March expiration. SMCI's going, their new high of the day. Is DraftKings in the green now, still down 1.8? This is the story of everything. Airbnb now down less than 1%. Abivai's still in the green. That's one of the few. Again, Visa, Uber now on the high. Dash, I don't think Cart. They're not playing along. They're only down 1. They were down 5, though, in the morning. Ecolabs ripped. ECL. Yeah, they're up 8. They're actually one of the only leaders here on, I forgot, I think on the S&P. Disney and NVIDIA, the only thing green. Yeah, that BNB is fighting, but still, I mean, we're up now. I mean, again, intraday, it's still a lot of red. You're just getting back to the opening candle, but that's like 20 points off of the bottom, like 1 point shy of 20 points just in the last, like, what, 10, 12 minutes there? So you have moved a little bit off of the bottom there. Bonds are still worrisome. Again, everything from Fed futures to bonds, TLT, 2-year, they're all pretty bad. And then dollar is still up as well, too. NVIDIA green, A-lit. Yeah, Celsius was the latest play. The Marriott's and the other ones in the Upstart, they didn't pan out. I don't know where the Upstarts are at. The Upstarts just move around crazy. And then the Marriott just have a wide spread. But no, the Marriott's came down on the ass now. Argen, Owl. Thank you. Celsius. Tesla. Microsoft keeps going up. Again, Google and Amazon, those are the leaders prior. I mean, Meta's only down by 0.6. So some of your big tech is coming down or coming back up. Apple's down only 0.8. It's just the scope of everything is down. That is the only problem there. Yeah, Netflix is holding on there. They're right below red or right below green. Disney's barely in the green, right below 110. Where would that BNB? Was there Lyft in Robinhood? Those are the other ones for today. Those are still down. Everything looks the same, though. Everything is literally red, but then just climbing up to the top right of the charts. Volume, I did not look. Yesterday was pretty quiet to start off. Our volume is pretty active right now. Damn. We're 1 hour in with 23 million in volume. So even, again, on like CPI revision day, and I forgot the last time we had data. I think it was non-farms. We didn't even move. We didn't have that much volume, so you're actually getting quite a bit amount of volume today, believe it or not. Airbnb calls barely went down. Yeah, it's holding up there, but then again, Airbnb, the travel space is really weird right now. Hopefully you guys are all reading into what happened in the last 48 hours. You know, think about what happened with travel. First, Expedia dies. They don't do good. They're slightly off on their sales, right? And then the next day, Airbnb rockets up, Expedia comes back a little bit, and then now this morning, Marriott beat, but then they guided lower, and then they weren't as good, and then on top of it, the CPI comes out and leisure costs, travel has gone up. CPI was showing that travel costs were probably a lot higher. So that's good for these companies, but it's kind of just creating a lot of push and pull. You have Expedia up today, Marriott down, Airbnb about to report. They're kind of right there in the middle. But there's a lot going on with the travel industry just in the last couple of days. That's why this earnings will be that much more important. And then we'll see if they go green. But the puts, that move today on Airbnb, it brought the puts up and then brought the calls down a little bit. And then now they're starting to climb back up again. The Fed can't cut rate. Well, that's what people are saying today. Again, some people are worried. Again, it's just that, we've heard what Powell, and, Powell made it very clear at his last speech, but after this data, when it's, once the pace of which we're expecting starts slowing down dramatically. So, again, we thought, we'd have data that we could read that will guarantee, something at the first half. Just the longer it takes, we have to wait a month at a time. That's out the window for now. But like we said, there is another CPI and jobs report ahead of the next Powell. But in the meantime, today's report does add a little bit more. Maybe we should be cautious about what we're expecting. I guess that's a simple way to put it. Amazon on the high now. Uber again. There's Airbnb trying to break out. Robinhood. Where's crypto? They were trying to bounce up. Where's gold? Are we down on gold? Yeah, I'm down $40 on the gold play. Makes you appreciate Powell. Yet for real though, honestly, I didn't appreciate end of last year. How he just came in and got everybody, right when he admitted rate cuts, everybody went crazy, but he stuck to it. It took a couple of months, was able to jawbone it back to where it should be. So that's the crazy part. I closed out of my Fed future today with a profit. That means rate cut odds dropped lower than the Powell meeting on December 13th, which is kind of wild to think about. Do we buy the yields? Well, maybe we wait till 4 or 5 on the 10-year. So right now, even with the rate cuts, they should go to like 4 or 5 around there, even with what the Fed's factoring in. But at this point, the 10-year and the rates, they're just climbing back to this level that the Fed said that they're going to be at. So you could buy the yields now, but if this keeps happening, there's going to be a little bit more cushion that you could buy on because, again, the yields all need to start coming back to what was already, to kind of what's reflective of the scenario as opposed to getting ahead. That's why the 2 year is just dying right now. So, honestly, I don't know. Where's the 2 year at? That might be low-key the play that we could start buying. Yeah, 2 year. I think maybe when the 2 year gets to 4.7, but then again, even at 4.59 right now, the 2 year is implying, what? Two cuts gets you to 5, 3 cuts. This is about 3 cuts, 3 to 4. So a little higher. The 2 year just might be a solid bet to take. But like I've told you guys, anytime, even on the 10 year, when we start breaking past some of these levels, it starts to get a little shakier. Am I playing Lyft? We'll go over it on the earnings. We're going to do our earnings previews, and then we'll see. So far, I have TTD, AMAT, and ACAM. And I made an upstart play, but I'm not going to hold that one for earnings. Netflix almost green. And then SPY just near the high of the day intraday. NVIDIA, AMD on the high. Abbott and Medtronic on the low. Kind of looks like a flush. Yeah, Abbott and Medtronic both getting clapped. Dash. A lot of people are expecting Dash to be a big one after young Uber. What do you think about selling some of the long-term to further education? I mean, if you're going to go to like university and get your degree or go to like a vocational trade school, I could get behind it. But if you're going to use that as like an excuse to like buy a course that you don't need, I would say no. You're better off holding your long-term and learning whatever else you need on your own. I bought MGC. I bought a micro gold future. Yeah, NVIDIA. Bond's trying to catch a bid. XLK on the high. Tech is coming up now. NASDAQ is literally coming right near the SPY. And then now NASDAQ's doing better than the Dow. So literally, big tech, I think, big tech recovery is saving a lot of this right here. Because, again, the NASDAQ was the worst on the day. CPI was hot. So CPI came in hotter on core, even headline, and just was all around, maybe we wouldn't call it a hot print, but I think we should call today's CPI was very sticky. It showed that inflation isn't coming down as fast as we thought, and that, it's still kind of holding higher levels. And we thought this would have been the lowest inflation in years. Believe it or not, if you looked at Supercore, this was the highest Supercore in a year. Then some other factors like auto insurance have gone up in a year, the most since 1976. So we're going right back up now. This is technically a new high of the day, intraday. So you were way higher pre-market and we sold off. To give you the full context, this was like your first drop. So you're like right below the first like super low candle right when the data came out. And then again, bonds are still down 1.2. Supercore was 4.6%. So it was not good at all. Even if you excluded factors, just the whole point is services, they kept going up, rental prices, and just services, anything, goods prices came down and energy helped, but all of the services weren't there. Standard Charter said to weigh revamp of institutional unit. Standard Charter examined several options ahead of year-end results. DraftKings still hitting the high. When's that thing going to go green? So they're still down 1.2. High ticker is gassing, though. There's a couple of names on the low. Stellantis, CL, Wendy's, Philip Morris, a couple of value plays. Again, it seems like value lower, and then tech has been getting bought up from the downside today. Coca-Cola slipping now. There's Pepsi. Marriott even coming down a little bit. Upstart still holding. Microsoft, that one's running. Yeah, Dow Jones is murdered now. So NASDAQ's doing better, and then NASDAQ is now matched up with the SPY. That was not how it was here in the morning. Celsius, yeah, that's starting to go up here. TSM on the high. Yeah, Disney's doing good. We have Disney in the bottom right. I put up 2. Airbnb's up there as well. And that's the one I want to see for earnings, but then some of the other travel names are holding on. SPY G. TTD. DraftKings still keeps going, man. Coinbase, and then SPY about to hit a new high. Let's see. Dollar's still up, but you're like getting 4968. That's like the top of our opening candle. But then again, it's like you still have a long way to go. Again, volume is high, though, even compared to the last data set. Net climbing, I forgot about that. Check Fastly, too. Expedia moving. Yeah, net's starting to go up. They're still down 2. Celsius keeps running. Those contracts, they've gone up a little bit now in the bid and the ask. We bought a Airbnb put yesterday, and then we also have the calls for free. Gold ticker, I played micro gold futures. FNGG. And Airbnb, SPY just wicked up into another high. Bonds still going lower. My goodness. We saved the volume from yesterday for today, pretty much. Bro, volume was really low the last couple of days. Again, I think even, was it non-farm payrolls or even the CPI revisions, is like volume was just non-existent. So very wild to think about. ARM still going. Let's see, Disney at 110. Nvidia is just gapping. Nvidia's gone green now. That's one of the names that's shifting here. I don't know if I could get the numbers. Have they changed? Dow Jones, you still only have 3 names green. NASDAQ, you have 15 names green now. So remember, at one point, just 20 minutes ago, you only had 5 NASDAQ names green. SPY still only has 42 in the green, though. So NASDAQ's doing considerably better now. So this last little rally here was all the NASDAQ bouncing. One more CPI data from Cleveland coming in 15 minutes. Yeah, NVIDIA erases 3.6% decline. And then U.S. is deeply concerned about activists arrested in Venezuela, says Kirby. Pfizer getting wrecked. They were up in the morning. Oh, not today. Oh, UPS dropped. I forgot about those. Everyone just wants to hold. Well, there's been a lot. I mean, people have been warning about concentration lately, but even in general, I mean, we're still down quite a bit. I mean, I don't know. I know people get disappointed when we get these like random rallies, but I mean, today was a pretty big reaction. I do think, it was like subtle, but it caught everybody off guard. It's not as if we're, doing too crazy. I plan on holding all of my Airbnb plays. I made the play free. So if you watch yesterday's watch list, after running the first set of plays, my grand total, if I hold 2 calls in 1 put, the grand total is $120. I got back $118 yesterday. So I may want to get out of maybe 1 call, reduce the risk there, but for the most part, I plan on holding both plays. TT, that's on the high. Carvana's starting to run up. Carvana's still down 5, but again, there's just so many names out there that have the ability to move up. Apple's even starting to shoot up, down only 0.5% now. Again, there's a lot of things into the high, but everything is still red. ARM is still fighting, down 13. HD tanking, down 2.4. Walmart's down 0.4. Procter Gambling, they dropped. Oh, Take-Two, we sold out of that one a little earlier. Oh, and Guild as well. Am I buying the Vision Pro? Probably not. I did see a video yesterday of somebody taking a shit, and then they had their Apple Vision Pro while they were sitting on the toilet. And I was like, that's pretty cool. You could watch movies while you poop. So we'll see. Cart starting to move up. Those contracts were crazy, even though they gapped down literally 5% today. Disney is still moving. Disney 109.82. Gold is still down too. And then bonds. I do want to make another bond play, but now I'm questioning either buy TLT or to go for the 2-year. But they're all still pretty high. But again, if this trend of like pricing out rate cuts and bonds reversing continues, I mean, it should get pretty wild from there. I do, again, the 10-year is approaching 4.5 now. It's above 4.25. So the range on the 10-year now, my real question is, can equities not ignore it anymore? So last time, even August, September, market traded its own little thing. But right when we started climbing into like 4.5 on the 10-year, the market really started fighting back again. The market really didn't take it as too positive. So we'll see. Yeah, Celsius. Our Celsius plays went up. So Celsius is doing good for now. That was a decent play. And then again, we are set up for earnings on the cheap plays if they do get a run up. But I feel like we kind of top ticked it. We need a little bit more. Shop rallied off the bottom. If you grabbed those in the morning, it would have been good. But they did kind of come down. LSCC's running up. Those contracts, we need like 10% for those to start waking up. Maybe new all-time high by the end of the day. Wow, Abby. Asking for a lot, Abby. Maybe, though, but that would, I think we would need 100 points. So you would need almost a 100-point move to get up there to the high of yesterday. I don't know. Maybe we fill the gap, but when it's all said and done, I do think the market, I think we're trying to figure out what just happened. It definitely has a negative bias. Like I said, it's going to have waiting for a temporary amount of time, and then you factor in a seasonality. But I think we're trying to figure out the extent to how bad this should play out. But then again, the markets could go crazy at any level. But then again, rate cuts in bonds, they're starting to knock at a level where it just gets hard to ignore. Why did we rally? Well, we just sold off further in the morning, and then you rallied off just to get a little bit higher than where you open. So again, you pull out the extended hours, you'll see we're in the gulag. You're in the gulag of dying, dumping, and then you have kind of a little glass ceiling here that we're not getting above. And then again, bonds and everything else is wrecked. The 10-year, the short end, the SOFR futures, all of them. Everything's kind of messed up there. Holo, that one's back on the high. Holo, wasn't there another runner? And Celsius keeps holding up. Disney, no BNB. No BNB. Again, Microsoft and Apple, they were just doing some damage. And then NVIDIA's in the green. So is SMCI. Palo Alto is green. Barely. So their work paid off. I like DraftKings. I don't know if it may have already had that earnings move. I think it's going to be a hard one to play for earnings because of all the expectations, but I think they're going to be at an interesting spot. And there was news this morning. I thought more people would have been on him, but I believe Vegas gambling for sports broke a record on this Super Bowl. Nets coming up. Those contracts are killed, though. Might be able to wake up. SPY doing the little dance here between red shoot and green shoot at the high. And then again, some of the other bigger names are trying to hold up here. Affirm. What's the other one? Upstart. We got some of those plays. Avis Car just got killed. Their earnings was not good at all. I think AN Auto Nation did good. But they're still down. But Car, that would have been a hitter to the downside, barely. PGNY, Oracle on the high. Where is Cisco? Disney now above 110. So Disney's printing on the high ticker. Again, we still have those contracts. They're not up the same way, but you still got like 160. TGT calls could be good for their earnings run up. Again, I have to look at the pricing and see how much they've went up because I know Target's been running, but I think that one will be at earnings with a lot of upside and downside. And then SPY just wicked into a new high on that. Did not get above the open, though. Still 4 points off of that. Cisco, I have the calls still. I got rid of the puts. But we'll see their earnings in a couple days, I think. The calls are only up 5% now. They were up a lot more earlier. Again, a lot of premium got killed off of today's move by gapping down and then running up. It changed the premiums a little bit. Coin earnings, I don't know. That one is going to be tricky with the ETF stuff. I don't know if they're going to benefit off of the custodian stuff or if they're going to lose out on competition. But Coinbase, that'll just depend on pricing. But I think that one will probably have a high pricing too. Disney and Eli Lilly got a bid. DKS on the high. Eli Lilly is up. I think NVO is green earlier. They're barely red now. Abivai was green. They sold off. Elf is coming up. Elf is only down by 0.5. Again, Celsius, that one's still riding up. Calv. Alt paused volatility, 2.5 million market cap. How do you feel about WM? They could be good for if the market kind of gets out of here and we start seeing some of these earnings move, the continuation will be there. Just don't forget for like earnings, it's usually the day of earnings. It either just stays pinned or it finally breaks out and then continues. So assuming the plays are cheaper, I would be down, but I haven't looked yet. Until we start like moving out of here, everything's kind of doing the same formation. We gap down lower and then starts moving up. Again, the only continuation I went after was Marriott because I thought they did good, and then there's only one bad part, but that one's not working out for now. $7 a.m. steady dump. What time? It's only 10:30. Let's wait till Euro close. Somebody was asking today if that'll change anything, and it might. It very well might. We'll find out because, again, Europe had bad employment data. Again, their employment came in hot, and then they were kind of giving us some of the weakness in the morning, but then we got clapped. China preparing for protracted war as global defense spending rises in the key. Are China preparing for extended war? I think this is with Ukraine. I don't think that's related to Taiwan, but I'm seeing that come across right now. Source isn't the key. Coca-Cola has gone flat. Is it time to buy? February bear season starts after tomorrow. So pretty much today, tomorrow, we could start having a shift, and today's data works with it. So if the seasonality shift was going to come into play, kind of works in line with the data. CPI came in a little like 0.2 higher on core, and then even headline stayed above 3.0. And then super core was a huge run up there. It just was an all-around bad inflation print. Not too many people, especially with how everybody was positioned, thinking it was going to be a good inflation report. you just did not get any of that. That's why we're getting the NASDAQ was down almost 2% at one point, only down 1.3. Now NASDAQ's the worst on the day. So NASDAQ gave up that run there a little bit quicker than the SPY and the Dow. Yeah, CPI was hot. Yeah, exactly. Rate cut odds got moved dramatically. So I closed out of my Zaza with a big profit today. But December rate cut futures, they died alongside with March. Even now, June, I think, got pushed back to July. So now at this point, beginning of the year, we thought we get rate cuts as soon as March, maybe even May. We've been going back and forth, 1-2 weeks later. Now the first rate cut is looking to be a 7 on the calendar. So literally July is now the first potential rate cut after this data, assuming that it stays there. Imagine if they might. Wasn't I just telling you guys this the other day? After that Powell speech, I was like, I don't know. I don't want to be that guy. I said it was kind of tinfoil, but like in general, I was like, just looking at what Powell's saying and the way things are going, if this data doesn't slow down just in a couple of months, I said it. I was like, man, maybe Powell doesn't even cut the rates at all this year. And then maybe, remember we were just talking about the politics, and I was like, well, maybe Biden isn't going to get his rate cut. He might get talks of it, but maybe at this point, if this pace keeps happening where it takes us 3 months to move up the data and to get this, and then everyone changes their mind, maybe there's just a chance that we don't get a rate cut. And that's exactly what today's data shows. Powell did, but remember, Powell just said, he said it very, very stern last time, how they don't want to, they're not thinking about raising or cutting the rates yet in that fashion or that soon, and said that they could be waiting for a long time. And then now it takes us 2 months to just finally realize this, go factor that pace out through the rest of the year. If we go 2 months, 3 months at a time, just to find out that we're not even going to get a confirmation and that the data is just still too hot, before you know it, it's going to be June, July. And if this data doesn't change, then why would Powell cut this year? Then it starts to get real, real crazy. And markets keep calling Powell's bluff. Data keeps showing Powell's big papa. Amen. But what if he changes, though? That's what I'm saying, is that if any hot data now, if March is hot, April is hot, May is hot, what happens if the Fed just changes their dot plot now? And then everyone's like, yeah, the data is still way too hot. We're just going to hold here. And then everybody's ideas about this year would go out the window, but then the economy would still be strong, which might have people excited. Well, another inflationary wave may come into fruition, but here's the point. Everything is just slow. That's the real issue right now. It's not whether or not inflation comes down or comes back. Realistically, the point is with the market, the economy, everything else, it may take us 5 to 6 months just to realize what's happening. Just because of the data, how it's been. When it's strong, it stays strong, but it's crawling. So we're going to have to wait how long, and that's what I'm saying, before you know it, may just be out of time. Microsoft introducing new data and AI solution in Microsoft Cloud for Sustainability. New Microsoft AI Cloud stuff. I hold this Upstart. That play is like 3 standard deviations. Upstart is literally pricing in 50% for 2 standard deviations. So it's kind of nuts. The play came back a little bit, though, which is good, but I do plan on selling the Upstart before close. I don't know if I want to hold that one. And then SPY coming up. Carvana's still going. We saw that earlier. XL. Bond's still holding here. No new highs or bond lows in the last couple of, maybe like 30, 45 minutes. And then we're just staying here at the highs. You are coming back up. Again, big tech is still your leader now. SPY's doing a little bit better. And the Dow. So everything in the Russell came back below 3 or above 3. Line the greens. The Celsius, yeah, that one's good. I think Marriott was a fail. Celsius is up 26%. And then the Upstart is down 10%. That one will either get lucky or not by the end of the day. I thought Marriott, though, would have had a good continuation. I didn't think they'd stay killed like that, especially after Expedia and even Airbnb. But we'll find out. And then gold, where I'm up $20 on gold. Gold is running now off the bottom. So are the bonds. TLT still getting shy, is getting murked. That's my TLT. Nvidia's right at highs. IR2. That one's going up. Airbnb. Disney's not doing too bad. That one's actually still holding. Pfizer got clobbered. Amazon, they're still doing decent. All the big tech, though, they held up a lot. I'm holding the ZI, you can't even do anything with it. You should have had a gain in the morning, and then they open those up negative. So it's either hold till 20 or until that gets a bid. But you saw what I did today. You know, some names, they weren't profitable day one, and then they came back. I was able to make moves on them. So I collected back $100 of past earnings outlays just on random plays that came up. So we'll hold ZI till something of that nature happens. Oh, the Levi's, we had that one. That one fell out the money. Even the win. But yeah, ZI play was a dud. I think the market just has to get out of this, but you may have to wait a couple days. If you don't have time, though, I think the only good one would be if you have more than February 16th time. But remember, there was plays, the ones I sold out today. They did expire today. No, I think TLT could die a little bit more. So TLT is either going to flush down to like the low 90s, you know, like 91 to 90, or it's going to just bounce right off of here and get back up to it. Again, if you go and pull up like the 10-year, this is the 2-year, but quite frankly, you know, the 10-year at 4.28 right now, this is going to affect every part of the curve. It's either bond yields are going to rocket up and, you know, TLT, IEF will drop lower, or they're going to kind of come up here like they've done at other times and then have a little bit of a bounce back, give us a little bit of relief, and then do whatever they need to. So right now, bonds are kind of tricky. Again, then not only have they been getting those sell-offs after everything we saw last week, but in general, you know, being at these key levels here, they could dictate a lot. see. We'll leave Marriott alone. That'd be nice if it could come up. $205 Waste Managements. They're cheap. Let's see. That would have been 2 standard deviations. There's $8 more. That'd be like 204. Maybe. So those are just probably the 2 standard deviation ones. If you like it, throw a cheap play on there. Do these moves not disgust you? Look at NVIDIA and think of WTF. Yes and no. I mean, I'm kind of jaded. Like, you know, I remember when Amazon and Netflix made certain moves. It's just like, this is just what it feels like when the market does it. I don't know how to describe it, but it's like, yeah, it's like SMCI's nuts, how fast NVIDIA has moved. But, I mean, if you have been in markets, I mean, this isn't the first time that, you know, the paper values have reached extreme valuations very quickly. That's why it's on paper. NVIDIA's on the high once again. Marriott holding, Disney. SPY's hitting a new high of the day. So you are getting above this first candle here. This is where all of the gap downness started to happen. So kind of crazy now. You're getting within the first couple of candles from the data release. So we're still chugging after hitting a little lower. And again, volume is pretty decent. You got 20 minutes until Euro close. Disney sent out the emails with Netflix, the copying. Yeah, where's the equal weight? It's a good question. So SPY itself is down 1.1. Equal weight's down 1.7. So literally half a percent of the loss today was probably recovered within a couple of names. But equal weight got murdered today. Remember, it's still been in this little range, but equal weight gave up pretty much all the last week of gains. Yeah, Euro close might add some moves there. Especially, again, Europe was kind of soft in the morning, but now we have a lot of volume coming in. You've done this, hit another low, bounce back up now. Everybody's kind of waiting on the next move. A little bit of that negative bias still circulating. So we'll see what happens after Europe close. And again, Asia is still closed. On Disney activists. Oh, I need to look at it, but in a weird way, I'd kind of vote for Nelson Peltz. Just because the more we support the activists, the more both sides have an incentive to drive the stock price up. That's the beauty about an activist war. In this case is that, again, even Disney, that's why I think they want the stock price up. They want more dividends. They want to make it harder for new activists to acquire more shares. And then vice versa, the current activists, if they could get anything that could drive, the stock up and get shareholders on their side, they're going to be liking that. CYTK Robert Blum talking about M&A process right now. Cytokinesis. Remember, we have those old plays. We have till March on those. I don't know if they woke up. Those came down, actually. Yeah, I think there was an email from Schwab yesterday about voting, but I think it was Disney soliciting you to just vote for them on the white card or something like that. Yeah, Toyota hit 230. So that call would have got in the money, surprisingly. But yeah, WTI. Gold is trying to come up here too. Gold bounced with only thing that hasn't bounced so far in the day is bonds. Yeah, oil came up from 77 to 77.81. Trip, not after that. I wouldn't play it after what they just did. Jean-Pierre not focusing on 1 month data to assess. Are they already doing this? They already got the press briefing this early? All right, well, Euro close in 15. Let me get to earnings.
Does the White House or does the president want those notebooks back?
I don't have anything for you on that. I don't. Oh, go ahead, Gary.
The White House this afternoon is convening the descendants and
Why so early?
of civil rights icons and black historical figures like Booker T. Washington, Frederick Douglass, MLK, Malcolm X, etc. This is also perfectly timed for Black History Month. What does the White House hope to achieve with this convening? This is the first time of such a thing happening. And what will be discussed? Will they be discussing the rollbacks on affirmative action and attacks on DEI, perhaps?
So obviously we're honored to have the over 30 descendants convene later today at the White House, as you just stated, to celebrate Black History Month. And as we work to advance the values their ancestors spent their whole lives trying to achieve. So the legacy of these icons and their families can't be understated. The Biden-Harris administration looks forward to continuing to work with these generation of leaders to improve outcomes for Black Americans, and we're proud of what we've been able to achieve. If you think about the record low Black unemployment, which is really important. If you think about Black-owned small businesses, that has really boomed under this administration, making sure that we increase home ownership and also lower health care costs. And so those are the things that obviously we're going to continue to work on. We're proud that we've been able to do. We are honored to have over 30 descendants here at the White House, especially in this important month of Black History Month, where we acknowledge the sacrifices that they've all made. Don't have anything specific or any details to share, but this is an important moment, and we are looking forward to having them here.
One more question.
Yeah.
The D.C. City Council had a preliminary vote the other week on a Secure D.C. bill that expands the detention for youth and adults who commit violent crimes, establishes drug-free zones, etc. Given the president's signing of an overturning of a D.C. criminal code last year, does the White House have a position on this new D.C. bill that seeks to address public safety here in the nation's capital?
So as police chiefs will tell you across the country, we've seen actually a significant drop in crime last year in 2023. And so obviously the president's efforts to fund the police and measures to prevent crime are working. According to this 2023 FBI data, there has been significant, obviously, drop in crime, including one of the largest yearly declines in homicides ever. And so, look, if you even compare it to what we saw in the Trump's administration in their final year, we saw that in the U.S. and this country, that the largest increase in murders ever recorded. So the president took action. We're seeing a decrease in last year, and so look, we want to do more. Obviously, President respects the D.C.'s right to pass measures that strengthen both public safety and public trust, but not certainly going to comment directly on the proposal that's still being debated. So we're going to let D.C. go through their process, and we're going to do everything that we can to continue to lower crime here in the U.S. Okay, all right, I have one more. Tia, I haven't called on you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Is President Biden aware of the outcome of Pakistan's election recently, and is there any stance from the White House on that upset outcome where a majority of the seats in that parliament are independents?
So obviously, yes, the president is very much aware. Millions of Pakistanis turned out to vote last week, including record numbers of Pakistani women, members of religious and ethnic minority groups, and young voters. So certainly we congratulate the Pakistani people for participating in last week's elections, including poll workers, civil society members, and journalists and election observers who have protected Pakistan's democratic and electoral institutions. And so we are proud to stand with like-minded democracies as we consistently convey clearly, both publicly and privately, to the Pakistani government and across the Pakistani political spectrum the need to respect the will of the Pakistani people and ensure a transparent election process is critical, and it is obviously important. All right, everybody else, see you tomorrow. Thanks, everybody.
Concerns about how the election is conducted.
That's it. I didn't even get to finish all the previews. Dang, they started early and then just dipped out. All right, well, I got some of the previews. I got the ones for today. I need to get the ones for the morning. Kraft Heinz, CME, Sony, Generac. We got a lot for today, though. In and out, man. In and out. My goodness. 6J new low. Yeah, yen getting clobbered more than the bonds. Zoom Info starting to run now. Zoom Info actually kind of taken off. Contracts are still holding 5 to 15, but they are deaded until that thing gets near 20 probably. And Celsius went up. Disney. Cytokinesis, they got a little bit of a bid, but they're still down. I think that's just from the volatility. Yeah, and then Airbnb holding 151. The coal. I saw the options things. I don't use them though, so like I try not to actually look at them because I don't want anything to kind of bias my view towards it. But I appreciate it. But I don't. I personally, I don't think. I think it kind of complicates the whole earnings thing. Where again, I'm just looking at the pricing and what makes the most sense. But have you noticed like a certain pattern with anything other than that though? I try to avoid the bias. For the coal, well, I don't think it helps as much. I think if anything, it'll make people make bad decisions above all else. Just because then you see other options go in, and then everybody looks at it, and then they're like, oh, well, then this will do that, but not necessarily just because, like, again, I don't really trust them. But they'll make less trades. How so? I don't know. Let me check. I see your new email, but the ones like the option flows, I've never used option flows to make any trades. They don't really help me. And then usually it's just like you see the what's it called? You'll see a couple of big trades and then everybody's like, oh, well then this has to happen, then it doesn't. So I think it just gets in the way of all of it. It's less exposure, but small accounts, it's not so bad. I'm not following. Like, the whole part of the strategy is learning to price in, and then from there being able to make assessments of if those prices are going to yield a return or not, if they're too expensive or too cheap. But as far as picking the direction, it's totally up to you. And then, like I'm saying, just throughout my career, looking at options order flow has been more of a distraction rather than like, without it, that helped me make a good play. I can't really say that's happened to me. Brainerd talking. Or earlier. It'll probably be around 2. 11, 12, yeah, wherever 11 my time is. Someone in the doctor's office also listening. Tell him what's up. Give him a hug. Tell him to get the long term, baby. Economic advisor Brainerd, we need to see lower prices at the grocery store. Where's she talking? I forgot. Again, all of them have to reference, all of the political implications of today. I feel like we're getting more political responses. New high. Restoration on the high as well, too. Target starting to climb. A lot of people asked about that one today. Restoration moving, and then Celsius, we already had that. NVIDIA is still up. SPY's going up again. Bonds and yen, they're not playing along with any of this. I don't even think the dollar's still holding up, not moving. So again, this is one day, another one of these days where equities are kind of in their own little world. Macy's on the high. Get the law there be heard. That's dope, man. You have to. Hopefully you guys are good though. You're at the doctors. Two Chads at the doctors, man. I hope y'all living good, man. I hope y'all safe and healthy. And happy Tuesday. Holo halted again. Crocs is on the high. Again, SPY just wicked into another high, trying to make a move up here. Fusin, the fund manager at Chase, said election year often has stocks up, not down. Yeah, and then usually the year before is better. And the general idea is that ahead of election, you should be getting a lot of policy that'll be favorable to the economy. You know, people want those last-minute voters. They want things to look good. Usually you're going to get a more supportive or a stimulative economy ahead of any sort of major elections. GE on the high again. Is that in the green? Remember, they were running yesterday. Zillow's moving up. Again, Zillow has earnings after the bell. SPY working. If bonds could break out, I'd get a little more excited. That's it. If you really want to rally, I think bonds are going to have to rally too. But for the most part, SPY is moving a lot more than everything else. Mm. 4969. Yeah, I mean, we're up. I mean, this is what, 20 points, 25 points now from the low of the day, which, again, most of it happened in like 15 minutes, and then 4 minutes here till Euro close, and then we'll see where this all plays out. And then on that note, I need to go to the bathroom again. I was up an extra hour, a lot of hydration. So I love you, Chad. We're almost at 2,000 likes. Wow. I gave you a couple plays. Only one that hit so far is Celsius. Well, we'll see how it all plays out. But Chad Adoni, I love you. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Happy CPI. Yeah, shot puts. Every earnings play got crushed from yesterday. Every single one was a cuck. But don't worry. We still have more on the way and keep it small. But I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. And I will see you in a second. BRB. Oh, wait. No, never mind. I just had it. I just had a commercial, and I left too early or too late. Come on. Oh, no CNBC. Never mind. I guess I'm not leaving. I planned on leaving you ahead of Euro close. I thought I could get this out the way, but I guess not. Dollar curling up. That's the crazy part. Again, I think is dollar at another high of the year. And then ironically enough, commodities are doing better than the dollar. But yeah, another new high of the year on the again, this trend of dollar and yields, it kind of looks like end of last year. That's why it's like anything further from here now on the bonds, we start to hit the danger zone. So we'll see. We got a few minutes till Euro close. I'm waiting until the commercials come back. For what? Wasteman, that's interesting. I didn't make that play, but that could be an interesting post-earnings. And then ZI, I mean, we might get lucky. We should have been already, but that one is going to have to climb back up for us to get anything off of it. Dollar to 107. It might. At this point, again, it's just every time the dollar's been here, dollar and rates, where's my rate chart? But remember, I've overlaid them. But they both kind of play out the same way. So here's the dollar. Dollar's been breaking out sooner, but that would be the next one. If we get the dollar breaking out, this is exactly what happened in August. Literally August through October, when we started dumping, it was the same story. Dollar ripped up first. Rate got to like 4.25, came down, So did the dollar. Then dollar kept ripping. And then rates went above 4.25 to 4.5. And then by the middle of that, everybody is just freaking out. So unfortunately, that's kind of where we're at. HOLO on the high again. Another one of those hype runners there. SPY a little bit of a red off the high. Euro closed in 1 minute now. And then bonds a little bit up, but overall dead. And then oil, they're running through. The Naira's been getting murdered. So the Naira's kind of been front running all of this. One part of the Naira was because of like a political change, and then it just kept moving against the dollar. So we're going to see. Spotify, no, that play never went up. We weren't able to sell out of it. And you on the high. A&F, Abercrombie keeps running. My goodness. And that little red shoe still holding on. HOLO. Yeah, this thing's up 100% now. Again, it was just halted. Oscar Health on the high. Interesting. That's the other way. Humana is still down at 367. HOLO's just a random stock. So again, I don't know what's going on with it, but they had some news in the morning. They were up, and then it just keeps running up 90%. But we've had a lot of these, I feel like, lately. A lot of these small cap runners. So now it's Euro close too. So near the high of the day, see what bonds, dollar, everything else does. Again, you got a couple of runners here. And I will be right back now. Now you can follow me on Instagram. BRB, my friend. BRB,
a little below expectations, but this is the biggest US contract manufacturer of chips, right? And the street is saying the outlook they're giving makes us worried that in some end markets there is still a glut that we have to go through. And one quick check on NVIDIA. We're now up more than 1%. We've been lower in the session. As it stands, it's repeated the milestone that it hit yesterday, that at $1.8 trillion market cap, it has a higher market cap than Amazon. It didn't end that way on a closing basis yesterday. Let's see if it does today. I'm also taking a look at Bitcoin, and I'm sorry to say that we have also changed direction on Bitcoin. We're lower for the first time in around 8 sessions, but over those 8 sessions, we posted a significant gain of 15%. We're below $50,000 per token as it stands, but when we did hit that milestone, I know that all of us were very excited because it's kind of psychological, that level of $50,000 per token.
It is a focus. The vying of the market capitalizations is one we focus on. And then we think about the vying when it comes to which crypto ecosystem is really on the win. Let's talk about all of this as to what's bringing us up to that $50,000 level and then dragging us back down. August co-founder and co-CEO Aya Kantorovich is joining us for more. And yes, perhaps the CPI print takes the wind out of its sails a little bit, like every risk asset on the day. But what has been blowing us higher when it comes to Bitcoin? Is it ETF flows, or is it something else more fundamental that's happening?
Sure. I'm sure that folks would like to say that a part of it has to do with Jack Dorsey wearing the Satoshi shirt during the Super Bowl. But it really is, to your point, U.S. inflows coming in around the ETF. We saw April and June BTC call buyers with strikes at around 70K to 75K, which are all-time high prices. We're also seeing a lot of that narrative around the April 19th halving coming up, and overall spot and option positions that are really gearing up for pricing to break all-time highs in Q2. You saw BTC perp futures open interest also cross 11 billion, which is the highest ever since December 2021. So a lot of U.S. inflow momentum going on right now.
And I hate to always just talk about and focus obsessively about price, but ultimately the market being dictated that we're going to eclipse this 50,000. Does it think we're going to eclipse the 69,000 that we've seen previously?
Absolutely. It looks like, again, from anywhere between 70K to 75K, that is very, very bullish. And we really haven't seen those prices historically. So, yes, it does look like we're going to eclipse those. And it really does look like that's coming from the U.S. side. You're seeing that reflected in Coinbase BTC pricing, which was trading at a premium to Binance BTC pricing, which, again, reflects the fact that you're seeing a lot of U.S. inflow coming in that's pushing that price higher at a premium. And as well reflected by the ETF inflows, which continues to make that narrative strong, U.S. specifically focused.
We were reflecting on the show yesterday that if you think about it in really simple terms, from kind of end of 22 to present day, there's this kind of minimal jump on Bitcoin from $44,000 to $48,000 per token. And in between, all kinds of chaos and volatility, lows of 15,500, a brief peak. But what also happened in that time is that thousands of altcoins and
I thought they were talking about the SPY 69,000. I was like, what the fuck? And then I was like, oh, Bitcoin. Putin's suggestion of ceasefire in Ukraine was rejected by U.S. Russian sources tell Reuters. Weed stocks are green. The upstarts came back, so that's good for now. Yeah, upstarts starting to move. We're higher than when the stock was, but the premiums are still holding there. But that is starting to move. Again, those contracts are crazy. I just plan on selling those, though, before the end of the day. And then NVIDIA or Airbnb's not doing much. NVIDIA's just holding up great. Again, these chip makers, even though LSCC, they were talking about that being some bad news, but that was able to come back up. A U.S. official denied there had been any official contact and stated that Washington would not participate in talks that did not include Ukraine. The 2 standard deviation, how long have you been using it? A while. So if you even go, I have a video probably 3-4 years ago on standard deviations. So it's always been a strategy we've went over, but you know, the option market has changed a lot. And then recently we just noticed it started hitting very, very accurately. Again, like even Zoom Info, it went right to the $20 and then came right back down. But it's been something I've used for a while, but lately, I'd say the last couple of months, it's been very prominent where it's either the stock cucks stays within 1 standard deviation, or if it does move outside of that, it's able to start, you know, moving around there. But it's something that's been involved, again, the whole concept of what options are pricing in and how that relates to multiple trading strategies. That's been around for a very long time, and that's pretty much all we're doing. And the ghetto standard deviation is just a way to do it in your head mentally, quickly, not being as specific, but generally having a guided range that could help you see, you know, whether or not some options are very expensive or not. 42-day bills drop 5.2, allotted at high 95%. Yeah, budget got killed. CAR, that would have been one to the downside. I remember I was looking for some of the puts there, but the spreads were wild. But yeah, they did very bad. They moved 2 standard deviations. Do you ever play the single standard deviation if it won't be outsized? Yeah, if it's cheap enough. That's usually how it is. So, like, if I know, like, let's say Upstart. That's a great example today because that one's pricing in literally 50%. It's pricing in 1 standard deviation, 25%. So it's like if that was only pricing in 5%, I would take 1 standard deviation, right? Maybe the 2 would probably be cheaper, but if it's a stock that could move a lot and then it's not pricing in a lot, then yeah, I'd go for the 1 standard deviation. The closer to the money you could get for less of an amount, that's the ideal of how we make money on these options. So as long as it's not pricing in a lot but can move a lot, then in that case, I would go closer to the money. But generally, what the analysis could show you is whether or not the options are pricing in a lot. And then that way you know if you're getting charged a lot for 2 standard deviations, chances are even 1 standard deviation might be difficult to profit off of. Yellen says CPI data shows progress in U.S. fight against inflation. Thanks, Yellen. Remember, Yellen said we could celebrate already. It was beginning of the year. She said, nah, I think last mile easy. How do you see if it's priced in? So go on YouTube and search ghetto standard deviation. And that's the tutorial that, you know, somebody was just asking me about. That's the one we put out at the beginning of this year. I think a lot of people have gotten use out of it, but you just take the at the money option prices and add them together. Or you could use TD Ameritrade. We showed an example without TD Ameritrade yesterday. So Holo keeps going up. I don't know. That was that runner. I'll double check what the news was on it this morning, but that thing is starting to do the crazy mover of the day. I feel like we've seen this thing run before. What was it? They were down 9.5% in the morning? No shit. I don't even see news on it. They were literally a decliner in the morning. Holos that they got in the chip sector in China. TTD. We'll do that when we get close to it. Otherwise, watch the tutorial. It's super easy to figure out. I'm not even like gatekeeping, but I'll do the TTD preview ahead of time the day before their earnings. So if you want me to do it, you're going to have to wait. Otherwise, I would just go to the video and then go to the at the money options or TD Ameritrade. Should be pretty easy to figure out. 10 hours in at work. Just hit the like, made it 2K. Are you starting 10 hours or you've already been on the shift for 10 hours? But let's go, baby. 2,000 likes, too. It's beautiful. Car dropping even further. Yeah, I don't think we could get a play on. I think that one, you either grabbed those yesterday or even from the morning, but I think we already missed out on that one. And then Airbnb's coming up. Car printing 52-week lows. Doc N on the high. Disney right around 110 again. You did another one on TD. Yesterday, just as we were going over the previews, people were asking how to price it in, and I showed how to do it on E-Trade. So if you have Thinkorswim pretty much does it for you. You just got to double check. But even without Thinkorswim, you could go to any option chain and do it very easily in your head. I mean, that's why I wanted you guys to learn it, because once you learn how to do it, it's just so easy. And then it's never, it never goes away. VST and VRT on the high. SPY a little higher. Airbnb now back to 152.89. So they're climbing back into green. Expedia down. Marriott still down. The main channel. No, we just did that live here intraday. Tomorrow's my birthday, Steve. Well, happy early birthday, baby. I think I'll remember tomorrow. You might need to remind me. Amen. Letting the dip buyers do the work. And, I mean, again, have we hit a high since Euro close? So Euro close, we're like a little bit higher. Borderline at the same level. God bless you all, Chad. Tell him, Victor. Victor with the peach. Oh, I forgot to do push-ups too. Let's get it. Good timing, baby. We're only 10 minutes behind. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate costs. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank, the arm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendations. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, relax those pretty little eyeballs. Then chest to the sun. Flex the core, tuck the hips in, legs in front of you, and boom, baby. Looking good, man. That posture's amazing right there. You look like a statue of earnings. Like, we're going to put that in front of the earnings, in front of the Wall Street. She's looking good, man. Keep it up. And then relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Just like that, my friend. Your push-ups are in there. I need to do them a little bit. Oh, there it is. I'm doing my resistances. 70 push-ups. Let's go, baby. Let's go, man. Oh, Satvik Jr., what's up? Y'all decided to join at the same time? Let's go. I'm doing my resistance bands. Getting the back pulls in. Oh. My PC specs. I got a Threadripper. I got like a NVIDIA 280. I got the crazy one, but that's about it. I have another build too with the i9, but it sucks. Honestly, the Threadripper is amazing. I need to do the wall stretch. Please hold. Echo! You should still hear me. I love you, Chad, even when I'm stretching. I hope you guys are stretching too, man. Move that body around a little. Don't be shy. Oh, man. Oh. Oh, there it is. There it is. All right, now foot balance and we good, baby. A foot balance and we good. Holo. I don't know. We were just talking about that. They didn't have news. They were even down 10% earlier, and then they just started to go up. But, again, that just could be the runner. I feel like every other day so far we've had a couple of random running plays. And then the upstart plays have came back to green now, or break even. So we're good to go. Euro close is 8:30 Pacific time, so 11:30 Eastern. So it was about 15 minutes ago. We're slightly higher since then. They had bad news last week. Even this morning, they were down a lot. That's why I was kind of tripping out. But I don't know what happened with Holo. I wish I could tell you. With the Bank of Japan. I think the Bank of Japan is still the same plan. I think they want to raise, and I think they want to raise before we do. So if anything, I think that the Bank of Japan actually likes this data, as weird as that may sound. Because, again, last thing you want is the U.S. cutting rates while you're trying to raise rates. If you could kind of get ahead of it, that could kind of help you out so that there's not, again, lower rates in U.S., higher than in Japan. It would cause a little bit of a more volatility with everything else they're dealing with. Yeah, a lot of people that chip news, I don't see that as like coming out today, but that's what people were saying. Other than that, though, I mean, again, in the last couple of days, how many random runners have you seen? I think, again, you've had Holo. What was the other one yesterday? MBR or something like that, BMR. And then the day before that, there was another one. And then you had ARM. So you've had a lot of them. The upstart play, we grabbed those in the morning. They were March plays. I overpaid for them. That's why they just got back up here. But I'm going to sell that before close because they report after the bell. But, like, upstart's pricing in a shit ton. So, like, remember, upstart, we had a huge play on that before. But right now, upstart is, like, they're really charging a pretty penny for that one. Big 10-year gilt auction. That could be big. Again, Europe today was a little weaker, too, with their job stuff. So that didn't help out at all. A runner, Mar. I like Mar to be the runner, but right now it looks like I think the best pickup of the day so far was Celsius. That play's already up like 17 to 30%, depending on where the bid and ask is. But we'll see. Fastly, we did that rollover yesterday. And I think Airbnb is going to be crazy. Visa has been up all day. Visa has been one of the only Dow names that actually like held up. MPW in the money options for earnings. I'd have to see what it's pricing in. They may be pricing in a lot. If they surprise to the good side, though, they could move a lot. But then again, I might just go with shares on a play like that rather than options. Again, it still pays the divvy. It's at a low price. But unless you really want the leverage, I'd rather go with shares on that. TMO. Yeah, the upstarts are dancing around right now. Airbnb down just over 0.5%. Hood. Well, remember, Hood is cheap, but it isn't. Because, again, Hood is still a cheap stock. I think the upside on Robinhood might be a little bit better than not. But I wouldn't really go too crazy on that. Yeah, Robinhood's pretty expensive. By the Airbnb puts, I don't know. Those are at what? Those actually came down. No shit. So those Airbnb puts were green in the morning, and then they came down, and then you still have 100% on the other one. So you can at least get the puts cheaper, but I'm fine with the play I have. Like I said, if I hold every Airbnb and I don't decide to like trim any of it, my Airbnb right now is $2 of risk. So I spent $120 for all of my plays, got back $118 yesterday. So in general, I mean, I'm risking $2 for, a 2 standard deviation play on Airbnb. I have both ways. So I might just end up holding that one. Aspen, they were up in the morning. I think they had something. Was it a drug approval or earnings? Aspen Aerogel up 17. What was that other one? KALV. Yeah, Target. A lot of people have been bringing them up. They could be good. When's Target's earnings? Is Target next week? It was definitely early. That's the thing, because yesterday earnings run-ups for some of them, a lot of them, they went up yesterday. Then today, depending on where you're at, they got clapped. Yeah, you have a month till Target. I see March 14th. So Target, you're going to have a lot of time on that. Been watching ICU. They filed a 8K medical approval for their device. No, I've never heard of it, actually. ICU. C-Star Medical. So it's a penny stock. Looks like it's been holding up. I mean, they've gotten clapped over the years. I'd have to look into that. And then, is there expected date on that? March 5th, yeah. So Target's still very early. You got Target 3.5. Yours says 226. So when is Target's earnings? I see one that says March 14th. Let me double check. Event. We did not make a play on Lyft yet. I have March 5th on another one. Yeah. So I don't know. I think Target, though, is still in a couple of weeks. You still got a decent amount of time. GE on the high again. That's been running since yesterday. SPY coming down. We're now below Euro close. It's been about 20 minutes. There's Amazon with the candle. Google down. NVIDIA. Pfizer. Disney. Disney go up. Disney say, welcome. How are you? Upstart went up to... Celsius holding 60. Yeah, I think it is March 5th. That'll be the target. We'll go with that as a date. Disney's still going up 110.34. Sellers not showing up. It's weird. Volume's actually high. I think everybody's you're doing what you've done every other time, though. You just had bad news. The inflation wasn't good. Inflation comes in hot. Rate cut odds are going down. And then now you're doing this. Okay, we had our dip. And then everybody's looking for the next guy to buy the dip. You're waiting to see the crackheads. That's what it feels like. Because, again, no matter any way you cut today, Again, strong jobs report 2 weeks ago. It was really strong, but then inflation was still lower. So now every story that you're built around is like, well, now inflation's kind of sticky. So it does seem like we're just doing the gap down and then waiting to see if the dip buyers return or not. But it's kind of a wait and see. You got taxed 37.4 on severance. Isn't that high? Kind of, not really. It depends on the total income, but I mean, taxes, man. Taxes. They scamming. Maybe you in the high net worth. Yeah, Target's up like $30 since last time. GE still going up. Again, yesterday that thing was on a tear. GE. Lyft is today, yeah, after hours. We're going to go over that preview. I have all the ones for today ready to go, and I need to get the ones for tomorrow morning. Palantir trying to come up, still down 2. Again, SPY dropped a little bit. We've been holding this whole level. You're all in 0-day 488s. Is that 2 standard deviations? I think 489. That would be the 2 standard deviation move. That may have even changed by now. The reload and lower. Well, we'll see if this ends up failing. I mean, we have seen that before. A little bounce, go lower, spend a couple hours bouncing. If this doesn't turn into a reload, we might very well test the lows again. The dollar's flushing now. I don't see the dollar moving at all. Well, once the dollar makes it, I'm surprised. Dollar's up a ton and just holding. Tesla near the low. Microsoft, Amazon. BJ's on the high. ECB lane. The amount of interest rates will depend on how much we achieve towards our goal. Oil output growth has slowed as shale matures, SocGen says. Yeah, dollar just been holding up all day. It's still wild, though. Dollar up a lot, man. Again, another new high of the year. And then the crazy part is I still think commodities are outpacing the dollar now. The Mag 7, it held up pretty good. I mean, we're still down 1.4 on the NASDAQ, but equal weight is down way more. And then again, NASDAQ was like clobbered in the morning. Any recovery we had this morning on everything, I think it is just tech names coming back up. Yeah, you're still down 1.5 on the equal weighted SPY. And then normal SPY down by 1.1. Yeah, regionals, they've been dead. They were down 3 or 4 in the morning. Came back up, but they're still down 3.8. Even XLF, even big banks, again, I don't know. I think you called it out. Bank of America was flushing earlier. Toyota, bro, I don't even want to look at that contract. We sold out of that contract for 1,000%, but now it's in the money. Okay, I'm going to look. Let's see. Oh, it's at 3. Damn, that would have been 3,000%. Oh, so we sold it at a good price because then it came down. But damn, Toyota. Yeah, Toyota's killer. Palantir's still going up again. Toyota 52-week high. Let's go places. Hey. Happy Toyota days. Sorry, my AI was set to say something else. Good thing we got that fixed. Hope you're having a good day. Thanks for liking the video. We achieved 2,000 likes relatively quickly. Let me know if you have any questions. I'd love to answer them. Toyota, down. Escondino. Celsius. Upstart. Come on, Marriott. Marriott, no continuation, man. Usually they don't let Airbnb go. This time they don't let a Marriott go. Come on. Hey, I love you too. I'm glad you like Josh AI. You can sign up for Josh AI Copilot, partnered with Microsoft. Brought to you by NVIDIA. Manufactured by ARM. Brought to you by AMD. We hate Tesla, not an EV car maker. We're new technology. Brought to you by Satya Nadella. Thanks. Let me know if you have any other questions. Great. How do you have so much energy every day? Reading stock quotes. You know, it's exciting. Again, I mean, the chat is pretty fun too. You know, you always have no shortage of discussion in the chat. But, like, man, every day they don't get you excited. All the news. You know, you started off, you getting, like, political stuff. You getting CPI. And then we getting all of the data coming in. And then everybody was wrong and then right. And then you get all the emotions, all the plays that are supposed to be up 1,000%. Then they're not. And the play you were down on goes back to green. And then there's a lot going on, man. So every day, bro, every day. You know, that's like one of the beauties of being in the stock market is that, like, sure, it could be frustrating and, like, you definitely take different risks. But it's just like every single day we get exposed to something new and then a potential new reaction. Sometimes it's an old reaction, but it's a lot of, I don't know what every day is going to bring. That's the kind of the beauty of it. There's a lot of unknown and uncertainty as you walk into everything. So 7 hours at a time, bro, 1 hour at a time, where we're going to either walk away with new news, a new update, or things go crazy. So we'll see. We'll see. More downside. They didn't do that bad. It's weird because, like, Expedia and Marriott, they dropped, and, like, usually, like, they don't go down on those reports. Everybody is very favorable towards them, and, like, they sell that off if it was Airbnb. So I'm excited to see what happens. If Airbnb could really do good and they attract the only green out of that industry, it's going to be mind-blowing. Because usually when Airbnb is barely down or they barely miss or something, everybody dumps the stock. But Marriott and Expedia got that treatment this time around. No MGM play yet, but I will be going over it. So we'll go over earnings previews in a couple of hours. And again, today's decline in the market, it's going to help all the earnings plays because all the earnings plays got crushed. That is the crazy part about all of this. Flame. What's up, baby? Welcome to the chat. We need some downside. Well, again, just like when Expedia went down and it opened up the door to grab the Airbnb, you know, today kind of has that feel. But then again, we're going to have to just wait for the actual earnings and then the continuation of tomorrow. But then again, you know, all of these companies individual, how they report will be key. But then again, I don't know if you guys got some of the vibes today, but like literally, like there was a lot of bad earnings last night. You know, coming into today, like everything was just bad. Like whether you're worried about the consumer, whether you're worried, even if you were excited about the chip makers, even Shopify, everything on the earnings last night and this morning, it was all mediocre. There wasn't any like exciting news that sent a stock on a 50% or 20% tear and everybody getting excited. Most of the earnings were kind of subpar, which kind of added to the negative data here today. Let's see, ARM under 100. Well, ARM, everyone's going to go crazy on ARM every day. Everybody's going to try to go for the run out of nowhere like yesterday. I'm sure even some people bought the puts at the high of yesterday. I wonder how those played out. But I think ARM is just going to kind of move around like post NVIDIA after the crazy moves until the next set of catalysts that get it going crazy. UNG has a 1 to 2 year swing potential, being at all-time lows. It depends on weather and then the broader like politics. Maybe if Europe runs into energy issues with their recession and other things, maybe. But other than that, I think it's going to be dependent on weather. And then it, just because it's at lows, it doesn't mean it has to come up. Realistically, the play is invest in natural gas companies. The companies that make money off of natural gas, they are doing better than the spot price of natural gas. So just like kind of oil, you're better off buying an oil company than oil with all the volatility. Tesla's going lower. Zoom Info climbing a little bit more. I don't know if those plays are up, though. We only went one way on that, too. They're back to break even on the ask, but the bid's still lower. More or less same thing with gold. Yeah, well, no, not gold. I would rather buy the actual. I would actually rather buy the actual commodity rather than the companies. Because, again, you could buy gold miners who don't benefit when it goes up. So, again, natural gas is just one of those things. Natural gas and oil, they're selling it higher than what it's going for. They have been for years now. So, but like gold, I like the actual asset rather than gold companies or the actual commodity. The auto-related things. Now, maybe Avis, but auto prices dropped on the CPI, but I don't know if that's really driving anything. Bro, Toyota's up. Toyota's probably running off of the Japanese yen, too. There is a storm. That's why I wanted. It's surprising UNG went down, but may take a little bit. Alrighty. 4961. It's going down a little lower. Gave up 10 points from the high. Still just under 20 points from the low of the day. Right back to some of the earlier opening candles. Yeah, Zoom Info holding on. Dollar still elevating. Again, bonds are going lower too. Boeing's on the low now. Boeing's down 2.3, breaking 205. It's only 9. It's still very early. Very, very early. We've been here for what? 2.5 hours? 39 million. So volume's still pretty big. You're still holding a bigger gap down. And again, we still have a lot more volume to come in on the day, but it's still pretty elevated. On today's CPI day, dust on the high. I'm in that gold. I'm barely up on my gold play from earlier. Disney's still holding 110. We'll take it. What was bad about CPI is that pretty much it's sticky near these levels. And what do I mean by sticky is that it's been like 5 months now in a row where headline CPI hasn't gone below 4 or 3. So it went even higher. And then even core is at 3.9. Core is barely below 4. And then everything, services, if you exclude a bunch of other stuff, almost every factor was still high. So it really wasn't the, although the trend on the, many months at a time are coming down, when you're looking at it, it's still, there's a lot of sticky and strong factors that kind of surprise people. Nothing bad about CPI. No, I think you're incorrect on that. Otherwise, if the CPI wasn't bad, bonds would be higher and Fed futures would be pricing in, more rate cuts. But instead, they priced out rate cuts all the way to July now. ARM, yeah, they're flushing 124 now. They just broke below 125. That's great. I sold the Zaza a little higher in the morning, but it's around the same price. Again, Fed futures on December are down 1/4 basis point or 1/4 percent. ARM at the low. SPY went a little lower, but we're moving kind of slow. The only caveat to that is that the volume is actually high. So you're actually getting a lot of trades here, but it feels like we're kind of moving in slow motion. You're still waiting on your birthday horns? Oh, it's your birthday? You said my birthday. You didn't let me know it's your birthday. I thought you were just saying birthday calls. I didn't know what that was implying, baby. Hard. Happy birthday, my man. Hopefully you got a birthday long term. You know what I'm saying? What's better than birthday calls? Add into the long term. Because now you are 1 year older. I hope your long term gets 1 year older with you. It is amazing. Multi-year low for car. That would have been a nice one. Whoever said CPI not bad was swinging calls. Well, that's how a lot of people got caught off guard today. Again, most people were expecting for inflation to come down. Like I was saying, they thought headline was going to go below 3, that it was finally going to drop below, given everything with energy and all of that. And then just they thought even rent would have moderated, but it didn't. So just everybody got caught off guard today. I think that it's not like today was so bad of a print where everyone's like, oh shit, we got to panic, but you just definitely it wasn't priced in. You had more people pricing to the other side than not. Dollar did not. Well, dollar was surprised. I think that's why it's up by 0.7. But it just didn't go down. It went up. But that's the same respect. I don't think anybody was expecting the inflation print to come out like that. Yeah, Bill. Well, this all helps out, Bill. Again, rate cut odds are just slowly falling back to the point where we're starting to say, hey, I think it's getting to the point where maybe rates do stay higher for at least longer for the first half of the year. That's pretty much what we're dealing with. $118, $120. I like the 105 price for a double dip on ARM. That's where we were looking the other day, and it hit, but it only lasted for a little bit. Otherwise, I think ARM, like I said, is just going to do that NVIDIA dance. It is on the low, though, right now, 123. I think the dollar has been saying higher for longer. Oh, that's what you mean? I could agree with that. But then the dollar's also been communicating a lot of other things, whether it's higher for longer or even if we cut rates early. There was the implication that our currency would still be stronger even in the event of rate cuts. So, but just the dollar's been saying something all year. And again, the next answer, maybe we'll find out if it does go above 107 with the 10-year above 4.5. Need another hike. That'd be crazy if we go from pricing in cuts to pricing in hikes. But right now, it's just about pricing in less cuts. But for now, we're still pricing that in. NVIDIA, everything's starting to dribble down again. Even big tech, Nasdaq back down to 1.5, Russell down 2.9. There's no way we hike. Well, I mean, right now we're still arguing about cutting rates. But like we're saying, a couple months goes by. If the data does not support rate cuts, before you know it, we're going to go from pricing in rate cuts to not pricing in rate cuts. And then if rates do start rocketing back up or inflation does, I don't know. I don't think it's out of the question. But as of now, it's definitely out of discussion. But I at this point, it's getting a little bit more volatile. Again, I think Powell's communicated higher for longer. The market got ahead of itself, but we still just don't know how slow things are going to play out. Janet just fits into all of this by selling bonds. Really, the next thing is quantitative tightening. So maybe in a couple months, though, we run out of the reserves, and then we finally get the quantitative tightening. That's the only thing I could think of. But other than dumping a bunch of bonds and affecting rates and quantitative tightening, Janet shouldn't really have an effect there. Would you consider another rate hike as a black swan? At this point, yeah, maybe our gray swan, kind of unexpected, but that would definitely be a huge shift in mentality and what people think is happening with both the economy and inflation. You know, to get back into a world where you think a rate cut is going to happen, a lot would have to change. But all I'm saying is that the tide is just pulling back from this whole, okay, we're going to get a lot of rate cuts. Well, now it's like, okay, maybe we're going to get less rate cuts. The next step is no rate cuts. And then before you know it, if you get to that point, you're going to start talking about rate hikes again, just as we've already been through. I'm in DY. Little green shoot on the SPY after dropping, but then bonds going lower. Couple of names getting candles. ARM and Apple. ARM and Apple. Yeah, brought to you by Tesla or the United States. Vote for me. Bye. Another cash. Well, cash has still been king. I mean, even then, end of the year, beginning of the year, there was kind of a little warning to rotate into if you had too much cash. But even from the beginning of the year, with rate cuts or not, you know, the rates were still paying out 5 and change on the short end. So all this while, you're still getting at least 4.5 to 5.5% on any short-term money. .com. Where's booking? What do you like more, PayPal or Pfizer? I think Pfizer just because I have a better discount and a yield on it. But again, if Airbnb does good and my growth names keep going up, I'm probably going to keep buying Pfizer and use the growth increase in the portfolio to buy dividends. But I would say overall I'm leaning more towards Pfizer. I'm barely down on PayPal though, but I like PayPal still. PSX on the high. Interesting. Gold is just holding up here. I think it's going to be the year of the long term. Every year is year of the long term. We just don't know it until a quarter later or a quarter too soon. But every year we've been looking back at the long term and like, damn, son. So I'm excited. I'm excited. It's old news, but if Target brings it up, earnings, it's about nice run, I think. Target considering new paid membership program, Bloomberg. Yeah, Target, I'm going to wait till we get closer to the earnings. I think some of you guys are going on that one really early, but it just moved up so much from that last earnings. So this earnings might be good, but the question is, what's it pricing in by the time we get up there? And pick up some value. I do too. I'm not really, again, and we have growth names going up. I really hope Airbnb does extremely well, because if Airbnb goes green today and has a breakout earnings, our life becomes very easy for the long run, for the long term. But all in all, even if Airbnb does come down, I'm very, very happy with buying all the value that we did. I don't think it's ever going to bite us in the ass. I got in a Walmart. I still want the Walmart. Now, again, isn't it? Don't you have like a couple, like one more week towards the end of the month to buy in? Yeah, we're staying pinned, bro. It's 49.63, just holding these early candles, still hanging out near the lows, man. Not going to lie, it was hard to start the long term since day trading was giving fast returns until you start losing money. So thank you again for the long term account. Amen. Everybody is like that. Again, like I show the long term gains And then you even see some of these option gains. You know, we're making 1,000% in a day, but the whole point is like day after day of trading, year after year, you're in the stock market. You're gonna want to own a stock, like, and it's just like down the road, you might buy stuff, you may sell out of it on the trade account, but whatever you have in the long term and just letting it sit there, man, it just compounds, and little by little, and like we've said, you know, no matter what amount of money you make, you could take the smallest amount of money, compound that over years, and before you know it, even the smallest amount of money has turned into, you know, 5, hopefully 6-figure bag at one point in the future, maybe more. ARM is coming down even lower. Airbnb, another little cheek lay again. Bonds are going lower, but above everything. I'm still in the Fastleys. I don't know if those came down. We rolled those over yesterday. Damn, those came down. But we made it free, so that's the good part. But yeah, the Fastleys came down. A lot of the pre-earnings, any early earnings plays all got murked today after that data. Pfizer, I have no idea how many shares. I want to say 200 or 300. I have no idea. For Delta T. You're not scared of Pfizer in the long term? No, man. I'm not scared of anything in the long term. And if I was, I just would never buy it again. But, like, we've had the Pfizer discussion a lot. Like, Pfizer has been around longer than I have been alive. You know what I'm saying? They make still like $20 to $40 billion a quarter. I'm not really worried about them, getting clapped more or less. I think there's always going to be downside on any names, but a lot of these names, I feel pretty confident of being able to hold them for a long time. So Pfizer, damn, I have 370 shares of Pfizer. And then in the other, that's on the big account. And then I think on the small accounts, probably 37 shares. Let's see. Do you put major stop losses on the long term? No. If I did, I would be a lot poorer. I guaranteed. So, like, if I, like, my Facebook, my Amazon, my Netflix, my Google, anything I've had, if I put stop losses, my wealth would have been diminished because I would have automatically sold when I wasn't looking. And then if it bounced up, I would have never made any of the money that it's came back to. Again, Meta, we bought more Meta on the YouTube accounts, but, like, just that's a great example of why I don't have anything like that. Again, my long term, I'm always balancing it out by adding things and taking away. But for the most part, it's like once I add it to the long term, I'm pretty much keeping it there until I have another life event or another investment to put them into. But I try to give things minimum 10 years before doing anything. We have 3 different long terms for the YouTube. We have the original one that started with $200 a month, and then we raised that one up there. And then we have the big account, which is 10 times larger. And then we have the Colt Sister. I have 40 on the small account. Pfizer, poor performer until COVID shenanigans. It kind of was, but it's also was like killing it too. And then biotechs are kind of like that. But then again, I mean, before COVID, they were back up. Like 2018, even beginning of 2019, like they were still at a, again, if they went, you'd be up 100% in your long term if they got up to 2018, 2019 levels. But then again, like AbbVie, you guys know AbbVie was in the gutter when we bought it. So like when we bought AbbVie, they had a pop and then they were dying and everybody thought Humira failing was going to kill the company. So when we had AbbVie, I mean, it was also one of those biotechs that did that. But it's just the whole point is Pfizer's not going anywhere. Whether, I don't like Pfizer as a company, and I don't like it so much I bought it in the long term just because I know it's not going anywhere. Big account, mom's long term. Yeah, we call that one mom's long term because I made it for her. She's never had a stock account, so I did start to show her what you could do with a bigger amount of savings, but that is mom's long term. Fidelity never transferred over the name. Would you add Lyft? I would get Lyft at a very low price, like $9, $8. So if Lyft fails after today's earnings, I would be down to buy it. If they fail and drop. We playing some earnings today? Of course we are, man. We're going to do that around 11 o'clock. We'll get into that. You don't hear me talk about my dad. You probably just aren't listening when I do. Don't try to play the therapist card. Some of you will be doing that, but I'm like, I think I just told a dad story the other day. I'm like, you don't talk about your father as much. Would you like to elaborate a little bit more on that, Joshua? Does your father present in your life? How about your father? Where does he stand in all of this? My dad, he always vibes with stocks, but he also thought it was gambling back in the day. Was he still buying gold? No, I stopped him. I told him not to. I told him to I said, you have enough. But yeah, my dad's insane with gold. It's so funny, bro. It's honestly the funniest thing ever. On that note. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. You asked the difference between Lyft and Uber. Lyft is just cheaper. Well, no. Uber has way more segments. So Lyft only does mobility, transportation. Whereas Uber has freight, they have data, they have the subscriptions, as well as now food delivery. So, that's the only thing, is that they share the same transportation industry, but Lyft and Uber are completely different. I don't think Uber could buy Lyft. I think it'll be antitrust. Uber Freight doesn't make money. That's the thing. Remember, everybody thought they were going to be good. They, low-key, that's been costing them money, if anything. Yeah, Lyft could be decent. But like I said, I would buy Lyft for parts. That goes back down to $8, $9. I like that valuation. I think it's still worth $3 billion or something, right? I think Lyft, you take this thing down. You got to take it down $3 to, yeah, damn, it'd still be worth 3.7. Still kind of up there, but I think it's decent comparatively. Because they're not that bad, but then low-key, Uber has dominated. Just Uber owns and then Uber's delivery, that makes them a ton. American Express to open largest lounge at Atlanta International Airport. We're down 10 points on the SPY. It says 64 from the morning. Yeah, I think we're down 64 points on SPX. I don't have SBLK, no. Yeah, literally, Euro close, we never went higher. We went a little bit higher than been selling, but it wasn't too big of a dump. But then again, bonds and dollar, there's still a lot of pressure there. Fox Business correspondent tweets top Wall Street CEOs and Fed watchers are now having doubts that Powell and the Federal Reserve will cut rates in March as inflation remains stubbornly high. Political pressure on Powell by Joe Biden admin to cut rates will ramp up as 2024 presidential election nears. Do I trade SPY options? Not too much. I trade futures. So we're in a gold future now, and I still have other index futures, but I don't really trade the SPY options like intraday. We did price them in, though. I was telling you guys about 2 standard deviation moves, and even today there was a couple of those plays depending on how you wanted to break it down, but I think even then the 489s, those came down a lot. What are we pricing in? You're like right in the middle. So you're pricing in like $1 move on the SPY for now? Interesting. So $2. So 2 standard deviations coming into tomorrow would be like 496.50 to like 492. BioNexus resumed trading. BGLC. Looked like they had news. Again, TLT still falling now. Yeah, they're about to go to another low. SPY trying to fight back. Tesla's on the low now. We're just looking at Airbnb. What's going on, fam? How you living? The Shopify, no, that one's not printing, believe it or not. Because, again, Shopify was pricing in a lot, so we went for 2 standard deviations. So that Shopify one, we bought it for 16 cents. It's worth $8 now. So it's not worth anything. I think 10-year above 425, the market can start cracking a little bit. Realistically, when the 10-year gets to 4.5, the market's going to freak out. But now that you're climbing through 4.25, the next destination is 4.5. So that's where I think we're going to have an issue there. But pretty much the higher bond yields go from here now, it may get a little harder for them for the market to ignore it. $9:30 push-ups, baby. Let's go. We'll get it. We were 10 minutes late on the other ones. So let's do these right on time, ladies and gentlemen. Not much data left. You still got some for the rest of the week. We got earnings after the bell. Even the market's doing a push-up. But we've been here for 3.5 hours. You got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendations. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Legs in front of you. And boom, baby. Looking good. And if you could do me a favor right now, man, I hope your day's doing good. But, like, listen, you're holding a lot of that CPI trauma in your shoulders. I know the market went down and then bounces back up, or you bought a bunch of cars or calls and then it starts coming down. You know what I'm saying? But just relax the shoulders, okay? You have a lot of tension, and that's what's held in your traumas. You have trauma traps, okay? So there you go. Release the CPI trauma. Relax your shoulders, man. You'll be good. Then relax the jaw. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. I can't relax. I'm down bad. I'm a total mess. Well, listen. That's why I'm telling you to relax. You act like not being relaxed will get you out of this scenario. Whereas if you relax those trauma traps, take a deep breath in, reset, call a timeout, you may be able to get yourself out of a bad situation. You know what I'm saying? So it's good I'm trying to give you some good advice here. Just relax a little bit, and then you'll be in the mindset to appropriately attack whatever problem or difficulty that you are facing. Okay? So let's get the body moving, man. Focus on something else for a little bit. Move the body around. Make it count. Come on. I was acting like telling someone to relax makes them relax. It does. If you know the reason why, I just gave you a good answer. You act like being not relaxed is going to help you get out of a situation that you are already in a situation where now you weren't relaxed and it's not going good. So I'm just saying, try something, man. Try something new. Relax a little bit, clear the eyes, move around a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Focus the problem from a new mindset. So I'm not telling you to just relax. I'm telling you why being relaxed will help you see a new answer. Mm-hmm. Oh, man. All right, now I got to do the wall stretch. We out here, baby. We out here. Echo! Oh, man. Ow. Oh, there it is. All right, we out here. Yeah, now I get a little foot balance and we'll be good. I'll grab some selling salts and focus. Just relax, like Josh says. Well, I think make a conscious effort to clear your mind and get back into the game. That's why. I don't know if y'all watch sports, man. If you ever get scored on in basketball like 10 times in a row, the ref calls timeout, even if you're not tired. Or not the ref, the coach. So that you could come back there. You got to relax, slow down the momentum, and get back to it. That's it. The lack of relaxation, if that didn't get you anywhere, then where's the other side going to get you, man? Oh, you just got to change it up a little bit. Change it up a little bit. It's the same respect. It's like telling me you're not relaxed. Like, well, why are you telling me that then? What's that going to do? If that got you in the situation, I'm balancing now, though. See, that's it. This isn't even relaxing, but, you know, you get to move away from everything. We're down major 1.1. It's not too bad. We were down a lot more in the morning. So we'll see. See where this takes us. You got followed by my second account. It's probably the scam account. Be careful. Ooh. I already got your earnings, ACAM, Airbnb, and Hood. Both Airbnb and Hood free. Oh, yeah, that should be good. We'll see what other stuff we get into. But amen. Hold on, I got 20 more seconds. 20 more seconds. JetBlue is Carl Icahn. All right. Good. Leg number 1. All right, leg number 2 now. Upstuck on Coinbase. Oh, yeah, where are the upstart calls? I forgot about those. Those came back down. They were up only for a little bit. You're making it free idea made my life easier. We had a good discussion on it yesterday. Like I said, if you just want to end that process of anxiety where you're like, do I take it? Do I not? If you want to just end the process of having to worry about the play, right when you make it free, I mean, you're good to go. Good to go and golden, baby. SPY up a little bit. Again, we just recovered that little post-euro dump there. It was looking pretty ugly earlier, and then bonds sold off even more. How do you make options free? Michael, Habibi, you've been asking me so many questions on day-to-day, but you don't watch the videos, huh? You don't watch the watch list. You just come to me and you ask me. You make it free by selling out and getting initial investment. Very, very long-term coach strategy. We've done very long time. Very, very long time, Habibi. Very important, you know. NVIDIA up. Disney, too. That one's been fun. Again, those Celsius are still holding. Those Airbnb puts, they're down from yesterday. That's crazy. You watched it 3-4 times. Must have missed it. Well, I just made another one on this one. Like, this was a separate one from the tutorial, but literally we just posted it 2 days ago. I think I did it last week because with ARM, I don't know if you watched the ARM play. I think you were here for that. But literally just like ARM, we made it free. So where was the example? I think I've done this twice so far. Yeah. See, so like ARM, this is what the stream alerts looks like. I even said it on the stream alert, went double to sell and make free before earnings. So even with the ARM, I bought 2 of the 95 calls for 32 cents. And then when they go up 100%, I sell out one of them to get my initial investment back. And then that way I could hold the other contract with no money out on the table. So it's what we've done. We did it yesterday with Airbnb as well, too. That was the other one. We grabbed the Airbnb 175s at 50 cents. They went up to $1.18. We sold them out. We bought 2 of them, sold one, got all the money back, and then that's it. Does this make his question free? Well, technically, I mean, no, it's 2 separate entities. Well, I still love you. I'll just cover his question. I forgot. I got to start charging him $1. We got to start charging him $1 for some of these. I have to get one of those Tibetan singing bowls to help those relax. I have something better, I think. It's this. You word it like you got the contract for free. Well, I always say make it free. So I don't know, maybe the tense or the adjectives, I think that's correct. But make it free is implying, and we talked about this all yesterday. Y'all probably weren't here, but we said it. The moment you buy a play, you're taking risk. The moment you make it free, you are just ending that level of having to risk anymore. But you make it free. You don't get the plays for free. Every play, you have to put money down and take the risk, but shortly thereafter, sometimes in a couple of minutes. So that ARM, the day we did the ARM one, I also did the Ubers. That one we made it free in like an hour. So the general idea is you buy a play, get your initial investment back, and then make it free. But you're not getting anything for free unless you do a debit spread. And then the credit on it is 0. I'm heavily invested in gold. Your thoughts? I don't like to be heavily invested in gold. I think gold is going to have a great moment here in the next 12 to 24 months because of the rates and where things are at. But, one regret I've had is investing in gold sometimes. I have physical gold, and that's the number one gold I would be getting. That's why I think you have the best value. But, when I look back over the years, I've made money on gold, and it's appreciated over 100%. But compared to like every other asset in the world, could have done a lot better. So the way I look at it, don't go big on the gold. I think have a small portion of your portfolio in gold if you want that type of exposure and protection. But I really wouldn't be going with a big amount of gold just because in the long run, I think you're going to underperform or you won't be able to benefit as much as other things. Same thing goes with silver. Any of them, I think, have a little bit of it. I have a little physical silver. I got physical gold, but just don't fall in love with it. Just start small. Regrets Costco gold. I put you on game with that one early. Gold went up from there too. Your mom is freaking out about bricks and telling me to buy gold. Well, yeah, I think the bricks is still just a scam to get people to have dollar fear. But at the end of the day, like I said, a little bit of gold. I told you my dad loves gold. I had to tell my dad to stop buying gold. I told you when I saw him, this fool comes home. He went to like a church meeting, dude. And then he wound up with all of these little gold coins, just people at church be selling him gold, man, and they're like the dollar, and then the Jesus coming back, and if the world, and then the world, and then like, bro, these church people, they be mad, they be slinging gold like damn Peter Schiff, bro. So yeah, it just yeah, unfortunately, all of your parents are probably vulnerable to this, but yeah, a little bit of gold, they don't need too much, but Middle Eastern folk love gold. They do. My dad loves gold, even my mom. But especially with, like, they see a little bit of the news and what's going on. They're like, we buy more gold, huh? You get more gold? I'm like, no, calm down. Calm down. My family is from Egypt. HWM on the high? What's this? Howmet Aerospace? Let's bet? I don't know, man. What do you want to bet on? Weren't you just telling me the CPI wasn't bad? Thesis has changed multiple times since January, but the market won't pull back. It has and it hasn't, but I definitely... The details are changing, but everybody still thinks the destination is the same, if that makes sense. So it's like a plane ticket still going San Diego to New York, but now we've changed like 4 different things about the flight plan. It's delayed. Everybody, and then we're changing who's boarding. A couple people got kicked off, but then everybody still thinks the plane is going to New York. So I definitely feel you on that. Gold will make big gains when they cut rates. That's what I believe. Or when the economy craters and then necessitates a rate cut. I'm getting some puts now. No, I'm going to wait a little bit, but I am considering I'd probably go short on the futures. Maybe some puts if there's a good value, but I want to see how we kind of work through this next day or so. But this might be a good opportunity because then by the time it starts moving, it'll be too late. Home Depot has earnings next week. You're up 100 already. Those can move. Home Depot moves a lot. Maybe we'll wait ahead of earnings then if it's already up. I don't think recession is still on the cards unless economic data totally craters and goes the other way. $9.47. Hedwin, welcome, my friend. How are you? Checking the time. I still got to get a couple more previews, but it's 9:40. We're getting close to PHILO time. And then we'll get into our schedule with earnings. Day number 2 of earnings. Airbnb, bro. Airbnb. I think Taiwan, the Black Swan event. Trying to know, man. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know if I've said it this year. Have I said it this year? I think I have. But, like, I guess this will be my yearly warning that, like, both BRICS and, like, Taiwan invasion, they're all psyops to get you worried about stuff you shouldn't be worried about. That's my take personally. Again, nobody pays me to say stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you think I'm a Republican, a Democrat, you think I'm woke, I'm not woke, whatever it is. All I know is that this whole BRICS situation and then this whole Taiwan is going to imminently get invaded by China. It is all there to distract you. And it has zero relevance in I think, the real world right now. Both of them. I know, that sounds like a wild claim, but then again, you do get a lot of fear porn towards those topics. And that's what I'm saying, just a yearly reminder. From what, I don't know, but it's a waste of time. And, like, it gets everybody, like I'm saying, it gets everybody there. And like I'm trying to explain, I mean, what do I get? I don't really, like, benefit or lose anything by telling you this, but just from my, like, experience in stocks, the world, finance, like, I've seen shit like this, but it's just, like, again, the BRICS are not a worry. China invading Taiwan, like, there's so many other, like, you should be more worried about Evergrande and Chinese real estate collapse right here, right now, and Chinese deflation. That is 10 times more worrying than Taiwan getting invaded by China. And one of them is more likely, too. China getting a collapsed economy that won't be able to recover. That's more likely than them invading Taiwan at this point. And then, like I'm saying, the BRICS and all of that, you know, they can't even agree to, we can't even agree to send money to Ukraine, and then everybody else, they don't even know what to agree on in terms of their policy. Nigeria does whatever they want. A damn OPEC can't even agree on outputs and all of that, and you expect them to come together and make, you know, all agree on a currency? Nah, sorry. What if they invade to boost their economy? That might work. It's assuming they all work together. So, like, let me ask you this. Are you scared of Donald Trump and Nancy Pelosi robbing your house? Right? Or what if they steal your data and use it against you? Are you worried about a team with Nancy Pelosi and Donald Trump on the same team? Like, are you worried about that? Like, do you think there's a real risk that Nancy Pelosi and what's his name, Donald Trump, partner up for something? Are you worried about that? They don't like each other. That's true, exactly. So, like, do you expect them to work together? And then do you think Nancy and Donald Trump are going to make a currency together? And then they're going to be like, oh, we made Truth, Diversity, Social. And boom, and then they come out with that. They come out with Truth, Diversity, Social, brought to you by Donald Trump and Nancy Pelosi. And then everybody, and then they start working together. And they're like, oh, we're going to get rid of Facebook by using Truth, Diversity, Social. You see what I'm saying? It's the same thing with the BRICS. It's one thing if they do something that they would all benefit off of, but, like, who's the winner, who's the loser, and then they don't work together. A lot of those countries aren't really friends. To get them to work together, that would take a lot of other stuff. Except Russia and China are friends. What about India? Where do they fit in? And then India and China, and then where does Brazil and Latin America factor into this? And then was it Venezuela who backed out, or whoever got in? And then one backs out, one gets in. Why did they back out and get in? India, I disagree, because I agree with you, India is ambitious, but why are they going to work with China then? Come on. If you're so ambitious to take over this part of the world, factor in, you know, India takes care of Dubai and then Saudi Arabia, why are they going to work with China when they could take China's spot? And then why is China going to help their replacement get to the spot that they were at when China's trying to lock everything down? And then how is one country that's sanctioned by the whole world going to work with the country that sanctions themselves by not letting money leave their economy? And then how is that going to factor into the other economy who outlaws certain bills of damn cash for digital stuff? Then the other country doesn't even like digital anything unless it's by the government. And then, again, where does fucking Brazil fit in all of this? And then their relations with the United States and fuel and agriculture are just, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense. You could say to kill the weaponized dollar, but they all need to cooperate for that to occur. But the humorous part is just you're asking these very diverse countries that have never worked together in the past, then that don't really like each other, you're asking all of them to work together as a cohesive unit to destroy the dollar. So unfortunately, the dollar benefits by everybody has exposure to it. How are you going to get all of these people to commit to working for their own interest while at the same time not going for their own interest collectively versus one individually? I agree. They have beef, but 150 years of imperialism from America could bring others together. Most of the world is tired of our shit. Yeah, but like that's a very American view. I love America. God bless America. Shout out the vets. Would I say that everybody loves what we have done? Fuck no. But at the same time, it's bigger than just us. Again, India and China have a culture together. Again, think about, India and even Pakistan and how certain things have happened, right? It's just like all of these countries have their own thing. Vladimir Putin will go up and tell you 300 years of history. They all have to deal with their own stuff as well. So, maybe everybody doesn't like America, but that's assuming that they don't like us more than they don't like each other. But that's not really true. All of their cultures are very different in that part of the world, even compared to American culture. So it's very hard to get these guys working together. We're down because CPI came in hot today. Yeah, and I mean, that is the easiest one right there. 100%. If OPEC can't collaborate, how do you expect all the other ones? How do you expect the countries to do it? So you can't even get a group of all the oil-producing cartel people if they can't even agree on how to cut oil, because they all, again, Nigeria's like, dude, we have a budget. Venezuela, all the other places are like, nah, man, we can't do that. Saudi's the only ones who are willing to do it. And then Russia has to deal with everything else. It's like, how do you expect them to handle a whole network of global trade now and work together? It's just that's a way bigger task than just handling your oil output. Oh. All right, we're coming down a little lower. I need to go to the bathroom.
Eastern today, of course, on closing bell, along with Liz Young, Rich Saperstein, Lauren Goodwin. So track the market. Dow right now down, as you see, more than 500 points. Hotter than expected CPI, the culprit today. Josh, what's your final trade?
Amazon.
Stephanie Link.
Quanta Services, $30 billion backlog, $1 billion of free cash flow per year.
All righty. Rob Seachin, what do you have for us today?
O'Reilly Automotive down 5% last week. It shines in volatile markets, and people have old cars they need to fix.
Yeah, hey, that Jimmy's been talking about that. Speaking of, what's your final trade?
Qualcomm. I know you've got Quanta Services up there. It's actually Qualcomm, so there was a little miscommunication there.
All right.
But I think the narrative's changed here. It's not just the mobile phone market bottoming. It's Internet of Things and automotive propelling them further.
You like Quanta Services?
I actually do, by the way. So put a pin in that. We'll come back to that.
All right, there you go, Steph. All right, as I said, we're red across the board. Dow's down by more than 500. We'll see as I track you through the final hour of trade. It does it for us. The exchange is next.
Damn, bro. Barely gave me enough time. I kind of need to take a dump, bro. I don't know. We'll make earnings plays a lot easier. We could just clean some out. We'll have to see. This CPI is important. It is. I mean, this CPI already changed a lot. So, again, I do think today's CPI until the next big set of data, I think we're going to be a little bit more bumpier. You know, I don't think the market is going to. I don't think the market is gonna. It's not gonna rally as easily, knowing that, you know, the rate cuts and even future rate cuts are kind of hanging on to a thread. So we will see. Excuse me. I got the hiccups. Oh. Oh. Oh, man. Do you hear this? I sound like a pig squealing. Yeah, my bad. I don't know. This is not going away. There's a hostage diplomacy event. Yeah, hold on. I was going to give you the PHILO, but you guys have to give me a second. I'm going to give you the recap of the press briefing.
House to send this legislation to his desk immediately so that he can sign it into law.
Oh, BRB.
The costs of inaction are rising every day. America's leadership matters, and the world is watching what the House Republicans do. I also want to highlight a win for the American people against Big Pharma. Yesterday, a district court in Texas dismissed a case it brought against President Biden's Medicare drug price negotiation program. When President Biden came into office, he vowed to lower health care costs for American families. By bypassing the Inflation Reduction Act, the president and congressional Democrats finally allowed Medicare to negotiate lower prescription drug prices for seniors, while every single Republican in Congress voted against it. Despite Big Pharma's attempts to block the program, this administration is moving forward on fully implementing it. The bottom line is, Americans shouldn't be forced to pay 2 to 3 times more for their prescription drugs than other developed nations. President Biden will continue to stand up to Big Pharma and take action to lower health care costs for millions of seniors and their families. Today, our thoughts are with the families of the 3 students who were tragically killed 1 year ago at Michigan State University, the 5 students who were injured as a result of this horrific gun violence, and the countless others traumatized by that day. Tomorrow also marks another painful tragedy as we remember the 14 students and 3 educators who lost their lives 6 years ago at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. From Michigan to Florida, American children and educators are being gunned down in classrooms, on college campuses, and in their own homes and communities, as guns remain the #1 killer of kids in America. The president has met with countless survivors of gun violence who have turned their pain into purpose by advocating for common sense gun safety measures that protect communities and save lives. In Michigan, young leaders demanded action from their legislators, ultimately leading to the most significant package of gun safety reforms to ever pass in the state. In Parkland, students successfully organized and saw Florida pass a major gun safety package that included a red flag law and raised the age of purchase firearms. Young people across the nation marched for their lives, and thanks to their collective efforts, President Biden was able to sign into law the most significant gun safety law in nearly 30 years with the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. The president continues to stand with millions of young Americans who are calling on Congress to do more, As the president often says, nothing is beyond our capacity when we act together, and that includes ending the epidemic of gun violence once and for all. So with that, my colleague Admiral John Kirby is here to give an update on what's happening in the Middle East. Admiral?
Just an administrative note this afternoon. President's. Good morning. Yeah, good morning to you. But this afternoon, the President's Interagency Task Force to monitor and combat trafficking in persons will meet at the White House for the third time now since the administration took office to reaffirm our commitment to combat human trafficking. This task force is a cabinet-level activity created by the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000 that coordinates the federal government's anti-trafficking efforts, and that includes implementing our National Action Plan to combat human trafficking, which we released back in December of 2021. Secretary of State Blinken, Homeland Security Advisor Liz Sherwood-Randall, Domestic Policy Advisor Neera Tanden will all chair this meeting and host it. They'll give remarks and they'll have an opportunity to hear from leaders across the interagency and cabinet-level agencies about their accomplishments in trying to help us combat human trafficking, as well as the challenges that they're facing and the things that we got to do better to address this problem. So that's it. Yes, ma'am.
Can I get an update from the administration's perspective on how the talks in Cairo are going today? Or is the White House seeing any substantive progress in those discussions? I believe one Egyptian official said we could see a potential final draft of what a hostage deal could look like after today. So what's the perspective? What's your perspective?
Yeah, we're glad that these discussions are ongoing, and as I've said before, they've been constructive and they've been moving in the right direction. But I don't have a specific update for you today, and I wouldn't want to get ahead of discussions as they're occurring as you and I speak right now. So very much reflective of the effort that the President has put into this, and the whole national security team is devoted to this. We want to get those hostages home as soon as possible, and that work is going on.
And a quick follow-up. I know you were asked yesterday, but since Secretary Austin remains, his health issues are ongoing, has the President spoken with the Secretary in the last couple of days?
He has not spoken to him that I'm aware of. I'm not aware of a call yet. He respects that the Secretary is, still hospitalized, still being seen to by doctors for this bladder condition, and I think he wants to respect that process.
Thanks very much. John, do you have any indication that the Israelis are holding off on the Rafah offensive because of the strong words that President Biden has had about this issue?
I don't know that we have any indication that of their timing one way or the other, Jeff, and that would be something for them to speak to. But as you heard the President say, we don't believe that it's advisable to move forward with a major operation in Rafah unless or until there has been proper accounting for all the civilians that are there.
And the King yesterday had some pretty strong words about the deaths of Palestinians. What was President Biden's sense of that meeting, and does that impact his own advocacy with the Prime Minister of Israel as well?
The President, too, had some pretty strong words about civilian deaths and how there's been too many. Certainly the conduct of the operations was of discussion yesterday. I won't go into more detail than that, but you can expect, of course, they talked about the conduct of the operations. And as for what effect that conversation yesterday will have, or the President's own thinking on the conduct of the operations, which, again, he's been very candid about on Prime Minister Netanyahu's decision-making, I couldn't say. I would just leave you with this. We have consistently conveyed our concerns to our Israeli counterparts, including the Prime Minister, about moving forward in Rafah in a major way without due consideration of civilians. And we have consistently conveyed privately and publicly, but privately too, our concerns about the need to continue to look for ways to reduce civilian casualties. As the President said yesterday, there's been too many.
Thanks. John, the President said that there should be a credible and executable plan in place to safeguard civilians in Rafah before Israel were to launch any kind of ground invasion. In the White House view, what would a credible plan look like? How would you ever realistically move 1.4 million people out of the way?
I think first of all, they'd be the ones that have to come up with this plan. I think what we want to see in any kind of a plan to make it credible would be to account for, as I think MJ was asking me yesterday, to account for the now more than a million people, some estimates up to 1.5 million, that are seeking refuge in Rafah. It's a small geographical space, the Gaza Strip, period. It's really small down there around Rafah, and you got 1 million to 1.5 million people that are seeking safety. And so any credible plan that could be executable would have to take into account their physical movement, safe movement, as well as proper subsistence for them, food, water, medicine, access to health care, and be able to stay together as family units. So all of that would have to be factored in.
Does the White House believe there is any possible plan out there that would be executable, given the infrastructure situation within Gaza right now?
Again, we haven't seen what the Israelis are thinking or what exactly they're putting pen to paper on. Prime Minister Netanyahu said that he had tasked his army, the IDF, to do exactly that. So we'll see what they come up with.
On this funding fight, obviously you're urging Congress to act. You all have been fairly optimistic, but realistically, I mean, Speaker Johnson doesn't seem to have any interest in bringing up this bill to fund Ukraine and Israel. So what is Plan B? Is there a Plan B if Congress doesn't get this done?
I won't get into hypotheticals. I think the president was very clear in his statement. It's really important that the House now take this up and get it to his desk. As Karine said, if it gets to his desk, he'll sign it. It's critical. This, as we've said before, we said it when we submitted the supplemental back in October. There is no magical pot of money from which to draw to try to support these allies and these partners, and to try to support, oh, by the way, significant humanitarian assistance needs, not just in Gaza, but elsewhere around the world. Congress needs to act. They need to be the ones to move forward.
But are you seeing any cause for optimism that Congress is actually going to do anything? Because so far it certainly doesn't seem like the Speaker is moving in that direction.
I think today's a pretty optimistic sign that it got through the Senate. That's not an insignificant milestone. And again, we're grateful for the bipartisan leadership in the Senate. Now it's time for the House to act the same way.
And can you just say broadly, I mean, if this doesn't get done, this lack of funding, not to mention Trump's recent comments about NATO, what message broadly is this sending our allies and the world about our ability to follow through on our commitments? I mean, can we be trusted?
It sends messages, if we don't get this done, it sends messages not just to allies and partners, but to potential adversaries as well, that the United States can't be counted on, that we're not interested in being a leader on the world stage, that we aren't going to be able to stand by our commitments to allies and partners who are fighting really critical fights here. Israel's in a fight literally for their lives, and the Ukrainians are too, for their democracy. So I think it sends a strong signal to the whole world that perhaps certain members of Congress aren't willing to show and demonstrate the kind of American leadership on the world stage that President Biden has.
Jake Sullivan yesterday met virtually with the families of the 6 American hostages who are in Gaza. And in a statement after that meeting, the hostage families said that they expressed frustration with the pace of negotiations. Does the White House share in that frustration?
We would love nothing more, Arlette, than to have every single hostage back with their families yesterday and the day before that. We are working with a real sense of alacrity and urgency here to try to get an extended pause in place.
All right, couple names. Eli Lilly moving. I'm back now.
Nobody can blame.
So we don't need to listen to this anymore. So thank you for that. That was good. I'm glad we're back now. We still got earnings on the way, but Chattadonia, are you ready or what? Are you ready or what? Did it come out yet? I don't think did they not send it out to you? Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh. Oh, Chattadonia. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, are you ready? What comes before earnings? It's PHILO. So some of you have liked this moment. Some of you have not. Thankfully, you have the free will to determine whether or not you will stay. But here's the deal, man. You know the thing that I thank you guys for every day? You know how lately, last couple of months, I've been telling y'all, I've been very proud of what some of y'all have been doing, especially with PHILO, the way I've been seeing some of y'all work on yourself. It's very awesome to see, man. I'm telling you. It's very, very good. So are you ready? Because today's PHILO is going to be about all of that, actually. Oh, I don't know if you guys are ready for it. So just know I'm thanking you. But today, do you know what I am talking about? Do you know what I want to thank some of you guys for? Does anybody know? I'm looking for 2 words. What would I be thanking you for? I don't know. I don't know if I don't know. I don't know if I could give you another hint. I know I've said it many times, but I hope I could conceptualize it a lot better here today. What am I so consistent attendance? Although that would be great. No, that's not it. No, it's not it. Taking action, being here, sunshine, showing up, being present. It's a big part of it. Loyalty, love, and knowledge, all great answers. Implementing, showing up, the vets. Amen, shout out the vets. That's not the answer, though. The long term, that's a great answer, but that's not it. For following PHILO. Again, like I've said, man, you can listen to PHILO, but, it doesn't mean it'll always make a change. You know what I'm saying? Like, what good is PHILO if, all it is just listen to, Loving one another. Amen, that's a good thing, but then again, all it takes is one political speech, and then we're like, where is the love? Willingness to learn, trying something, faith, staying alive. I love the answer. These are great answers, but you guys aren't hitting it on the head. Taking action is part of it. Taking action is part of it, but maybe when I say it, it'll open up your eyes. Do you want me to tell you being present? No, respecting others, consistency, bettering ourselves. All right, I'll tell you. This is what I'm thankful for. This is what I'm proud of, and this is what we are going to be talking about today. Are you ready? The thing that I am thankful for, when I am shouting out you guys and I'm saying, good job, keep this up, you know what I'm saying? I am talking about personal leadership. Oh, y'all don't feel me. So I hope all of your answers, you could tie it in, but come on, is that not it? Well, I'm saying good job. You're getting up every morning. Wow, you're doing what you need to with the long term. You're saving up. You actually care to hear about something that'll change you in a way, something that you could soak up more info. Come on. It is all personal leadership. That's what I'm shouting out every single day on these PHILOs. Every single day before I start. And I'm saying shout out to the Chads out there. It's literally those of you who are taking personal leadership, understanding that, guess what? Oh, Josh, why are you talking about this? Dude, it doesn't matter what I talk about. Why? Because it matters what you do. That's personal leadership. It don't matter if I'm talking nonsense or if I'm talking the best thing in the world. What do you do with it? Again, whether I'm going over PHILO or earnings, do you lead yourself? And you do what you need to do, and you take your steps to get about making the most of whatever the moment really is. Again, finding the time to say, you know what, maybe I need to relax a little bit. Maybe I do need to calm down. Maybe I need to spend a little bit more time. Maybe reading stuff that isn't just the stock market and overwhelming myself. Maybe I should look into goals and planning and scheduling, and you take it upon yourself. All of that is personal leadership. So that's what I'm talking about today, Chadadonia. I love it. I hope y'all feel me, man. Because here's the caveat to personal leadership. This is where everybody makes a mistake on. Because everybody thinks they could only be a leader if they are a leader. Right? Like if literally some of y'all, how many of you would do the manager's work if you were just a normal employee? If you weren't the supervisor, would you do the same work that the supervisor does? Think about that. Some of you say yes, some of you say no. That right there is the answer to all of this. Why? Because it's easy to visualize this in a working sense. A lot of us think only our responsibility arrives if we are given that authority. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Chad, some of us are waiting to take personal responsibility and personal leadership, you are waiting for somebody to put you in the authority to do that. That's the problem. Do you get it? It's like being at a job. If you don't have that position, why would I do the work? Guess what? The same thing applies to your life. Man, how many of you didn't even save or invest because in your mind, you thought you thought you didn't have the authority to make money? Stop playing with me. I know it's damn real. Or you'll be like, oh, I don't have the authority. You know how many of y'all tell me you can't buy a house? And not just this year, I get it. Things have gone crazy. Oh, no. What about 2019? What about 2020, 2021? I'm telling you a lot. Some people just simply believe they didn't have authority. Why? Because they were waiting for somebody to give them authority and give them the responsibility so that they could go and take that leadership role. Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me, Chad. So y'all don't know. Do you know what this concept comes from? Uncle has mentioned it, but it comes from something bigger. This is one of my favorite books. I don't know if I put this on the list, but I've talked to you guys about this book before. It's called Leader Without a Title. That's what the whole book is about. It's a story. It's a great story about a guy who's struggling, and then he meets somebody, and he's shocked by how this person acts. And then he goes on to tell him that the secret to life is becoming a leader without a title. Where he talks to him saying, you need to have a responsibility and you need to start living your life as if you are a leader without anybody ever giving you the role as a leader. Oh, come on. He says it. Here's a quote. He says, being your manager is the least of my dreams. Titles don't interest me at all. Doing my best work is all that matters to me. And I don't need to have any formal authority to do that. You just don't need formal authority to lead anymore. Only a desire to be involved and the commitment to making a positive difference. Mother Teresa would say, if everyone would sweep their own doorstep, the whole world will be clean. No role is a small role. Oh, man. The book is called Leader with No Title by Robin Sharma. It's a classic. It's a classic book. It's a classic one. You know, that's why I was thinking about literally personal leadership. I was thinking about the thank you that I gave you guys. And this is where it boils down to. It requires people taking personal leadership without anybody giving you authority. You do not need to be made a leader for you to start leading things. Some of y'all are waiting for yourself to change before you change your life. It's the other way around. The moment you start saying, I'm going to lead this in this direction, I am going to change this, this is what I am going to do, I am going to take accountability on every single one of these things, I'm going to go about it, this is my goal, this is my task. That's it. That's where it starts. You know, one thing he says it very simply. He says, people may obey you because of your position, but they will follow you for the kind of person you are and the type of quality of life that you live. Do you not get it? Bro, nowadays, nobody gives a shit about a title. Even more so when this book was written. Nowadays, you don't need anybody to tell you who you are and what you can do, yes or no. You look around, look at the world. Some of you get mad about this. You're like, well, you can't do that. Well, why not? Look at the world we live in. The same things that bother you are the same things communicating to you that you could do whatever you want. It's not about this, again, that formal authority. Some of us are still looking for formal authority to make the moves that we need to. Or if you just realize you give yourself that authority, then there you go. So the question, it's very simple. Do you guys not understand what it is? Personal leadership. If that's the most important thing, what should you be asking yourself? There's one question you need. I don't know if I could give you the answer. The book has some. You could go over, you could think about this, but this is what I want to leave you with today. How do you lead yourself? Not how well do you perform with someone telling you what to do. No. If personal leadership is the most important thing, how are you leading yourself? You know Earl Nightingale, he talks about the analogy, the boat, and you being the captain at the helm. Do you realize this is the question? How did you lead yourself today? What are you going to do today to lead yourself? If you are the boss of yourself, you are the manager, you are the owner, then what are you doing? How are you mastering yourself every day? Screw that. How are you leading yourself? So that's what I'm talking about today. It's a thank you to all the people with personal leadership, but a reminder that you all have a role of leading yourself every single day. With what you talk about, with what you focus on, what you put your time to, how you treat other people, how you treat the work regardless of how you feel. You know, a big part he talks about is mastering the times when things don't go your way. That's a big part of this stuff, and I feel like it comes up a lot cliche naturally, but it's everything. How are you leading yourself on the days you don't want to? You're tired. Literally, so you know many people, I'm down today. Okay, how do you lead yourself? I was trying to explain to y'all why relaxing's good. In a bigger call, I'm saying, how do you lead yourself? What do you do? What's your personal leadership? Oh, today's not doing good. I messed up. Oh, I'm in trades. I could have done better. Oh, I'm just not doing good. How are you going to guide yourself out of it? Are you going to be mean to yourself? Are you going to be angry? Are you going to capitulate, refuse to work? Do you see what I'm saying? You could go down the whole list. But my real question to all of you is, how are you leading yourself on a day-to-day basis? And are you aware that this is your responsibility? This is your formal authority. You do not need anybody to say, oh, you got this degree, you have this now you could do this. No. It's saying when you wake up every morning, how are you guiding yourself? How are you leading yourself with the authority you already have? And guess what? If you already have that authority and don't use it, what's going to happen? Really think about that. It's kind of crazy. Because that's how you know potential is being wasted. If you can't lead yourself now with all of the authority, what's the authority going to give you? So, Chad, it's not how well you do when somebody tells you to do something. The question is, how well do you do when you tell yourself to do something? So, Chad, big ups to all the people exercising personal leadership. And for everybody else out there, man, you can start today. You can lead yourself. You don't need any sort of approval for it or not. And if you could answer this question of how you lead yourself, I'm sure you'll be able to answer what you're going to get out of this life as well, too. So on that note, man, I hope you take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the Chad. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watch. That's the main channel. First link for the Screaming Larks boot camp and real estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. God bless you. And now time for Uncle, and then I need earnings previews. Where's Biden? Biden should be coming on. PHILO green bar.
The whole idea of spiritual warfare is not what you think when you watch some movie like The Exorcist. Spiritual warfare is much more subtle, and it's much more tricky.
It's a call, baby. Yeah. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about their weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing, then it's deeded, and my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the troops. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yup, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest's on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a cult.
It's a cult. That's it, man. That's it. We did it, man. We did it, Joe. We did it. All right, well, Joe's actually going to come on live here in a little bit. I got a couple more previews. We're still ahead of time. 10:30. That's called Paul Freestyle. That's my Uncle Answers, man. Yeah, man. That was a good one. It's a good one, man. It's a leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. So, let's see. I have most of them, but there's a couple more that we're missing for the morning. Let's see if I could get these. I don't like being quiet, though, while I get them. I could try to talk to you, but I may get distracted. There's a lot of random names. I don't know. There's some names on here after the big ones. We are kind of dying down. Again, next week you'll have a couple more big ones, but that's it. That's it, man. Bought some gold for the overnight. I was looking at it, man. I'm in the GCs. I'm barely up on the minis. Drop is everywhere, man. You listen on YouTube Music for free. Spotify is everywhere, bro. Everywhere. Jobs report. Initial jobless claims, not like non-farms. That'd be crazy. Okay, I put the slow medieval while I look for plays. I might get a little weird. That, like, I had a little too much fun with that yesterday. Jen Rack. Biden, if he comes on, it'll buy us some time because we're a little ahead of time. I didn't think we were going to be that. I went to the bathroom. I thought it would have taken a little bit more time. Williams, WMB. I'm almost done with all of them, though. That book is called Leader Without a Title, or Leader with No Title, by Robin Sharma. Sunoco. Honestly, I think I'm done. I think I have them. MasterCard files mixed security shelf. Okay. Gensler, I mean, he doesn't really affect monetary policy. He's just bearish or bullish towards assets like Bitcoin and stuff like that. But I can't even remember the last time Gary Gensler moved the markets unless they announced like some big trading shifts. I mean, the SEC recently changed how like hedge funds get viewed as like dealers or not, but even then that didn't really like move the market around too crazy. He's going on before the bell. So he's probably going to say stuff about Bitcoin. That would be the one thing I could think of. Lord answer, prithee I request, what does thine eye perceive upon thy beds and breakfasts upon thy clouds? Oh, thy bed and breakfast upon thy clouds shall be a tremendous earnings. We will see the journey he shall take, or if they will put him in the stocks and hang him, for they do not appreciate what thy bed and breakfast upon thy clouds has accomplished in its tenure, short tenure upon the street. Leader Had No Title by Robin Sharma. Yes, sir. Home Depot raised to 400 from 385 by Wells Fargo. Maintained at overweight. Unity, JetBlue going up 734. That's actually pretty high. Again, the news was Carl Icahn last night. I was literally as the watch list was coming out. Airbnb, Disney, still a hold. The Airbnb puts, they're cheaper than yesterday, surprisingly. Indian stock market's great. I don't really trade it, but it's bigger than Hong Kong now, and I think India is a very interesting place to be at right now for investments. Update, ugly and disconcerting inflation report upsets markets thinking on when Fed will cut rates. Oh, the Zaza came back down to the level I sold at. So even then, the Fed futures, they didn't even rebound by middle of the day. The Airbnb put, I got the 2 standard deviations, I think a little further. You booked the Airbnb next weekend in Hawaii. Nice. Let's go. I think Airbnb, I don't know how the stock is going to perform, but I think their earnings should be decent. I say decent because this is usually their slower quarter. So believe it or not, you would think fourth quarter would be good, but they pretty much report end holiday season on the quarter before. So this is usually the quarter where it kind of takes a dip. But then again, I think they probably did well comparative with all the other travel trends. So I don't know how Wall Street's going to hook them up though. So again, a lot of people with Airbnb, even if they do good, their valuation is high. If it's not an AI optimism, people care about that. So we'll find out how it plays out. But I am leaning to the positive side. Again, we have 2 free plays, but I also have a put as well. So I'm not really like sold on anything, if that makes any sense. Like, I'm not like, oh, it has to go up, it has to die. I think it's just going to be a pivotal earnings. Again, if they break out, they have a lot of upside. They could go crazy. Vice versa, if things go bad for them and then they fail even worse than Expedia or Marriott, they'll be back down to the gulag and they have a lot of premium to give up. Last year, this quarter, it beat, but then it came down. So remember, it like shot up and then they sold it off right after. All right. We still got like 20 minutes. 20 minutes. We'll give it a little bit. We'll start the previews in like 5 or 10 minutes. I like CRISPR a lot. They've moved up recently in the last couple of days, but I think it just moved up too much to add to the long term, unfortunately. But I love the technology, the idea, and a lot of people speak highly about CRISPR. But then again, Pfizer, Pfizer has some of the gene editing stuff. Walmart, I'm still debating on whether or not we pick it up. I wanted to see where it was at right before. And then again, because if I want to do Pfizer, I have to give myself another early deposit. So I don't know if I want to get into a hype with that or a habit of that. Break the resistance. Well, bonds are still down. SPY going again. You had that little post-Euro sell-off. You had that little bounce, but that one ended up failing, and now you're like, what, 7 points away from the low? But we've moved pretty slow, and then the volume is pretty decently high. Yeah, you're about to have more volume than yesterday, and we still have, what, 2.5 hours left? 2 hours 20? Wasn't Spot up though? Hepion Pharmaceuticals. I don't know if this is going to be another random runner on the day. Hepa the pig. Lyft is going up here too. Lyft, oh, that's JDST. I was like, damn. Lyft is, why did I say 16? My thing is tripping out. Ex-dividend for 3M 215. Ah, you only have 2 days for that one? No. Hertz holding down nearly 12, on track for record close. Record low of close. ATRA. Peppa or Hepla? When you start off making money with just 100, it'll be difficult, but definitely possible. It's just harder because with $100, you're gonna have less opportunities. So you gotta really pick and choose, but it's a little difficult with the earning strategy we've been going after, because if you don't hit on any of them, you're going to need some more money for the next one. But you can still get exposure. But if you do that $100 a month in the long term, it may not be sexy, but then you could definitely do something. I mean, we have a small account, which would be like, it's like $200, $300 a month, but that's growing to like $18,000 in about 3 years. So you could do that with a small amount. Trading is just going to be a matter of getting lucky on whatever balance you have available, and if you make it alive before going down. Beamer announces 12 million offering. That was in the morning. That was one of the other runners. BMR. They still went up, unless they dropped afterwards. Tesla. VIX is ripping. It is up 8%, actually. VIX is at 1505. So it was up yesterday, and then even today now. This is almost the highest the VIX has been in a year. No shit. NASDAQ got pummeled today. Even yesterday didn't do as good. BGLC, I've seen that halted and unhalted twice today. TNDM Tandem. They're up 3. Oh, wow. Tandem's an interesting one. You sold your dog to buy 2 NVIDIA shares? What kind of dog did you have? That's an expensive dog. Gold. I think gold can hold up. I'm down to trade gold near these lower levels, but gold is going to move with rate cut odds. Dude, Instacart is pricing in 20%. That's like the crazy part. All right, Tandem's interesting. BioNexus. Airbnb. That's still holding, surprisingly. Disney's below. All right. I think we start early. Give us some time. Yeah, ZQZ. Yeah, I got out of it today. I took a $4,000 gain off of it. So that one flipped around a lot, but I'm out of the Zazas. Did it go low? Damn, it hit a new low today. So it hit another low about half a point. I sold out half a point higher. Yeah, bro, the Instacart is insane. I'm kind of nervous because I still have those shares, and then literally yesterday I'm up on the shares, and then right away they sink. It's done that twice on me already now. So I could either get out of Instacart with a small loss now after having like $1,000 of profit yesterday, but then I have a big share position. I don't know. And then again, it's too expensive to protect. Maple Bear is just the parent company. That's the name of it. So Instacart's its own brand. BKs, don't they have earnings? Yo, Bank of New York Mellon, why are they getting smashed? They're going to, no, Blackstone is the one that has earnings. There's an exploit on Cart. You're buying accounts for $150, and it allows $50 off of $55 in groceries. So you buy an account for $150, and then it gives you $50 off groceries. That's pretty cool. BK already reported. Interesting. I think that's what he's saying. You buy an Instacart account for $1.50. You buy someone's Instacart account and then you get $50. Is that? I don't know. I'm trying to clarify. Are you thinking about selling your bird? Well, I'm just going to time you out for the day. Weird animal seller. Okay? This is giving me weird vibes. You know, and I don't want to feed into this. You know, I don't know if you're serious or not, so I'm just going to time you out, and you know what I'm saying? We'll make sure you're safe, and hopefully more animals are protected in this process. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know. I was just waiting to start the earnings previews. All righty. Chattadonia. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, stream alerts. I hope you guys made it in time. I gave you guys the warning. You'll be getting the plays too, just in case you miss them. But are you ready now for the second annual of the week earnings previews? Yes, the second annual. We actually have done this every day for the last couple of months now, or about a month and a half, but we have more earnings previews. We're going to go over everything that is reporting tomorrow. So I hope you guys are locked and loaded. If you have not watched the tutorial, the main strategy that we're going over, if you go and search Ghetto Standard Deviation on YouTube, a video from the trading fraternity will pop up, and that will be the one you want to watch, and it will explain everything. So what we're going to be doing, we're going to be going to the option chains for the companies with earnings. We're going to go over their earnings preview. Then we're going to price in the options, and then we are going to see if those contracts are expensive or cheap. We're going to go over what is priced in on one standard deviation, and then the plays, if we do them, are more than likely going to be 2 standard deviation plays. Now, here is the deal. I've given this disclaimer many times. What you are about to see is probably tantamount to scratchers at the gas station. There is a high risk, high reward level with this, but we are playing with a very small amount of money. If you use this info and you don't use it accurately and you do not control your budget, everything you are about to see can hurt you and blow up your account. If you go crazy, we're spending $10, $20, you spend $200, $300, $2,000. Before you know it, all of these plays can add up and they could hurt you. So please use this info responsibly and don't use it to blow up in an account. And like we've said, it's all about knowing how to price in options. Once you know what is priced in, you could venture off from there and tie it into any strategy. Just because I buy a play doesn't mean you have to buy it. You could go one way, 2 ways, sell premium, find another way, trade it with shares. You could do whatever you want, but the idea is once you know what is priced in, then you are able to act on it, all right? Sound good, Chattadonia? Does that sound good? Are we all on the same page? Are we all on the same page now? Y'all feeling good? Y'all feeling good? So what's the first one we got, baby? Airbnb. Oh, my goodness. The one and only. Airbnb. Wow. Very nice. So Airbnb, they are expected to do $2.16 billion versus guidance of $2.13 to $2.17. Gross booking value $15.19 billion. EBITDA $645.4 million. EBITDA margin 29.8%, and EPS of 65 cents a share. Since last quarter, November 1st, Airbnb is up 23.5%. S&P 500 is up 17.9%, and XLY is up 15.5%. Near-term options imply 8.6% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 3, loss of 1, loss of 11, and then gain of 13. Revenue has beaten 11 of the last 12 quarters. EPS has beaten 9 of the last 12 quarters with 1 in line. And forward quarter revenue has beaten 5 of the last 9 quarters. Ta-da! So they are outperforming the discretionaries and outperforming the S&P. They have had 1 good earnings in the last year. So now let's see what's priced in. I believe yesterday when we did this, it was pricing in about $13, I think. Looks to be the case here as well. So they're at $151. 12, about $13. I say $13 flat still. So $13 priced in. So $13 either way is the expected move. So $13 higher or lower If that happens, that's what the option chain is currently saying. So if we double that and we think something unexpected outside of 8% occurs, that would be $26. That would take you to what? 176? 26? No, 177? Damn, so 177, those are going for what? Those are going for 84 cents? Damn. So those are up there. And then if you do the puts, what would that be? 151.79 minus 26, 125.79. So you would need the 125s or the 126s. So not bad. Well, these are the exact plays that we have already. So remember, we already made these plays earlier. I did 2 different sets. I priced it when it was lower. It was still pricing in the same $13, but the stock already moved. So I grabbed these ones at 50 cents, sold out one of them for 118, and now I have one remaining. I also bought one of these for 15 cents. They're up, and then yesterday I bought the 125 put. So I have the 190 call for cheaper, and then that were the 175, but I bought that cheap. And then we have the put yesterday. I bought these at 45 cents, and then they went up today, and then they ended up dropping. So that's what we'll be holding for Airbnb. So that play is already done. I don't think I'm going to make a play, but I do think Airbnb should be one of the more exciting ones today. So that is play number 1. Then number 2, we have Upstart there after the bell. Remember, we hit a fat one on this one last year. If you guys remember, we hit the first Upstart calls last year. That was like $30 into something like 3,000 or something crazy. That was another big option trade. Well, we get another shot at it. And this time I did make a play. I went with the pre-earnings. We'll go over that in a second. But as far as Upstart, they are expecting 134.8 in revenue versus guidance of 135. Revenues from fees 150 million. Adjusted EBITDA loss of 0.9 million versus guidance of break even. Adjusted EBITDA margin loss of 0.6. Transaction volume 1.26 billion. Revenue 152.3 million expected for next quarter. Adjusted EBITDA of 4.9 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin 3.1 in transaction volume of 1.26 billion. Since last quarter, November 7th, Upstart is up 10.5%. S&P is up 14.1%, and XLF is up 15.6%. Last near-term options imply a 21% move. So 2 standard deviations will be a 40% move, which is crazy. So last 4 quarters for Upstart, loss of 27, loss of 34, gain of 35, and gain of 28. Revenue has beaten consensus 9 of the last 12 quarters. EPS has beaten 9 of the last 12 quarters. Short interest is 41%. Forward quarter revenue has beaten consensus 5 of the last 11 quarters. Wow, Upstart. So this one's crazy. Honestly, this one's just going to be a lot of money. You could tell by what's being priced in. It's literally pricing in over 20% for 1 standard deviation. So let's see. Stock's at 34. You got 690. You have 760 priced in. So that's like $15 is 2 standard deviation. That's like 50%. So I would not play these. However, I did make a play on these this morning just because they were juiced. I thought it would keep going. I grabbed one of the $50 calls at 86 cents here. My plan is to flip these before the day closes. So I think these premiums will hold. I'm going to sell out of this play ahead of time. So that's what you got to watch out for. But I don't think this one's going to be one to play. I just think even if it moves 40%, I think there's a chance the 2 premiums might fall out. You could sell premium. That maybe won't be too bad of an idea. So we'll see. We can just play Affirm. That could be a good sympathy, honestly. They're kind of similar, right? Upstart and Affirm. They both I guess Upstart or Affirm gives more like consumer loans. Yeah, and then Affirm will be cheaper after earnings. I like that idea a lot. But yeah, I think that one's up too much. So that's Upstart, but that's a huge mover, though. That thing can move real crazy. Next one is Robinhood. Your guys' favorite. Y'all remember Robinhood? Well, they've moved up a lot recently. We'll see how the gambling has been going. Revenue expected to be $454.7 million. Adjusted EBITDA, $97.5 million. Loss of 1 cent a share. AUC, $95.41 billion. ARPU, $77. Since last quarter, November 8th, Robinhood is up 33.8. S&P is up 14%, and XLF is up 15.8. Near-term options imply 12.8% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 14, loss of 7, gain of 6, and loss of 4. Revenue has beaten 4 of the last 10 quarters, and EPS has beaten 4 of the last 10 quarters. So Robinhood. Damn, they're pricing in 10% more. $1.60 it looks like. $1.40, $1.50. So $3 either way. That'll be what, $114.90? So like 115s for 17 cents. And $3 would be what, $8.90? The puts are cheap. I don't know how much these would pay out. The puts are, again, the calls are kind of, the puts, but again, the puts are going to be like Snapchat, if that makes any sense. Well, was I looking at the weekend 9s for 4? These should have been for 2 cents. Yeah, I wasn't looking at next week's. Yeah, 4. Oh, whoa. We said $3. That'd be $114.87. Yeah, the calls are kind of expensive. And then again, $8, $4 for the put. You may get lucky if that goes in the money. Biden tells Bibi Israel may have to release more Palestinian prisoners than in last deal. Puts like Snap. Yeah, we grabbed the Snapchat puts. We made like 600%, but the stock dropped 30%. And then, I mean, you only made $10 into 60. So it's like it's a small amount you're putting down, even if it moves a lot of percentage. Again, the downside's limited. So remember, if you buy a $9 put, the max reward is $900 a contract if it goes to 0. So if it doesn't go to 0 and then you're paying for it and then it drops, I mean, how much are you reasonably expecting to get? So it's like if I want to get $1 in the money on a $9 put, I need the stock to go down to $8 to go from $4 to $100, which is still a crazy gain, but you would have to like buy multiple of those. So I'm gonna play no play, but those are the prices: $13.90 or $14.80, and then $9.50 or $9. Those would be your price points for 2 standard deviations. All right, next up is Lyft. Oh, Lyft, baby. This one's going to be interesting. I can't wait to see the pricing. And again, like I said, all of this red today is kind of hooking you up in terms of earnings prices. So Lyft, they're expecting $1.22 billion, implies 5.4% growth versus guidance of mid-single digits. Contribution margin 39, adjusted EBITDA 56.1 versus guidance of 50 to 60 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin 4.6%, EPS of 8 cents. Bookings 367 versus 3.6 to 3.7. Take rate 33.2. Active riders 22.3, and revenue per rider 54.52. Revenue for next quarter expected to be $1.1 billion, adjusted EBITDA margin of $45.9 billion, EPS of 8 cents, and bookings of $3.46 billion. Since last quarter, November 8th, Lyft is up 16.1, S&P is up 14, and XLI is up 15.2. Last 4 earnings, loss of 6, loss of 10, loss of 19, loss of 36. They are pricing in an 18.1% move. So you have to go up like 40% for 2 standard deviations. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 19 quarters. EPS has beaten 17 of the last 19 quarters. Short interest is 15%. And forward quarter revenue has beaten 5 of the last 14 quarters. My goodness. This is Lyft. SPY going lower? Yeah, new lows on the SPY. I'm watching the low ticker get active. Bonds haven't gone lower, but you've given off any sort of move that we've had here from the morning. So you are now down to a new low. Again, like 49.36 and then 49.27. That's going to be the next one you want to see. So 12.16. That's about 2.20. Maybe $2. So we'll say $4 either way, or $4.40 for 2 standard deviations. That'd be $16. Damn, those are 26 cents. And then 8. The puts are cheap. I think calls would be the only upside you could get on this. I want to see something. What do we say those went for? $4 would be like 6. Sell-off intensified. I have a different idea with this one today. We're going to shake it up. Shake it up. I have a new idea with this one. So I made a play, not a recommendation. I'm only going lift to the upside. I don't think the puts are going to be worth it. But since the price of next week was still like $15 to $20, which is kind of expensive considering the price of the stock, I decided to go with a yearly contract. So I went with a lift 35, way out the money, but I just went with the cheapest one. This is well more than 2 standard deviations, but I figured the pricing on this one might be a little bit better. And then again, there's just more upside than not on lift. So yeah, we'll give ourselves a little more upside on there for January 25. Yeah, because it's still $20 to play the short run. So I'm just figuring, hey, you know, the company's pinned. It's doing one of these movements. You know, if they could recover, get everyone excited, that'll be good. So I'd rather just buy the yearly for $20 instead of a next week for $20. SPY's still dumping. So we're flushing. Man, somebody called a NQ short in the beginning of the day. They said they were going to short on some of those. Those must have been fire. Yeah, you flushed now all day. You're getting back down 1.99 on the NASDAQ. So 493938. One more point, we're going to hit one of those levels I was telling you about. I grab Lyft $35 call for January for 20 cents. This is worse than the Fed day, huh? Kind of crazy. All right, next earnings preview. Again, we're still dropping MGM. Some of you guys really wanted this one here today. Again, their stock kind of a little cheaper. They've already moved down 3, and remember Las Vegas Sands, they kind of cucked us there. So MGM, their revenue expected to be $4.14 billion. Adjusted property EBITDA 1.21 billion, EPS of 71 cents. Since last quarter, November 7th, MGM is up 16.9, S&P is up 14.1, and XLY is up 9.6. Near-term options are implying a 7.8% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 1, loss of 7, break even, and gain of 6. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters. So honestly, they're pricing in a lot, and then they move like every other earnings. And then again, SPY's still dumping on all of this. Dollar new highs. February 23rd, there it is. MGM. So 45.50. They're pricing in what? $2.94. We'll say $3 would be 2 standard deviations. Or no, $6. So 51.50. 25 cents, not bad. And then $6 to the downside would be like 49. Or 39 and some change. 11. That one's not too bad. They're just not expected to move. Again, Wynn ended up moving big. They're near their highs. That one's tough. That was Hotel Hack, right? Last year. I feel like it's going to cuck too, but the prices aren't bad. So it's pricing in 6. I mean, if you get a 10% move and something does surprise, those will definitely hit. But you just need them to actually have a report that makes them move. So that one's not too bad. Let's come back to that one. The move, it's only 5% priced in. That's for MGM. And then again, SPY at the low. Bonds are still getting clapped. 49.38, so 1 point, half a point away from the next level here. That'll be actually the first low level that we're testing. MGM, though, I think those contracts are priced great. I just don't know if they either have uneventful earnings, then those contracts are priced just right. But if they do come out with a little bit more excitement, MGM, I mean, I think those options will definitely move. So we'll see, but we'll come back to MGM. SPY's still going lower. The next play, ACAM. So we already have a play on this. We went early, but that one we had to pay for it. ACAM, baby. This one could move quite a bit, and it already got dumped on. Already near all-time highs. We didn't grab the puts, unfortunately. But they're expecting $991 million in revenue, adjusted EBITDA $412 million, adjusted EBITDA margin 41.5%, cash gross margin 68.8%, non-GAAP operating margin 29.2%, and EPS of $1.60 versus guidance of $1.57 versus $1.62. Revenue next quarter expected to be $993.5, adjusted EBITDA $414 million, adjusted EBITDA margin 41.5%, cash gross margin 69.6%, non-GAAP operating margin 29, and EPS of $1.59. Since last quarter, November 7th, ACAM is up 15.3, S&P up 14.1, and XLK up 17.0. Near-term options imply 5.7% move. Last 4 quarters, +2, +8, +8, loss of 10. Revenue has beaten consensus 19 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20. Forward quarter has beaten 8 of the last 18, and forward quarter EPS has beaten 10 of the last 17 with 1 in line. Bro, another low now on this SPY. So you've broken 49.37 now. This is the first level I was telling you guys about. We spent a lot of time around here, both on the way up, holding it here too. So you could go down. There's a little bit of air brakes to like 49.30, but then the other level is like 49.27. So yeah, you're going below that now. Today's kind of ugly now. Almost a 2% day for everything. NASDAQ's down 2, 1.7 on the SPY, 1.79 on the Dow, and then down 3.7 on the Russell. Like we were saying in the earlier, I mean, we were talking 3%, but that's still in play. You are down 2.9 on the NASDAQ. Pump it up number is now 5,100. Titanic. Dude, that move is getting crazy, though. Because, again, if you took that bounce on the short, I kind of wish we did. We were talking about either waiting and seeing. It's like we want a little bit more confirmation, but things keep getting uglier. We're going to find out. But then it's like if this starts the seasonality shift, because, again, today everybody was waiting for a dip buyer, but it doesn't seem like we really had it. Where is the volume? SPY, another low. So, again, this is one of the first levels we're testing. You're pretty much at the volume that we closed that with yesterday. So, volume is extremely high. We still got an hour, 45 minutes. All right, what's the next play? Oh, wait, we just went over ACAM. We didn't go over the calls. Oh, SPY keeps dropping during earnings previews. So ACAM, they're pricing in about 770. 680. It's like 740. We'll go 750. So $15 both ways would be 2 standard deviations. So it's 125, so 140. Those are 70, and then $15 down would be what, 110? The puts aren't too bad, and then the calls are kind of expensive. Again, I grabbed one of these yesterday's. These are for March. So ACAM, I actually went to the next month. I grabbed these March 150s. So I went a little further out. I grabbed these for 30 cents yesterday. These were high, but they came down. But now you could grab all the other ones, and then I don't know, what did the puts do? We said 110. Those are at 60. So those went up a little bit. I think I'll just leave the calls. I only spent $30. I'll keep AMAT cheap. I like the puts, though. Even though they went up a little bit. I thought the calls, since they were going to get juiced, but they didn't. But if anything, the puts are at a better price. It's not like those calls went down too much, and I went with March. So March 150 calls, that's it. Again, I bought them yesterday for 30, but I'm not going to make any other play. I do like the puts, though. Alrighty. The next one. What do we have next? We went with ACAM. AIG. Another insurance company. And SPY is still going lower, Chad Adonia. So welcome to CPI Day. That's starting to flush a little harder. Airbnb. Go back to yesterday's watch list. We cover the Airbnb play. But we're done with that one at this point. So I would check the watch list. Biden failure to support Ukraine will never be forgotten. SPY going lower. AIG. So they're expecting pre-tax income, general insurance $1.35 billion, life and retirement $946, EPS $1.64, book value reported 61, adjusted 82.7 since last quarter. November 1st, AIG is up 12.5, S&P is up 17.9, and then XLF is up 20.1. Near-term options imply 4% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 4, gain of 1, gain of 8, gain of 1. Revenue has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. Well, not bad. AIG, they're pricing in 330, it looks like. 2, 3, 4, 330. So 660 both ways. It'll be like what? 76, 77. 30 cents. That's not bad. And then 660 to the downside would be like what? 63.30. Puts seem a little bit more expensive. They just don't move a lot. They move pretty decent. This one, again, a lot of the insurers have done good. Oh, Amo Business and Ratan. Welcome, baby. Good morning. Happy earnings. Look at the VIX. It's been killing it today. We looked at it a little bit earlier. AIG's not bad. I don't know what to do with that one. I said we're going to come back to MGM. That one wasn't too bad, but then AIG is like in the middle. Biden says U.S. can't withdraw now. That's Putin's bet. Bill also addresses security priorities in the Middle East. What do we say it'd be? Like 63? Interesting. I'll skip AIG, but lately a lot of these insurance companies, they've moved pretty big. I still have the Upstart. Yeah, if that goes up, let me know. We're going to dump that before close. They're barely down right now. All right, the next one is Zillow. ZG, baby. If you're looking to sell a home, email me, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. I will buy your house, or I'll pay you if you refer me. Amen. Speaking of Zillow. So now let's see what Zillow has. They're expecting $451.2 million in revenue. Guidance is 430 to 455, so analysts are on the higher end. Residential 333 versus guidance of 316 to 455. Adjusted EBITDA 58 million versus guidance of 40 to 60. Adjusted EBITDA margin 12.8 versus guidance of 88 to 14. EPS of 11 cents. Revenue next quarter expected to be 499.6. Adjusted EBITDA 111.9. Adjusted EBITDA margin 22.4. EPS of 32 cents. Since last quarter, November 1st, Zillow is up 55%. S&P is up 17.9 and XLK is up 22.3. Near-term options implying 9.4% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 3, gain of 1, gain of 11, gain of 1. Revenue has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. That's for Zillow. So pricing in 9. 545. It looks to be a little bit more than that. 530, but then minus the fee. Maybe $5. $5, about 10%. I'd say it's pricing in 5 flat, and you don't have any other options except for there. So $10 either direction would be 2, so 61. Oof. $1.05. And then downside would be the puts are cheap. 40. Damn, you'd have to get all the way down there. That's for March, yeah. You could go on the same week if you wanted, but remember, these expire in a couple of days now. Yeah, you could play both sides really, really tight for there. It'll work on the 2 standard deviations on the week of. I like the Zillows, but I don't know if those will hit either. But Zillow has the pin. It might be worth it. All right, I grab one Zillow for March 70. This is further than 2 standard deviations. You just get a little bit of time. The only thing I could defend it with is just Zillow has that pin, but they are up 50% on the year. That's what kind of sucks about it. Yeah, that's a huge move. It's just $20. That one, again, it's pricing in 10, but Zillow has moved more than 10. That's the irony, but then sometimes it just does not move at all. So like the last earnings, it only moved literally 1%. A $70 call at 25 cents. $70. Was that MDT flushing? We saw that earlier. Bonds are flushing now too. TMV, TBT are coming back up on the high. Bro, the Zaza, even the ZQ drop lower. That's crazy. So again, Fed futures are just getting murdered right now too. Yeah, ZQ. I got out of that play, but my goodness. I could only imagine. $1.104. SPY still flushing. I mean, the dollar's still coming up. Oh, yeah. Dollar's breaking out. Oh, my goodness. IWM is down 3.8. NASDAQ 2.0. 1.7 on the S&P and 1.8 on the Dow. Russell futures may be down 4. Why no puts? The puts seemed a little bit more expensive. As weird as that may sound. Now down $10. You're down $90 on the SPX, yeah. So literally SPY's down 9.1, hitting another new low. So we're still dropping here. 4931, like I told you, 4927. This will be like the final little death level. I guess you could go down to 4921 and then 4900, but pretty much anything below 4927, you start to just, again, you're knocking on the door 4900 flat. You're confused with the arm. Should it be green if the stock is going down? Not. It depends on the price of the option. So we're talking about pricing in options. Yesterday, all of those puts still priced something in. So if that was kind of factored into the price, it may have borderline been priced in that the stock was going to move $20 either way. This reason is the CPI. CPI was awful. That's it. I mean, we talked about it from the morning, but CPI surprised everybody. It came in hotter than expected. It destroyed rate cut expectations, and it really changed a lot of that. So I do think that is the real driver right there. All day today. You finally had bad data and then a bad reaction, and then it actually stayed there most of the time. All right, next play is Instacart. We still got earnings previews, baby. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more to go. 7 more to go. Instacart. I have shares of this. I don't have any option plays. I don't think I'm going to play the options because the options are super duper expensive. So Cart is expecting $804 million in revenue, adjusted EBITDA 172.2, adjusted EBITDA margin 21.4, GTV 7.8 billion, 69.2 million in orders. Average order is of $113. Next quarter expected to be revenue of 788.6, adjusted EBITDA of 151.4, adjusted EBITDA margin 19.2, GTV of 7.9, orders 70.1 million, an average order of 113. Since last quarter, November 2nd, CART is up 12.3, S&P is up 15.6, and XLY is up 13.2. Revenue has beaten one of the last one quarters. EPS has beaten 0 of the last one quarters. Near-term options imply a 21.1% move. CART is absolutely insane. I'm kind of nervous holding these shares because I'm like, damn, maybe I could buy put protection, but this thing is through the roof. So, like, straight up, $27, you're spending about, what, $4.95, $5.80? $5.80 I got $5.80 priced in. So, literally, $5.80 divided by 27.02. That's a 21% move. So, that'd be 21% is one standard deviation. So 1160 will be 2 standard deviations. So that'd be like what? 3803. Again, these are all going to be insane still. Yeah, you can't even buy the 38s. They don't even have them. And then what? 1160 to the downside would be like what? $16? 1550. The puts might work. Yeah, the downside's not that bad. No, the downside could work. April too. I'm only just thinking protecting some of those shares. March, you could go to 35, but what do we need? We need 38. Oh, there you go. $1.80. Zillow, Z, or ZG. You could use either or. What do we say? $18. Hood, we have not played one. I said we're going to... Oh, no, Robinhood, I did calls. Did I? No. Which one did I only do? I did Zillow calls, Lyft call. That's the one. You only get 18. That one's tough. Again, that would be 40% for 2 standard. What does it go to at 11%? So literally like $3 takes it down to 24. So these are all within 1 standard deviation. Yeah, I think CART's a little too expensive. I like the puts on CART though. Those $18 are again near the 16, but then they kind of have limited downside. And then keep in mind, what are those puts pricing in? So the puts that you're looking at and they look cheap, they're literally assuming a 40% drop. So like even if it moves down 40%, there's still a good chance that you end up out of the money. Yeah, cart. Let me see. Because remember, I have shares. I have 1,000 shares literally at $27 pretty much. A higher bid? Sell calls. I was looking, I could sell the out of the monies with a lot of time, or we just let it ride and call it a day, or I just get out now, and then I don't have to. It sucks because I had a gain on it. Yes, remember, I've held this play for a couple months now. I go up and down. I'm only down $200 now, and it's pricing in 20%. So that means I'm either going to be up or down like $3 or $4 grand after they report. But yeah, all of those are wild. All right, so that's CART. Next one is CME. Everybody in the CME. These are the guys making money off your options. So CME. Their revenue expected to be $1.43 billion, operating expense $505.8 million, operating income $920.4, EPS $2.28. Since last quarter, they are down by 4.3. S&P is up 18.3, and XLF is up 21.3. Near-term options imply 3.1% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 0, gain of 4, loss of 2, gain of 5. Revenue has beaten 8 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters, with 1 in line. Oh, CME. This one's a small mover, but they have moved bigger than what's priced in. That's kind of the good part, but it's pricing in what? 580, 630, 625. We'll do that. So 1250 would be double. So that'd be 118.50 or 218.50. 55 cents, 35 cents for those, and then what, 12.50 to the downside. 193. CME. What would it have been 215 or was it 217? 206. It'd be 218. Get away with the 220s. Hey, I got one. I lowered the bid. Okay, I grabbed a call, 220 for 30 cents. Come on. And then I grabbed the put for 34. I like this one. So they're not expected to move that much, but they have moved in higher than what they're pricing in. And then, I don't know, there's one thing I really like about it. There's only one thing besides the fact that it has to do with options. was a 192.5 and then 220. This is for CME. All right. So not a recommendation. You will lose on those. I only like them because the stock, that's still a $200 stock for $30 both ways. So not really the liquidity, but just like the price. Because I was only going to do one way, and then I'm looking at it. I'm like, well, right to get into 2 standard deviations, and 2 standard deviations would be 6%. They've moved 5 to 7% in the last year. But then it's a $200 stock for $30. So I don't know what they're going to do, but I think the risk to reward on that's a little bit better. So not bad. And then again, we have bounced a little bit too. Next play is KHC, Kraft Heinz. And then I think these might be in the morning too. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, these are all in the morning. So we've already done the ones for all day today. We did the ones for after hour, but CME is in the morning. Now Kraft Heinz. They're kind of all over the place. So Kraft Heinz, they're expecting organic growth of 0.3, revenue 6.98 billion, gross margin 34.3, adjusted EBITDA margin 24%, adjusted EBITDA 1.68, EPS 77 cents, prices 3 cents last quarter, October 31st, KHC is up 14.3, S&P is up 19.9, and XLP is up 7.7. Near-term options imply 4.3% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 2, gain of 1, gain of 2, gain of 1. Revenue has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters. For Kraft Heinz. No, not Kraft Heinz. Carissa Heinz. Big difference, you know. Carissa Heinz. All right. So 150, 36, 150 exactly. So $3 both ways. So it'll be $39, 9 cents. And then $33, 9 cents. Honestly, I'm kind of down with that. I don't think it's going to move, but 9 cents both ways. It is a cheaper stock, but I think you get best of both worlds with that. Oh, I got it for 8. They hooked me up. I got both of them at 8, man. Oh, man. I need to go get a good fill right now. My fills are hitting. Yeah, I got both of those at 8 cents, 39 and 33. So $16 both ways. I'm down. Kraft Heinz. We did a couple after the bell. I'm going to come back to, I'm in AMAT. I have AMAT. I'm going to sell out of Upstart. And then Zillow. Zillow's after the bell, right? And then we have Lyft as well, too. And SPY trying to come down. We did both ways on Kraft Heinz. About $8 a pop. All right, the next one is Sony. And this one's going to be interesting, too. I actually have another theory with Sony. But they're expecting 319.56 billion yen. Revenue 3.598 trillion yen. Operating income 434.6 billion yen. PlayStation 5 unit sales 8.9. Since last quarter, they are up 9.8%, and the Nikkei is up 13.3. That's all I have, all in yen. So Sony price in 650. $640. Yeah, we'll do 650. So $13 either direction. Right. Plus 13. 108.73. Still kind of expensive. Well, 108 would be the contract to the upside. And then 82.73. Then 83 to the downside. I kind of like it and I don't, but here's my logic. Just like Toyota, any company getting paid in yen, and if they have dollar sales as well, they should benefit. So just as the Toyotas went up just off of everything in Japan helping out, as long as they have a good earnings, they have a good tailwind coming from the yen. So that's the only thing that makes me like the upside, but these are kind of expensive. Mm. 110. Same damn price. These might have a difficult time, but it's the same price as the next week if I was going to try to save it cheaper. So I grab one of the Sony 115 calls for 20 cents. They still got a little bit of premium. That's the only play I'm going to do on that. I was going to grab the 110. The strike price should be 108 for 2 standard deviations. So those are really far out. This is like 3 standard deviations. Again, it was just the same price as the other one. Damn, somebody got those at 15? Fibro Biologics paused due to volatility and then unhalted and then paused. Or it'll be near all-time high. Well, yeah, 2 standard deviations takes him up here. So we'll see. That was for March. All right, we got 3 more plays left. PSN is the next one. I don't know. This one looks a little liquid, but Parsons at all-time highs. So Parsons expecting to do $1.32 billion in revenue, adjusted EBITDA 113.5, adjusted EBITDA margin 8.6, EPS of 63 cents since October 31st. They're up 20%. S&P's up 19.9. XLK is up 26.7. Near-term options imply 5.5% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 8, gain of 10, gain of 6, loss of 4. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 19 quarters, and EPS has beaten 10 of the last 19 with 2 in line. And then SPY coming back down. That little bounce there is not holding on, my friends. No, this is Parsons, not PlayStation Network. They're not pricing in that much, even though they've moved pretty crazy. I think it's like $3. Say 6, so 73.60. Be $6 both ways. It'd be like $100. They move pretty weird. They're not pricing in a lot considering how they've moved on earnings, but I don't know if that's because they're super illiquid. All right, 2 more plays. SPY hitting a low. Next one is GNRC, Generac. All right, Generac. Revenue $1.09 billion, adjusted EBITDA $220.6, adjusted EBITDA margin 20.2, EPS $2.08, CFO $267, capex $32.6 million. Price history since last close: Generac is up 51%, S&P is up 19.9, XLI is up 18.9. Near-term options imply 11.12% move. Last 4 quarters: gain of 14, loss of 24, gain of 12, gain of 8. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. And then SPY, bro, you're hitting another low. That's crazy. Generac kind of stayed pinned here. It kind of reminds me of Enphase. I'm pricing in 1340, 1360, yeah, 1350. $27 both ways. That's a lot. That's pricing in a ton. So 150, 123. Oh, right at the cusp of $1. That one's decent, but it's just a little bit more pricier. And then 98.23. It's still about expensive there. That one's decent. Honestly, Generac can move, though. That one's like right there at $1. And then, again, you're right there pricing in a decent movement, all things considered. And then SPY going lower. One more new low. And the final play, MLM. Not Herbalife or Vima, but Martin Marietta Materials. MLM. So they're expected to do $1.62 billion in revenue, a gross profit $477.6, adjusted EBITDA $488.1 million, adjusted EBITDA margin 30.1, EPS $3.99. Since last quarter, October 31st, MLM is up 28.9, S&P is up 19.9, and XLB is up 9.3. Near-term options imply 4.5% move. Last 4 quarters: gain of 7, loss of 3, gain of 6, gain of 7. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters. Oh, let's see what's priced in. You said, look at the ascending wedge from September. It converges with April. We're in the breakdown of the massive wedge. Expect massive downside. You got the cues. Let's see, baby. It all correlates with seasonality, and now a bad report on your boy, the CPI. But we're going to find out. Again, that we were talking about it earlier around here. That was the last, final reload really to go after, but we will find out. So MLM, again, they are pricing in $28. Wow, that's a lot. $5.20. Again, 25. We'll go 27, 26. So $32 both ways. Or no, 52. So that'd be what? $5.75. Still expensive. That's this one's just gonna be too expensive. And what? $4.50. Yeah, there's no MLM. I don't think we could play that. All right, the only other one, I think we come back to MGM, but for now, I spent $20 on Sony, $30 on CME, $60 on CME, so $80 for those. Zillow, $25, we're at $105, and then $128 after Lyft. And then if I sell Upstart, that's it. Then the other plays are all pre-earnings run-ups. So not really too opposed to that, depending on what happens with Upstart. Upstart's down a little bit. But so far, I don't know. Maybe I'm going to burn MGM. I think MGM is probably the best, though. MGM just isn't pricing as much. Same thing with CME. CME and MGM are probably my favorite out of all of those. And then I think Upstart, Cart, and Airbnb, they just have the ability to move a lot. But then again, all of their option chains are pricing in a lot. All right, we're flushing. I need to go to the bathroom and flush myself. So let's see, though. But we are hitting a new low. My goodness, I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity, and see you in a little bit.
9.91% stake in JetBlue, with plans to seek at least one spot on the board, aiming to boost shareholder value in the wake of the near collapse of the carrier's deal to buy Spirit Airlines. JetBlue right now up 20.3%, Spirit now slumping by 6.8%. JP Morgan Chase is reporting a position in NextGen Energy. 2% of the company's outstanding stock. NextGen down 2.6%. Biogen reported fourth quarter revenue that missed Wall Street expectations as the company searches for new products to offset declining sales of multiple sclerosis drugs. Biogen shares lower now by 7.2%. AutoNation, one of the biggest car dealership chains in the United States, beat analysts' fourth quarter profit and sales expectations for new vehicles as they helped counter softness in the used end of the market. Right now, AutoNation is down 4.8%. Rival CarMax shares lower by 6.2%. Also, Marriott International after earnings, that stock is trading lower as well. Again, those are some of our top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pellet, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
Hey, it's Bloomberg Business Week. Tim Stenivek and Carol Masser live from the Bloomberg headquarters in New York. Let's get a check on the latest world and national news. For that, we go to Washington, D.C. in the 99.1 newsroom. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Tim. Well, the pressure is now on the House to approve the $95 billion foreign aid package for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. The Senate passed the measure early this morning. The U.S. ambassador to NATO, Julianne Smith, tells Bloomberg there is no plan B.
We are prepared to pursue Plan A, and that is to secure congressional support for our friends in Ukraine. Let me be clear, this is a collective effort. We need the United States to do its part. We also will continue to ensure that our friends in Europe are doing their part.
Julianne Smith talking with Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern. The funding measure does face an uncertain future in the House. President Biden has urged House Speaker Mike Johnson to put the measure up on the floor for a vote. The Supreme Court is giving special counsel Jack Smith 1 week to respond to Donald Trump's bid to delay his criminal trial for trying to overturn the 2020 election. The former president is challenging a federal appeals court decision that ruled he does not have immunity from prosecution over his actions tied to the riot at the U.S. Capitol. Trump asked the high court to intervene in the case yesterday. Celebrations are in full swing in and around New Orleans for Fat Tuesday, of course, a part of Mardi Gras. That's the Mississippi Valley State Marching Band. Similar celebrations being held all throughout Louisiana, as well as along the Gulf Coast. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back to you, Carol and Tim.
All right, Nance, thank you so much. Just a reminder, we're seeing the selling accelerate in stocks. We are still down about 1.9% on the S&P 500. Dow, same decline in terms of a percentage basis, a loss of 730 points, down 1.9%. NASDAQ down about 2.2%. And if you look at something like small caps, which you saw and you're like, whoa, it's down 4.2%.
Yeah, the Russell 2000 really taking a hit today. The S&P 500 at 49.27 right now. Carol, this is the biggest decline going all the way back to February 21st of 2023. So almost a full year since we've seen the S&P 500 decline at this level.
All right, keeping an eye on the markets. Hey, one other thing that kind of caught our eye, if you will, Tiger Woods, anytime it feels like a story pops up on the Bloomberg, it tends to trend highly and becomes among our most read. Well, Tiger has a new marketing partner. He ended, you might recall, that long-term agreement and partnering deal.
TaylorMade?
He had endorsement deal with Nike.
TaylorMade? Cole Real Estate? What? My goodness. Chattadonia. This is the Fed. This is the Powell we're confident level? No way. That's crazy, though. Did you guys hear that? Today's the biggest drop on the SPY in almost a year. That's kind of nuts. So you haven't had the SPY even gap down and drop like this in almost 12 months. So again, remember, today is the seasonality day. So again, after today, we start to shift into that back half. This could be it. Again, the question is when we see the bounce, but that might have been your little bounce there. That could have been the great short opportunity until we actually get the next set of data here. But it's today's data definitely is leaving the market with a little bit more of a hangover. Again, the Fed futures, the Zaza, the way that's already moved, it's kind of wild. This dropped off of hot CPI. And then again, we just finished all of our earnings plays. We have a couple there. We've spent a little less the last 2 days. Again, and then again, our Airbnb is free. So we have a play on that. And then we just need to get rid of the upstart. And then we'll be good to go, Habibi. Dude, that NQ, right? You would have gotten murked. But then somebody in here was talking. Someone was like, I'm going short on the NQ. I was considering it. I was like, you know what? Let me wait a little. I'll see how I just got out of one of the bigger plays with the bond. So I'm like, all right, let me wait. But that would have been a beautiful short right there. Again, this is the first time in a while where like data has actually held. So again, you look like we were going to do the sell-off and then the crackheads show up out of nowhere. But nah, today actually like slipped. Today was data that was slightly hotter, but everybody was just so ready for good data. But then it set everything off of the cliff. You finally like went down and stayed down. If that makes any sense. I think it does, considering we haven't seen it happen in a while. Again, even non-farms was strong. It shot down, and then it went right back up. Can't deny the wave. Well, there's nothing to, like, deny. It's just how the data's moving is just, it's reminding everybody that, like, one, our reality is a lot different than the numbers, but then we're waiting for these numbers to come out, and it's not necessarily playing out as fast or easy and simple as we thought. If that makes any sense, I hope it does, because it's not like it was. It's not like this was like too much about it's not like inflation shot up. Like, do you guys realize that the thing about today is like it's not like inflation went up, but just factor in all the other data sets and how everybody was feeling, it just started to pop up here again. But like more people were expecting some sort of data that you could have worked around your narrative. Today kind of just made that a little more difficult. It is what Powell said. Powell was saying the data's stubborn and all that, but I think just, again, the market, even how the Fed futures, they're pricing in a lot. So new low on the bonds now. TLT is just getting flushed on. I'm getting murdered on that one. And that's only with one. So where is it? Is it like 91 low? This is already one of them. TLT could go to like low 91s or 90, 91, 98. High 91s. So low 92s would pretty much be the next level. Yeah, PPI data on Thursday. That's going to be the next big set. SPY's selling off here. We will get power hour right now, but I don't know if it's going to go. It might just bring in more volume. Again, volume's already high on the day, but this is our worst day in a while, and it keeps going now. We'll see if NASDAQ or SPY hits 2. 20K on SPY puts. God bless you, baby. God bless you, man. I'm glad to hear. Let's go. You got to post these plays before you tell us the gains, baby. And let's go, man. Put it in the long term. Jesse be throwing fat racks all the time. You better have that long term, baby. Better have that long term. Disney and Eli Lilly still green. Sour hour. We're going to find out. That's the key. This power hour, we're going to find out if we get another not even another one, but one of these days where we actually pop up. We actually stay down after bad data. We're not even at next week's level. Yeah, I think it could build into something, but you have factors. The dollar's high. Seasonality is now not in your favor. And then you have bond yields ticking above 4.2 with the narrative of rate hikes changing around a little bit. So that's the only issue I see with any of this. But you're back to like January 24th levels on the NQ. It just depends. Even SPY, again, like January 30th. So the NASDAQ actually dropped more than the SPY, believe it or not. The NQ is down a lot more. For a long-time listener, first time tuned in, trading. First class on United, heading back to San Fran. Oh, man, enjoy it, baby. You got the Colt in the air. Well, we are going to land soon, too. Even Colt Airlines in an hour. And then we got some earnings. Power hour. And new low again. Bonds finally bounced off the bottom, but they're probably working. Again, 4923. So right when we went below the 4927 like I told you guys about. So just watch out. It's going to start getting a little choppier here. You'll have like 4922, maybe 4917. And then after that point, it'll just be straight down to 4905 and then 4900. And then if we go through 4900, last time we broke that, you dropped 50 points and then we rocketed up. Twilio, I did not. Doesn't Twilio report Wednesday or Thursday? We only did the ones that have earnings tomorrow and today after the bell. You're in Italy? Still tuned in? Oh, man, enjoy it, baby. Brandon in Italy. That's dope. Show me the bounce. Well, bonds got to bounce. VIX is surging right now, even more. VIX is up 20% on the day. If you thought the VIX was crazier, this is the highest the VIX has been all of the year. Actually, last time the VIX moved like this was literally October. Again, this is where bond rates were at as well as everything else. So that is what is unfortunate. We have PPI and then consumer sentiment this week. PPI is on Thursday. But after today and inflation, PPI is going to be big. I would argue PPI might even cause a reaction like today, where it's either if you're like bullshit, no way it bounces, it'll probably bounce on PPI if PPI is good, but then vice versa. If PPI is down, even if we bounce ahead of Thursday, PPI bad, like really bad, that might clap everything. ZQ is priced out everything. I closed out a ZQ today. I got a $4,000 profit on that. So it moved down a quarter basis point, but the rate futures, they're pricing out the rate cuts now back to July. Boopity boop. But no, there's a lot. MGM, I didn't end up doing the MGM. We went over them, though. You don't need specifics. You just want the ones we took. I did Sony one way to the upside, Kraft both ways, CME both ways, and then Zillow to the upside, and then Upstart I'm going to sell out before close. I'm down $10 on that play now, 17. You blew your account. Walmart in talks to buy TV maker Vizio for more than $2 billion. Vizio. Oh, I think they halted it. Fuck. I got that early as hell too. Fuck. Yeah, that one has to be halted. Vizio, Walmart to buy them out. Damn, yeah, that one didn't even have any sneaky contracts come in. Yeah, Vizio, that was... Oh, my goodness. Yeah, Walmart in talks to buy them for $2 billion. Damn it, bro. I had that early, and they halted that instantly. Oh, they're already there, $1.63 billion. So there's some upside. You might be able to go what? If it's at 163, $2 billion, every $1 adds $200 million. So they could go up another like $2 or $3 from $8. Vizio. I still got my Vizio. Yeah, I still have a Vizio from back in the day. I think it still works. Upstart, I'm just going to flip that one out. We bought those early. I'm selling before close because I think the contracts are expensive. Upstart, you need a 40% move. I feel Upstart would have better pre-earnings than not. VIX is rocketing up right there and SPY near the low. No way. VIX 17. That's kind of crazy, bro. VIX is kind of screaming right now. I think everybody went from no protection to protection real quick. But today has been a big down day. If it closes around here even lower, this has been the biggest one we've seen in a while. But now I think pair this up with Thursday PPI. That could either be the death blow or at least 1 week of pullback leading into everything else. Yeah, Vizio to buy Walmart. We have that up here. We got it early, but it literally halted within a second. You had no other way to play that. You could wait till Vizio gets unhalted. There might be some upside again. A deal exceeding $2 billion. That leaves it like $2 a share. So it depends on where it opens up at. But if that opens up too high, you'll be clapped. Is this the end of the rally? It's gonna, like we said yesterday, it's gonna add a speed bump. So today was shocking enough and surprising enough to like just shake things around a little bit. And I think that's what you're getting. ESPN and college football playoffs have reached a 6-year, $7.8 billion agreement, according to The Athletic. Check Disney, ESPN college deal. Oh, Roku. Yeah, Roku is dying. Didn't people think Walmart would buy Roku? I feel like I've heard that idea floated around. Yeah, Roku's getting clapped off that. I think a lot of people like the whole Roku-Walmart partnership stuff. But yeah, if they buy Vizio, UVXY, bro, SPY's bouncing and VIX is still going up. Or at least they're getting green candles. And then new AML laws passed or proposed laws to address uneven application of AML control in the investment sector. Roku earnings February 15th. PPI tomorrow. Really? I thought it was on Thursday. If PPI is tomorrow, then we're going to have then that's it. By tomorrow morning, you're either going to have day number 2 of this, or if you are going to get a bounce temporarily, I think it'll be off PPI. But I thought it was Thursday. Nothing a little calendar can't fix. No, you have Great Britain PPI tomorrow. So no, ours is Thursday. Where is it? Or no, wait. No. PPI is on Friday. Month over month. Europe is on Wednesday. And then we have import-export. We have prices tomorrow. And then retail sales on Thursday. And then Wednesday has PPI. What's it called? Where did that just go? You have PPI excluding food and energy trade. So wait, you do have a PPI on Friday. What the hell? Why is it showing 2 of these? Yeah, you have PPI on... What the fuck is this? Resume Vizio. Is it already there? So I told you had like $2 more to squeeze. That $2 billion right now at 1040. So the deal would exceed $2 billion, but I think you're priced out here at $10. Unfortunately. So I do see a PPI here. US PPI Wednesday, the 14th. PPI final And then month over. So this is the final PPI, and then you're going to get, where is it, on Thursday, you'll get retail sales, export prices, New York Fed, and then where is it? And then on Friday, we get another PPI month over month. So you get the final PPI reading and then another preliminary PPI. Yeah, December PPI Friday, January on, or December tomorrow, January on Friday. So we're going to have 2 different times to react to PPI. It's going to be a little bit harder to read. UVXY still ripping now. Another high on the VIX. And then SPY is going. VIX has 17 right now. That's actually insane. So, again, this is a bad day. And even though it's like, I feel like we've had days where we've gone down like here, but this one you're just feeling it on bonds, rate cuts, and now even protection. Yeah, CPI came out this morning. PPI's tomorrow, and then PPI on Friday. This feels different. Again, I think we were even talking about seasonality coming into play, but this feels just a little bit more of airbags going off than anything else. Vizio came down. You got like a couple of dollars to squeeze out of it, but I think it's already at the price. Let's see. Again, this is power hour. You got 45 minutes left. I'm looking. Bonds are still getting murdered. And then again, dollar's still up. Vizio's coming down. Dude, dollar's still hugging the high of the day. Dude, 2.3 on the Nasdaq, 4.4 on the Russell. Last few years of my life have been rough. Had to quit hockey because I got diagnosed with psoriatic arthritis. Community's giving me something to look forward to. Want to show my love and gratitude. Let's go, baby. Mr. Data Junkie. Been here for years, man. I know it's been longer than a year. God bless you, man. Hopefully you're doing good. Hard. Is psoriatic arthritis? Isn't that Abivi? Isn't that Rinvoq? Well, hopefully, is there a cure or is there only treatment? Very exciting. Either the market or the fact he's here, man. Either way, there's a lot of craziness. We're gonna have earnings after the bell, but this is a wild day so far. I'm surprised the VIX. This is the highest the VIX has been all year. So yesterday you hit an all-time high. Today is the highest of the VIX. That's like a real just, hi, how are you? Usually when the VIX does run, that's like a real just shocker. So we're going to find out. Double line Jeffrey Gunlick thinks that interest rates were absurdly low, particularly real interest. Now real interest rates are reasonable. Market has tremendously overpriced the amount of rate cuts ahead of 2024. It does. From mid-February, the market goes. This is what I was saying yesterday. I was saying if we do have a bad reaction, that might pretty much slow down the rally. And I think everybody's getting that feeling now. Otherwise, if today was good, we could have had some upside. So the way I'm looking at it now is that, like, if you're what's it called? If the PPI doesn't, like, give you a bullshit pop and give you a reason to have a bounce, then I think we're probably going to sell off a little into the next jobs report or CPI and then kind of just chill out from this week after week of going up. JetBlue's still going up. Hi. We have CRISPRs. I like how Disney, again, the ones in earnings land are holding a little bit better than not. Yeah, Russell's down 4.4. That's hideous. That's its worst day in the year. But even the SPY, too, that's now approaching worst day in the year. NASDAQ, we've seen a little bit larger than this, but if it closes around here, that's going to be the top top 5 in the last year for sure. Airbnb puts came back. Oh, they did. They're now green. I don't know if the calls are green. VIX is rocketing, man. So the amount of puts being bought here is kind of insane. And those take-twos and guilds never went any lower. I'm glad we got out of those. Yeah, literally, didn't Russell outperform yesterday? Russell was on fire. That March cut's out the window. Even May is out the window now. May's still pricing in a little bit, but technically the odds of like a solid cut are priced in for July right now. Again, even December is pricing in less than the Fed meeting. Yeah, VIX is going. I'm going to keep up a VIX, man. UVXY is tearing right now. It's actually kind of nuts. So, again, yesterday was like an all-time high. VIX was down, but like literally the VIX is now hitting the best day of the year. You never believe the Fed futures? Yeah, tell that to my Fed futures when they were down $9,000. And I was like, how in the world does anybody believe 8 rate cuts by the end of the year, man? This bull is, what do you mean? Every single day for a month and a half, they were like, nah, we still believe it. We still believe it. Nah, we still believe it. Oh, Powell said, nah, we still kind of think, okay, maybe 7. Okay, best I could do is 6. All right, maybe 6.5, 5.5. Okay, fine, 5, 4, 3. What? Well, we'll see what happens. Actually, that this is how I got into the mess the last time, though. I was like, I kind of have an idea now. Now that I think about it, you only have what? No, you could have 44 days. No, we need it lower. So once March rate cut odds totally plummet, I'd be down to buy the shit out of those on the Zaza. That wouldn't be a bad idea, if that makes sense. So it's pretty much like, just like if the bonds get too low, there'll be an idea to buy them. But on the short term, very simple. I would go buy the Zaza. Again, I bought it with the December ones. That hurt for a little bit, but we got the cash out today. But it's like you still, again, if the March odds get low enough, I would totally buy those. Yeah, when we get closer to or whenever they just hit the floor. So right now, the March Zaza, you still have some premium, believe it or not. So like March Zaza is not even as low as where it was at in November, which is crazy to think about. But we want like low rate cut odds for March, because then if those rate cut odds change or anything, bad happens, I'm just playing the fact that the floor is low. Just like I did with, again, those December ones, I went big, so they hurt me when it would move, but there was a floor to that play. And then once it comes back down, you're just ready to go, especially when the market prices in extremes for rates. Maybe even May, too. That could be another duration to think about. As well, SPY's just like slowly melting down. Watch if some of those green plays come down. What was I going to see? Let's see. 4921. So it gives like 2 or 3 more points. The VIX is about to hit 18. Yeah, 1783 out of nowhere. That's the thing where I'm like, yo, we haven't seen this in a minute where the VIX just goes up like this. I hope you guys realize that. Like, you haven't seen this happen, like, literally even in, like, October and into, like, last September when we really started dumping. You didn't get any of these hockey sticks like that in a minute, bro. Like, that is huge. even from September. Like, that's what kind of started September. It was just VIX straight from the bottom. Once you start going crazy, that's like, it's good. It means you actually got like a little bit of real fear here, but that may stop the automatic melt up here for a little bit. Lucid, no. I'd only add Lucid once it gets like below a $1 billion valuation. Maybe like 500 million, I don't know, but that's the reason why. Because even at these low prices, it's still worth like $7 billion. Why are we scared? Maybe just inflation. If the data is starting to show that that's coming back up, then that means everything Powell is saying holds a lot more weight, where he's talking about, hey, like, why would we cut rates anytime soon? And then again, to the point where some people even think, just after today, you have people, you know, maybe it's because of political reasons, but they're talking about, man, maybe Powell doesn't even raise before the end of the year now anymore. So just as quickly as we priced in rate cuts, you could watch them fly out the door, and data like today has gotten a lot of, a lot of ideas coming back that people thought would never happen, and now we're back to talking about, well, what happens if they don't cut rates now again, so on and so forth. Gunlock says, doesn't look like Fed will start cuts in May, likely June if at all. He's been saying that for a while, though, in the midst of all of this bond stuff. Who's the other one? There's Gunlock and another guy. I think Gross. Bill Gross is like the bonds, though. You think real estate prices will come down? Probably not until jobs come down. So until employment rate drops or unemployment goes higher, I don't think real estate will follow. Did Vizio come back down? I just saw an option tick across. Yeah, Vizio's dropping. What caused the drop? CPI, just from the morning. You even have someone above either saying, well, CPI wasn't it. It was just the trigger, whatever you want to describe it as. But hot inflation came in, and then rate cut odds and bonds had a knee-jerk reaction. And since then, everybody's kind of been a little bit questionable, and then markets started to fail or flush at certain levels. Dollar went up, and then one thing after the next, and even now the VIX is right below 18, one of its literal biggest day of 2024 so far. Fail is the right word. I meant to say flush, but maybe. Tesla's going lower again. We got a couple of earnings after the bell, but everything's starting to kind of drain off of this. Remember, there's only like a couple of names green in the morning. Like, I think we're back to that. So literally, Dow Jones, you have one name green, Disney. Disney is the only Dow name in the green right now. NASDAQ 100, there's only 3 names green. American Electric, EA, and O'Reilly. So literally 3 names on the NASDAQ 100 are green. And then S&P, 29 names in the green. Ecolab, Waste Management, Howmet, anybody with good earnings, it seems like, or even a sympathy. So yeah, Dow, Disney's the only Dow name that's green right now. So everything's red. More like literally 97% of the market, I believe. Disney. We got 3:30 ramp capital right around the corner. 2 more minutes till that, and then 32 minutes left in the day. GE Daily, yeah. This is health. I mean, there has been a lot of concentration. We've gone up 15 weeks in a row. So I'm sure the downside is going to strike with swiftness, and everybody will feel it, but we still need some things to change a little bit. Disney is very inspirational. How much does this need to go before value stocks get some love? I think you'd have to see like a clear fear of rotation out of tech, bonds both being high but stabilizing, and then everybody leaving tech and then going into either more cash or playing some of the value. But again, like names like Disney up today, I think it kind of highlights it. I'm sure your value plays are doing better than not. So like MO is doing a little bit better than the market. Pfizer got clapped today. They're moving a little bit more than the Dow. 3M has ex-dividend. They're about a little more than the Dow. And then Disney held up. So it all just depends on what type of value that you're talking about. But some of them held decent. Healthy, but the rate of change. Yeah, and I think it's kind of how fast it picked up, but then also that data is concerning. I said it yesterday. Remember, you guys got to read, like, in a weird way, today is today was like an edible for the jobs report. It had a very delayed smack you in the face. Why? Because what happened when the jobs report came in very, very strong? Carson is said to weigh, Welsh Carson, $3 billion sale of Avetta. What's Avetta? I don't think we could trade in Avetta. Best analogy. You guys like the edible ones? Yeah, well, think about it. Jobs came in extremely strong, and everybody, they bought the market up, and you hit all-time highs and went up 50, 100 points or whatever that day. Remember, that was on the strongest revision and jobs report in a while. So now we're going down, and this CPI may not seem like much, but think about it. What was the excuse for the jobs report? As long as inflation is coming down and keeps coming down, we can live with a strong jobs market. So what happened today, if that little narrative of inflation gets called into question, all the other stories, they kind of fall apart a little bit. Does that make sense? Because we ignore jobs because of inflation, but now you mean to tell me, well, wait a minute, that inflation may not be that good, and now we know your jobs market is good. Well, hold up. That kind of does bring up some questions. So I think in a weird way, today was kind of the delayed reaction off of the jobs report. SPR is at the high. Well, yeah, I think they're definitely taking Powell a little more serious. Again, Fed futures are below Powell. So the play that I got out of today, I made that play the day of Powell. Remember the day of Powell? We hit the Russell. We hit a bunch of plays. It was great. I was even wrong on Powell, and we pivoted. We did very good on playing the short term on Powell. But one of the plays I did right before, I was like, oh, rate cut odds are pricing in so much. I felt like the floor was there, so I shorted the Fed futures, and then I got murdered on them. And I shorted them big. I did like 5 contracts or 4 contracts. That had a lot of size. But that play came back today. That means rate cut odds are even lower than where Powell was talking on December 13th. So that's crazy to think about. So a little green shoot off the bottom. 30 minutes, 28 minutes left. My goodness. So what level did we bounce out? 49.20. That's like right at the close of what? Last or 2 Wednesdays ago? Today's Tuesday? Or I guess the close of 2 Tuesdays ago. Interesting. So you've given up like 2 weeks of moves in this one move today. CBA revenue, 13.5, down 3%. Is that European? More tomorrow. Well, again, I do think both those PPI data is now Thursday and Friday. Those are going to hold a little bit more weight. because now you just have everybody hyper-focused on inflation numbers. Today was a shocker, so any other economic reading tied to prices, especially after the strong jobs and all that, that's definitely going to get people up there. The top right is the VIX. The top right is literally the VIX on the day. That it started to get crazy. It was one thing at like 15, 14, 15 was still high, and we've been there, but I was still like the high of the year. But like once it started going above $16 and ripping, it started to get a little nutty. We're like getting into the same levels of October. And remember, October, you weren't up 700 points from a low. You were dying. I have a call on Upstart, but I plan on selling it before close. That play is too expensive to hold, in my opinion. Oh, they clapped that, though, on the downside. Damn. I think the play's held up, though. Down $20 on it, though. Yeah, Upstart's flushing, though. So it's down at these prices in the morning. Our play came back up, and then that just died. Upstart, I think, can move a lot. That's it. Upstart, again, its 2 standard deviations is 40%. That's why I don't want to hold the contract. But to give you an idea, I mean, I don't know how it's going to report. Depending on what they say, they could go nuts either direction. So they're still holding gains. Remember, they were at like $15 or something. That was the last time we hit Upstart. So SPY's kind of launching from the bottom here. So just a green shoot up. VIX is almost down $1. Oh my goodness, Lyft is pricing in a decent amount. We just got extra time on the Lyft just because the calls and puts were kind of priced high. But I don't like any of those cheap stocks. I don't like the puts sometimes. And then MGM was decent, but we didn't take a play on that one. Laura Ingraham to present at Town Hall with Donald Trump on February 20th at Spartanburg, South Carolina. Isn't Coin later this week, or are they next week? So we still got a couple more this week, and then we have a whole list. Yeah, I think Coin is next week. We still got like Roku, Twilio, Cisco, Fastly, Hubs, Upwork, Wendy's, DraftKings. Oh, no, Coinbase is on Thursday. I'm tripping. Yeah, no, Coinbase and DraftKings. So, yeah, we'll do that one, though, ahead of it. But then again, do you guys see it? Like, some of these pre-earnings were hooking us up, but now after a day like today, it just killed all of the pre-earnings plays. So, even then, I think Coinbase, I'll be glad if we wait there till their earnings. Upstart. Well, isn't Upstart like a firm? So a firm, again, they've just had recovery, but then they also, again, their last earnings wasn't necessarily the best. Somebody said it, you could play a firm sympathy. So instead of playing Upstart today, you could just play a firm, and that play might actually do a little better for you. Do I play Corsair? No. Do they report today? I don't have a Corsair play. Somebody asked me about that, I think, the other day. PDHG. Upstart, no. I think they're factored in to lose money. Or a little bit on lower EBITDA. Cart, I don't know. I have shares of Cart, and I think I'm up on them. So now I might be able to get out of Cart with a gain. That's my only worry. Yeah, I actually have a gain on Cart. So now I could leave Cart with $100. I've held that play for months. I have 1,000 shares of Cart. I have 1,000 shares. I have a lot, so it's a big position. So I could either sell out with a profit now. I had more money on it yesterday, or I can sell covered calls, or I could even try to buy some puts to try to protect it. Selling at the money covered call. But then that'll like limit. I guess I could make money if it cucks. That'd be 28. I don't know. The covered calls are kind of tempting. Oh, these are going for 4 earlier. So I don't know. I could either grab protection on it, or I could just ride it out naked, or we sell the covered calls. Yeah, but I thought that play was lagging behind. So I think CART, even though they have the crazy IPO valuation, I think they needed to catch up because the market rallied when I bought them. These were one of the laggers on the rally, and then who else came out with them? ARM was around that same time. ARM and Burke, they're all up. CART is the only one out of that IPO class that is still trading lower, but if that fails, again, it's pricing in 20%. So I could be down, what, $4,000? I could either be up or down $4,000 on my CART play just on the shares. So I don't know about that. I got to think. I only have 20 minutes. That will be our biggest earnings gamble if we hold it for this earnings season. And then Airbnb for the long term. Cover calls would make up some of the loss, but then it's about like $4 a share. Do you, but I think Instacart is dog shit. Good luck, sir. I'm very supportive. Thank you. I appreciate it. You like, do what you want, but I'm going to just let you know my opinion is that it's going to be awful and you're going to lose no matter what. All right, man. Thank you. I feel you. That's why I'm running some options right now. We're going to see. I think they could do just as bad as they do just as good. But I feel you, man. Let's see. $280 as a higher bid. So we can lower our cost basis by 2. Like I said, I like the puts on here. But CART's still going to be a little tough. Because it could just drop and then not drop. Last earnings, they did good, and then they came down after a couple of days. Airbnb up or down? We don't know. Our plays are free on Airbnb, though. But Airbnb is going to be a big one. Airbnb is still pricing in. I mean, comparatively, isn't $13. It's like 7%. So it's going to be interesting what they're going to do. Yeah, we're going up a little bit. ACAM, that play got clapped, I think, but only one play, upside $50 or $30. And then AMAT, that one was $60. That's the one that got clapped. AMAT. So AMAT, you might want to double dip on that, but then because those $60 contracts are going for 16 now. And then, yeah, I'm looking at CART. CART's going to be difficult. I don't know. It sucks because I kind of have an exit right now if I don't want to deal with it. $126. Call it a day. I was up on it more. But then again, I like how the stock looks. But then that downside is quite vicious. Parachicle. Yeah, Vizio potential buyout from Walmart. So they're kind of around the buyout price. That's so there's not really much to snake out of there. Was one for $1.50. Then, bro, SPY's just straight up. Risk-free short on Vizio if it's at price. I mean, I don't know if it's a free short unless you could get it if you could get your money back on a put, but just pretty much I assume it shouldn't go higher than here. Or even as we get the details. They said a little bit above $2 billion. So anything above or below, it's like literally right there. So it's hard to tell. And then SPY's kind of came up a lot here. I only went to the upside on Lyft, no downside. I can't wait to hear Rolly on my wrist all day tomorrow. Let's go, baby. Longer, short, Airbnb. I have both ways. So that's it. Airbnb, I mean, it's going to either be a new breakout growth stock or it's just going to be what it's been. Just go up, go down, do the little back and forth. I'm trying to see here. Would this make sense? No, I can't afford these ones, man. These guys scam me all of the time, you know? These guys is a scammer. How much time we got? I got 12 minutes. Bro, NASDAQ is rocketing. My goodness. So dude, it's a 40% two standard deviations on damn Instacart. So yeah, only those puts are good. If we gap up. Well, if we gap up, it'll be on PPI, and then we'll have more to deal with on Friday. Cart's still going up. Well, that's good for now. I'm trying to decide. I have one idea, but I got to get it at the right price. It's the only problem. Check one more. Nah, I might 2.6 billion to the sell side. Oh my goodness. I might let Cart ride. I think selling covered calls would be the best idea because then I wouldn't really care. It would only suck if it ripped and then I couldn't close it at a good price. That's the only thing I'm considering is a covered call. That makes the most sense out of any of it. But then again, I'm also like, we could just chill. Call it a day. I've already been down on it. And then worst case, if I get too terrified, if it runs up here and close, I could sell after hours. I'm thinking. You get terrified too. Yeah, well, once you just got to factor. I'm just factoring through the potential outcomes. So that's why I'm like, well, looking at all outcomes here, it's either I spend more money for protection and then I could spend that money and then both the stock comes down and the protection doesn't even hit. Anything closer, protection will cost too much. The best idea is sell covered calls. I have nothing to lose with covered calls. If I'm down to hold anyways, and then all the other covered calls are still like 100% higher, I may lose out on a little bit of profits, but for the most part, covered calls are the best idea because then I could at least lower my cost basis $2 ahead of the earnings and then call it a day. And then worst case, we double up if we want to sell it at a higher price. What are these 40s? Is it 40 for the spreads are just so fucked up. That's what sucks. You don't want to get caught on one of these. That's the only thing that sucks. What if they exercise it? At least as long as we sell it at a higher price. I choose covered. I could do the ones close to the money, but then if I'm going to sell covered calls close to the money, I mean, I'll just sell out now. If I'm only going to guarantee me a small amount of money or like a smaller than where I'm at, like why would I want to go on that much time? I'll just take the profit I have now on the stock. So the way I'm looking at it, either we sell out covered calls guarantee a fat upside while getting, lower cost basis, or I just ride it out naked and then I could just do whatever I want. But then I'm going to have to absorb any losses and then any upside. At least tomorrow, if it has upside, I won't be married to the calls in any way. Whatever you're going to do it fast. I'm leaning towards do nothing. Because, again, every method costs money or is going to tie me up. And then, again, like, I've held this stock down to fucking $23 already. I've been down like $4,000 or $5,000 on it. So I've been cool with it. But, again, the risk is just, it's 20%. That's what's priced in. So, when I might be able to get out a little earlier. We did miss the 10-minute rigged. We're hunkering down. Making decisions. Exactly. Do you mind holding it longer? Yeah. The only thing I like is I can just get out now and never worry about it again. But then I know if it runs, I'll be mad I didn't play it on earnings, and then I can't even play it with options because it's too expensive. So it's tough. It's very, very tough. I could either rid if I want more problems or if I want to end my problems. That's the thing. But it's giving me problems on some days, and then other days it hasn't. That's the difficulty. Sell side. Bro, we just rocketed up to VWAP. Bonds didn't do a thing. That's the crazy part about all of this. How many shares can I make free? Now you're fucking talking. I could get 10 shares for free. That's a good idea. That's the best idea I've heard so far. Otherwise, I think I've already been risking it. I might as well. Unless it gives me $1,000 here. If it goes up another 50 cents, I'll make $1,000 net and I'll just cash out. Otherwise, I might push it for a little bit. I might have to push this one. This will be our biggest earnings play so far. Just because of the size. It's just all shares, 1,000 shares on a pricing in 20%. Oh, man. I could smell the bears. Oh, wow. We do got to buckle up. Well, Chattadonia. You got Airbnb after the bell. We got Instacart after the bell. There's a lot going on, but Chattadonia. I am here to tell you that we are about to end the day and get ready for earnings. However, the new guy comes on and he lands us here today. So he gets really, really loud. So I just want to give you guys the warning and let you guys know that it gets extremely loud in here. How loud? To the point where literally people have reported bleeding eardrums, ruptured eardrums, auditory bleeding. You've had dormant BBB, a host of other medical issues. Again, I think wearing a mask will keep you safe, but at the end of the day, the best thing you can do is protect yourself. And when I tell you earmuffs, that is your cue to mute your speakers, okay? Just because it gets really loud. And look at the market, man. So, you got to be careful. There's a lot of moving pieces, okay? A lot of moving pieces. But with that being said, when I say earmuffs, you're going to want to mute them, okay? All right, protect yourself. Protect yourself. Earmuffs. Earmuffs, earmuffs, earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the house with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. p.m. Had a sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 62 degrees and sunny. Looking like a good day unless you bought a pre-earnings run up and got clapped by the CPI, only for it to bounce half of all day's losses in the last 10 minutes. But good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in a Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down our flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. And great reminder, I'm selling out of Upstart for $70 right in front of you. Boom. We got out at 70, bought for 80, lost $20. Upstart's out. Finalize those plays just like I did. I'm holding the Instacart that did just shoot up, though. Now I have $700 of profit on that one. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. 20 seconds. Sold Upstart. Small. Loss. Not a reco. Do not take. No. Get out. Get out. I hope it sends in time. Get out, baby. This is a day trade. There's a lot that goes on this channel. A lot. Now we're getting into earnings. But, Chad, you have 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. We're holding the Instacart. Ding 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 ding. Oh, no, let's go, baby. Oh, Chattadonia, we did it, we made it. Get ready. Airbnb, Instacart. Who else is the other one? It don't matter. I don't care if you got here right now. Early, late, it don't matter. I need a GG right now. Let's go, baby. GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed, everybody that brought something to the table. Get ready to earn it. Oh, man, now I'm up on my Instacart. Oh, I'm getting tempted. Let's go, baby. Members, non-members, stream alert. Everybody that showed love today brought something to the table. Good game. The earnings are on their way. I got to set up for these. I got to set up for it. What do we got, man? Get ready. Get ready for all of them. Oh, my goodness. A-Cam, they're out. Oh. Don't really rapping about fun. Let's go, baby. All the members, non-members, stream alert. People who donated, they didn't have to. Oh, A-Cam on the low. Oh, those calls scammed us. We could have dropped those on the push. A-Cam to the downside, it looks like. Let's see, all right, we'll cut it. A-Cam revenue $995, estimate was $1 billion. EPS $169, estimate was $160. Was their guidance bad? They are on the low side, though. So, again, I got Airbnb. We're getting ready for that. Who's the other one? Maple Bear? Maple Bear. All right, man. GG. That's it. We're getting ready. Robinhood's out. They're starting to move up here. A-Cam already down 10. FBLG is on the high. Robinhood up 12-12. Upstart halted. Uh-oh. Upstart. Is that good or bad? What the hell? Where's Robinhood at? Did you guys see them come across here? A-Cam, United Fire Group. I don't see Robinhood out yet. I think Robinhood's just moving. That's the crazy part. Hood not out. Upstart trading halted. Earnings expect. That's crazy. So Cart, are they trading lower? Maple Bear. I don't see Maple Bear out yet. Hold on. Nothing's out yet. That's the crazy part. We might have to wait. But God bless you, Chad. Thank you for being here. I hope you had a great day. Did Upstart get bought out? That'd be insane. We just sold out of those contracts, too. When Upstart should be after the bell here. They going BK or getting bought out? Card is just tweaking out. Again, so is Robinhood right now. We're waiting for Airbnb, man. I don't know. Should I do it? Usually I'll wait. I'm going to play this ahead of time. I'm going to play it ahead of time, baby. Good game, man. God bless you. We're waiting on the earnings. We waiting on more. I don't have Airbnb out. Cart's not out. A-Cam came out. They're a little bit on the downside. Oh, man. What's going to happen, Chattadonia?
Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't want to the tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need masking. Little more balance and a lot of bit of counting. Pull it to the valley, got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the Lancho, got it looking like a mountain. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? But it's some more fighter, y'all don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a Indiscriminate athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah, same OJ, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for a pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait.
Robin Hood is out. Robin Hood revenue 471. All right. Hold on, it's right here. EPS was 3 cents. I think that's a beat. They were expected to go down, I believe. So Robinhood climbing up. Where's the numbers? So here's what they had to beat. That's PSN. 4.7. What did they do? They did a revenue of 471, then net of 30 million. So I think they were expected to do adjusted EBITDA of 97. So Robinhood EPS was 3 cents. Estimate was 1. Net revenue 471 versus 457. Transactions 200 million. Estimate was 191. Your boy Coinbase, they see total operating expenses 185 to 195. All right, Hoods, that's in the bottom left. They're running now. They're up 9%. Remember, they were pricing in quite a bit though. That's the thing. So they're already up a little bit, but they were pricing in a ton. But it looks like they beat. And then Lyft is out here too. Lyft is on the high side. So Lyft, 1.22 billion in revenue, adjusted EPS 18 cents. So here's Lyft. They're in the bottom left, I believe, as well too. So they did 1.24 or 22. They came in line. Adjusted EPS 8 cents. That's adjusted. I don't know about the normal one. Gross bookings 3.72 billion. I think that was on the higher end. They had a loss of 26 million though. I don't know if they expected to do a loss. And then Lyft sees generating positive free cash flow full year for the first time. Ride growth mid. That's the upside. Airbnb. Hold on. Airbnb, we're off. We're off. Airbnb. Hold on. Not red, ladies and gentlemen. What are you saying to me? Hold on. I don't see it out yet. But that's looking good for now. I don't have the other one out. Where's Airbnb? No, I don't see it. Airbnb, hold on, it's up there. I'll take 160. That's already moving almost up to what we priced in the other day. Remember, 167. Oh, Airbnb, I don't have easy numbers. I have it, though. They announced fourth quarter. It's on investors.airbnb. Let me pull up the other numbers. It's out, though. So Airbnb revenue 2.22, estimate 2.16, adjusted EBITDA margin 33%, estimate was 29, sees first quarter revenue 2.0 to 2.07, so they raised guidance, and then buyback of $6 billion, and they beat on books and stay. That's everything beat and guide up. Killer. Loss per share 55 versus 48 cents. I think EPS might be the only other one that they didn't do good, but their margin, that's it. They killed it. Again, remember, it has its little pops and locks, but we'll see how it plays out. But they did good, baby. They did good. You know what it is. Oh, Instacart's out, too. Hold on. Maple Bear on the high.
Yeah.
I don't even care. Airbnb.
On my wrist.
Instacart.
I don't want to rap
revenue
that.
803, estimate 44 cents. They're coming down. 500 million share repurchases. Card on the low. Card had a little pop and lock off of that. Airbnb beat though. And a buyback on Airbnb. So card already down. Back to the morning. Where was it? 44 cents, 803 in revenue. I don't know where their guidance is at. That's going to be the killer. Oh, they missed on revenue. They did 803 instead of 804. Their guidance is going to be the killer on that one.
But I play less games. Always ready for the war. I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne.
Yeah, EPS on Airbnb, that's the only one I don't know. 500 million buyback on cart, but 44 cents EPS. I don't know what their adjusted was supposed to be, but they're down for now. Not as bad though, but they missed on headline.
me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. They was took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can trip about a fully on my wrist. Better get a B&B and rent it for the scenery, and maybe live the season then keep on buying stats every month, spread it evenly and shout it out to people that.
All right, we'll play it one more time. Airbnb killed. I was saying Cart barely missed, but then their EPS, I don't have their guidance number, and then they're increasing buyback. But honestly, I mean, Cart is just moving way less than was priced in. Wait till that guidance number comes out. Upstart looks like they beat. Revenue 140 versus 130, adjusted loss 11 versus 13. Sees first quarter revenue 125 to 140. Sees adjusted EBITDA loss at about 25. Estimate was so that's a little worse. And then that's it. Airbnb, again, this is like what was priced in, that $13. So Airbnb is about to go 2 standard D. We have what, 175s? So if we get a little bit more of a pop. But Airbnb did good. Again, they beat, they raised. Even Nights and Experiences usually misses. They beat on that. They raised guidance by $500 million and another $6 billion of buyback. So literally just no bad news out of Airbnb. It's hard to spin that one. Just, again, it's a beat, it's a raise. Margins even went up. So regardless, I mean, they're still making a lot more last time they were trading at this price. So we'll handle 180. 180 is the next level. So those ones like 175 to 180, and then if we get past 180, we could start knocking at 200. And then Lyft did very good. Actually, I had Robinhood up, but Lyft actually killed it. We had the yearly plays, so we might need to get a little more lucky on that one. But we'll see where that one takes us. And then Cart going lower. I don't have guidance on that one yet. But Lyft is rocketing, so that might be good for options, Airbnb, options in long term, and then Cart on the shares. I'm down now. But we'll see how that one flips by the time we get their earnings. Honestly, I thought Cart would have gotten murdered more. And Lyft said they're going to get their first profitability. Sees first quarter transactions 8 to 8.2. What was the number? 8 to 8.2. That's where's transactions? They thought 7. That's great for Instacart. So that seems like good news. Uber's probably going up off of Lyft and that number. But that doesn't seem like bad for Instacart. We'll see. But even then, it's still trading not even what it was pricing in. That's the crazy part. So remember, it was pricing in double that. They see first quarter adjusted EBITDA 150 to 160. Estimate was 130. Oh, that's not bad at all. All right, I'll take it. That's what they did last time, and then they kind of worked their way up. But we'll see. Bro, if we get a crazy move on Lyft, we have January contracts. That might hit really good. Uber's even coming off of that, a firm dropping. Again, Upstart's earnings seem good. As adjusted EBITDA view tops estimate. Yalla Lyft. Oh, Zillow, I forgot about that. I don't know if MGM and Zillow. Airbnb's already coming down. That's not good. It hit expectations, but we want that thing to run. I don't think MGM is out yet. What's the other one? Zillow. I don't know if Zillow came out yet. Yeah, we might hit on, I don't know, we had like what, 30s on Lyft? But we just had a shit ton of time on Lyft. That's where it's going to get good. So yeah, we had the $35 call, but 28 cents, I'm down with that. Let it. Maybe it goes to 20 tomorrow, you know? Yeah, Airbnb. Well, they've had big buybacks before. That was just, let's just see if Wall Street is going to tweak out off of it or not. Or even though Airbnb did good, if they're good, they're going to be like, oh, it wasn't good enough. But Airbnb does this. It hits that what was priced in and then starts coming down. So we're not out of the clear just yet. But everything was good on there. Uber, Airbnb, they're doing good. Again, even Lyft, that option play, we might get a hit, man. 20%. I think this is now 2 standard deviations. I don't know if Hood had a buyback. Hood was holding up decent, though. But we're killing it on the lifts, hopefully. Upstart, they just seemed like they did good on revenue, but then that guidance was kind of low. I have no idea what's going on with Upstart. Yeah, Lyft is taking off. ACAM, I just didn't get a put on that one, but that one dropped a decent amount. And then, don't we have AMAT? Or is that tomorrow morning? Well, the Airbnb calls may not hit. This is just hooking up the long term for now. But Airbnb's already coming back down. It needs a lot more juice. But this was supposed to be a slow quarter. I'm all around happy with it. I think it'll at least hold up these higher prices or at least allow them to do good. Upstart to resume 4:35 New York time. Habibi. Did we get Zillow? Zillow's kind of climbing. Again, Lyft is up. What's the other one? MGM? Amazon. Yeah, none of the other post earnings are moving. Lyft is, I think, the best one. Yeah, Airbnb. We'll see on the drawdown. Again, remember, 160 is still a big level there. We'll see how it plays out. Instacart to lay off 250 employees, 7% of restructuring. So I don't know. They guided up and then cutting employees, but Instacart's still holding. I mean, you're back to where we were at this morning. AIG, we didn't do AIG, no. That was decent. Bro, Lyft is up 20% now. I don't know how that one's going to play out. That one's going to be very interesting for the morning. Now Airbnb below 160. That's coming back down. Yeah, Uber's loving Lyft. What's the other one? Zillow. And then we had one more. Oh, Cart. And then who's the other? I'm blanking. Zillow and MGM. That's the one. They haven't came out yet. Yeah, Airbnb already gave it up. Or may have already had its pre-earnings move. Airbnb reports better than expected. Beats on guidance. Already coming down, but I think it'll fare well. Again, out of all the earnings ones, they have done the best. Oh, hold on. What was that? Invitation Homes is out. Acadia Real Estate. QDEL is out. MLYS. WLFC. Sonos. O'Reilly. And then Angie. And then Visa. There's still a lot of other names. Katos. And then Sitem. I don't know if Zillow even came back. I don't know if Zillow came out. MGM and Zillow, there they are. There's MGM. So Zillow's up 2.7. Again, you have Redfin as a sympathy. I'll check the numbers on that. So MGM's out as well, too. MGM, I have those numbers. Revenue net 313. Fourth quarter revenue 4.4. EPS 92 cents. So they beat MGM killed it on revenue, 4.4 versus 4.1. Let's see, EPS 72 cents. They did 92, and then adjusted EPS 106. I think they killed it. And then AIG's coming out right now. ACAM clapped. Zillow, let me check them. Lyft is still going. Yeah, MGM killed it. So I feel like I was saying that's the one that could move. Surprisingly, they have not done much. Bro, Lyft is going insane. Zillow, loss of $73 million. Revenue, $474. So they beat revenue. They would beat even the top end of revenue. Where's margin? Zillow, 20 cents adjusted EPS. Estimate was 13. Yeah, they should have been a lot better there. I'm surprised. MGM, I thought they should have reacted, but Zillow, they beat. They're up like 4%. They were pricing in more. AIG's moving now. Lyft is up over 25%. Zillow, Cards Holding. Yeah, Zillow's barely moving, and then I thought MGM would move a lot more. They're barely moving, and then Airbnb, the cuck, up 7%, then back down. You've heard it before. At least that was a good earnings. I want to know how people are going to digest that one, but this is you are used to Airbnb doing this. I'm still going to play it again, baby. I'm still going to play it again. You can't stop it. You can't stop it. That's it. That's the day. I think Lyft was going to be our hitter for sure tomorrow. We'll see where that one takes us. My goodness, but that's the day, ladies.
I don't want to rap that.
That is the day.
Yeah. Cousin out, Pluto. Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't want to rap that. Pull up in a bed body. I don't put a tap back. Hit me me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need masking. Little more balance and a lot of bit of can. Pull up to the villa, got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the Lancho, got it looking like a million. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? Put it some more fighter, I don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a Indiscriminate athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah. Same OJ, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. Then we took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a fully on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. And maybe live the seasonally and keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
Hey man, we did it. We did it, Joe. We did. I still like Airbnb though. That's not as bad, Cuck. Remember, the stock has gone up, you know, what, like 10% in the last couple of days. So I'm down with it. I'm down. Lyft, we're really far out of the money on Lyft. That's the only part that sucks. Maybe those close to the monies would have been a little bit better. I think I still would have went for the 20s, and then I just kept going further back out. Oh my gosh, MGM lower? No way. Is that what the hell is everything dropping? Even Airbnb took a flush. That had to be a computer program right there. Because that's crazy. Dude, MGM was good. Robinhood ripping. Literally, I think the computers just went off. Airbnb had a candle right there, and then so did MGM. Airbnb is now red after beating and raising guidance, and then Hood just took off. What's the other one? ACAM. What about Cart? Even Cart got an upside candle on that. What a day, ladies and gentlemen. What a day. So on that note, actually, we might be able to listen to the Airbnb one. Hold on. I do need to get going. I already took my poop, but I am getting quite hungry. Where's the Airbnb? Don't they, like, put it on Twitter? Where is it? Airbnb conference call. Where is it? Where is it? Usually or is it on YouTube? Airbnb flushed. I know. It's welcome, man. Wall Street's most hated. I don't know when Cart's going up. They're laying off people and they guide it up. I'm surprised that one. I think that one might come up. I still think Airbnb might even come up. Again, 150 is just a high level for it, but at the same time, at least that earnings doesn't have anything negative more so. But we'll find out how it plays out. I want to see if I could get that conference call. I could play it for a little bit. Investor relations. Lyft up. Dude, Lyft is great. We got a leap on that, or we got at least a 1-year contract, so we might. Earnings webcast. There it is. Oh, they don't do it on Twitter anymore? That's crazy. Name, Josh Answars. Wall Street hates you at gmail.com. Corporation name, Airbnb pumper. Register for event. Oh, it hasn't started yet? I thought they usually, is it going to be at 1:30? Oh, man. We got most of the earning. Bro, Lyft, 28%. So here's the good news, bad news. Does anybody know the good news, bad news? I don't know if you guys are ready for this. Dude, that's crazy, bro. Lyft is insane. Good news, bad news. Good news, bad news. I don't know if you guys can handle it. On Lyft. There's good news, bad news on Lyft. Airbnb pumper. You get it, though? I'm pulling a Joe Biden. If I joke about it, that means I'm aware of it. So I could joke about Airbnb because, you know what I'm saying? Because this is a hard Airbnb earnings. Because usually the people who know I like the companies, they wait till a bad earnings. They're like, ha, you fucker. But now it's like it's at the same fucking price. and the earnings were good. Now what? This is just awkward. Now we have a stalemate. Now we're just staring at each other. Now we're just looking at Lyft now. Like, what the fuck? Hold on. This makes no sense. Who's going to win? Who's going to win? Oh, it's not a competition. Get a fucking long term. Okay, Anyway, sorry. But what's the good news, bad news with Lyft? I hate to break it to you guys. Lyft is to the moon. We made a play on it. But what's the good news? We made a play, and we got a shit ton of time on Lyft. Our contracts are going to be up in the morning. Okay? What's the bad news? What's the bad news? Anybody know the bad news? Yeah, the bad news is that they're super far out of the money. So that contract will go up in value. It may go up like 200, 300%, which still isn't bad. But then it's not going to go up as much as if you got one closer to the money. So that's the bad part about it. It's still out of the money by a lot. So that's the only negative thing. You might get 300%. It's not going to be 1,000%, unless it goes up to like, I think $19, $20. If it goes up to $20, then you might be looking at 1,000% territory. We grabbed the 30s or the 35s on Lyft. We just got the cheapest, furthest out the money contracts on Lyft. Yeah, $35 contracts. But again, the stock is up 31% in one day, and then you have, 300 and something days of time left on it. So that's the only good part. But then again, there wasn't any deep contracts. So, wait, 30? Oh, that's 26. I said, wait a minute. Yeah, so we grabbed these at 28 cents. So like I'm saying, they're going to move up. They may go up to like $60, How much is the stock up? 27? That's like $7 difference. Yeah, stock's up $3.60. They're going to go up, but they're not going to go up hundreds of dollars, unfortunately. Open up. I think Airbnb might go green. So again, I think Airbnb is just trading weird. It's at a high price, but like that earnings wasn't bad. Just no matter what, even if you think Airbnb's valuation is bad, last time you were debating these numbers, it was like over a year ago, and now they're making way more money than both of these times. So no matter what, the valuation it's growing into its shoes. No matter any way you look at it, guidance is good, everything is good. They may have a high bar to beat, but out of all the travel companies so far, they have been the only one that has actually beat any of these higher expectations. So I don't think it was a bad report. We'll see. I'm trying to stall to get this recap here in the end. But again, if we listen too much, we might have to push back the watch list. Maybe we do a live watch list. I don't know. Sell Airbnb. Depending on where it's at, and then again, all it takes though is one upgrade, one downgrade. You get one of the Wall Street haters upgrading this, that thing could have a $10 run left in it, and then vice versa. You get a Wall Street hater that could clap it as well too. Lift 1550s. We'll see where they open. The 1550s, those will be $1 in the money. So again, I believe the $15, that was the price we were talking about, or like I think was it 13? Or 14, what was the 2 standard deviation price? So if you went with that, you would probably be up 1,000% right now, or at least 500. But then the ones with January, we'll just have those for a long time. Oh no, where'd my Chad just go? Booking or Airbnb. I think Booking is more established and they have more favorability on Wall Street. The only thing I don't like about it is the what's it called? Is how much it costs. Very expensive. Only winner. Lyft is killing it right now. So again, if we get into 19, then we're going to start looking at a very high share gain when it's all said and done. Airbnb, it just did what it always did. Beat, guided up, has a pop to 1 standard deviation, and then sells off out of nowhere. We're waiting on the conference call. I believe it starts in 3 minutes. Let me double check. Yeah, I think after 40%, it's impossible not to make a shit ton of money on that contract. So we'll see. Yeah, Lyft beat, and then they said they're forecasting profitability, and I think they guided up on another metric. Yeah, so 2 minutes till Airbnb, a minute and a half. We'll see if that moves on it. Seven. It's already moved down. Upstart? No, I don't have any updates on that. Dude, Lyft is 37%. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. I think 40 from when it reported, and then 38 just total from yesterday. All right, maybe we'll get a good return on that. That one's going to be very interesting. Yeah, 17 in 1 day. So again, we only went upside with January of time. So that's like, again, I don't know. These contracts might end up looking good. It's already breaking out from last year's high. So next level will be 20. I think at $20 and above, we start to get into like 1,000% territory. That one's going to hit no matter what, though. Again, whether it's 100% or not. But that one has to hit. You're up literally 41%. You just grabbed the cheapest leaps that were on for the January contracts. Whoa, Vector Group, Farmers, Integris, CSL. Okay, Airbnb, what are you? Bro, $18. Dude, now it's going crazier. Another one, baby. I hope so. I hope that one hits. I feel like I'm just traumatized from a lot of plays, but I hope Lyft ends up hitting, even though we're up 44%. But usually those turn out good. If you went for in the monies now, bro, like we said, it was pricing in like $3, I think. You would have got the $15 calls. You would have been $3 in the money. So now those calls would have done more than 1,000%. So that's the catch-22. We got a shit ton of time, but we're out of the money. But if you got the ones in the money, those all would have hit by now. Like in the money. I think they were 20 cents for $15 contracts. Remember, we called them out the prices, and I just said I'm going for the ones with more time. I don't know if it'll go up 1,000%, but that leap will definitely be up tomorrow. Again, it's at 1840 now. The stock is up 50%. Once you start going crazy like that, that's it. It's just nuts. Your 1650 was 20. Was that the price level? I think it was 15 or 1550. I think 1550 was the sweet spot. You grabbed 10, 16 calls right before the bell. Hey, man, you must be loving it. Upstart, we have no idea. Bro, but Lyft, dude, if that hits 20, we're going to have 1,000%. But if it don't hit, again, that's another $2. But now you're up another $6 here with all of that time left. And then I'm back in green on cart, believe it or not. So, honestly, not too bad. Just Airbnb disappointing just because it was a good earnings and Wall Street don't love it. All right, about to hit $19 on Lyft. That's insane, bro.
Investor Relations website.
Okay, here's Airbnb.
These non-GAAP measures are not intended to be a substitute for our GAAP results. With that, I will pass the call to Brian.
All right, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining. I am excited to share our results with you. We wrapped 2023 with another strong quarter. We had 99 million nights and experiences booked in Q4, marking our highest fourth quarter ever. Revenue of $2.2 billion grew 70% year over year. Net loss was $349 million. But when excluding non-recurring tax items, adjusted net income was $489 million, representing an adjusted net income margin of 22%. For the full year, our free cash flow is $3.8 billion, our highest ever. Because of our strong cash flow and balance sheet, we repurchased $2.25 billion of our shares during 2023. And I'm excited to announce that today, our board of directors approved a new share repurchase authorization of up to $6 billion of our Class A common stock. Our strong results in 2023 were driven by our focus on 3 strategic priorities: making hosting mainstream, perfecting our core service, and expanding beyond the core. First, we're making hosting mainstream. We've been focused on making hosting just as popular as traveling in Airbnb. Our results show
I grabbed 100 shares at Airbnb
in
after
Q4,
hours.
our host community grew
151. I'm
to
gonna try to
5
flip these.
million hosts
Not
around
gonna
the
hold
globe.
them.
Active listings exceeded 7.7 million by the end of 2023, increasing 18% year over year.
151.11.
And we also saw
to flip.
sustained double-digit supply growth across all regions. All in all, in 2023, hosts earned more than $57 billion. This year, we are going to continue to raise awareness around hosting and improve the overall host experience. Second, we're perfecting our core service. Over the past 3 years, we've launched more than 430 new features and upgrades to our core service. We've made significant improvements to make Airbnb a more affordable and reliable option, and we are already seeing a positive impact. For example,
Amazon
host
Bezos sells
cancellations
12 million shares. I
have
think that's old.
decreased by 36% in Q4 of 2023, and this is compared to the same period a year ago. And now 2/3 of our hosts offer a weekly or monthly discount. We will never stop perfecting our core service. In the year ahead, we'll remain focused on improving the quality and reliability of stays. Finally, we are expanding beyond the core. Airbnb is at an inflection point. We spent the last 3 years perfecting our core service, and we are now ready to embark on our next
Upstart's on the
chapter.
low.
We're focused on unlocking more growth opportunities.
They're
by
down
investing
19.
in underpenetrated international markets, and we're seeing some great results. Following the success that we've seen in recent quarters in Germany, Brazil, and Korea, we're now rolling out our playbook in other countries, including Switzerland, Belgium, and Netherlands. But this is only one piece of a much bigger strategy, because we've always believed
Upstart's dumping.
that Airbnb was destined to offer more than just a place to stay. And now is the time for us
Offer
to expand beyond our
rewards.
core business and reinvent Airbnb.
Rewards.
And there are a few reasons why.
Rewards.
I mean, first, we want
Rewards.
people to love our core service.
Rewards.
Before offering
This is
them
all a
something
lead
new.
up into a
And
reward
with hundreds
service.
of improvements we made over the past 3 years,
Just tell him, Brian.
the Airbnb service is now better than it's ever been. Second,
No, Upstart, we got out of it.
we've been able to attract some of the best talent in the world, and we now have the capabilities to do so much more. And third, there is a new platform shift with AI, and it will allow us to do things we never could have imagined. While we've been using AI across our service
Oh
for
my
years,
God, don't talk about AI.
we believe we can become a leader in developing some of the most innovative and personalized AI interfaces in the world. In November, we accelerated our efforts with the acquisition of Game Planner AI, a stealth AI company led by the co-founder and original developer of Siri. With these critical pieces in place, we're now ready to expand beyond our core business. Now, this will be a multi-year journey, and we will share more with you towards the end of this year. Now, looking back on Q4, we also saw a number of very positive business highlights. First, we surpassed 5 million
rewards?
hosts on the platform and saw meaningful supply growth across all regions.
He should have said rewards.
We had nearly 1.2 million listings in 2023, ending the year with over 7.7 million active listings. Q4 supply growth grew 18% year over year. Now, this is a real highlight, and we saw the highest growth in regions with the highest demand. So obviously, there's a real strong network effect happening here. We also continue to see relatively similar supply growth among individual and professional hosts, with the majority of these listings exclusive to Airbnb. Now, second, we continue to see strong demand on Airbnb. Now, this is especially true amongst first-time bookers, which is particularly encouraging. Nights and experiences booked grew 12% compared to a year ago, and following some volatility in October, nights booked actually accelerated throughout the remainder of the quarter. And Q4 also marked the highest quarterly growth rate of the year for first-time bookers. And additionally, we also gained momentum in app downloads and app bookings. 55% of gross nights booked were on our app. This is up from 50% a year ago. And finally, we're driving affordability for guests. Throughout 2023, we introduced several features to make Airbnb more affordable, from new pricing tools for hosts to increased pricing transparency for guests. Since launching these features, we've seen 1.4 million hosts use similar listings, which lets hosts compare the price they're listing to others in the area. Nearly 300,000 listings have removed or lowered their cleaning fee, and by year end, nearly 40% of our active listings didn't charge a cleaning fee at all. So our work around affordability is paying off. In December, the average nightly price of a one-bedroom listing on Airbnb was $114 a night. This is down 2% from the same period last year, while hotel prices rose 7% to $149 over the same period. Now, before I turn to Q&A,
I go pee,
I want to share the latest on 2 executive updates we announced at the end of last year.
That's crazy.
To start, Dave Stevenson is now Airbnb's first.
And then Cart is ripping now. I'll take it.
Over the
I got
past
clapped on
5
Airbnb.
years,
I'm down $3
Dave's
a
done
share
an
now.
incredible job as
And then I got
CFO,
$2,700
and our
on
business
Cart
is
now.
stronger than ever. One of the qualities that is so remarkable about Dave is that he's not just a world-class finance leader. He's also a world-class
Lyft is,
operator.
dude, we're about to hit 20. I think
And
that
whenever I need someone
that has
to
to
quickly
be
drive a
500%
complicated
now.
series of operations
Minimum.
together
I
to
don't
clear
know.
out
I don't
that
want to
doesn't
get greedy.
compromise our values, I turn to Dave. As we expand beyond our core, it will be paramount to have an executive dedicated to our long-term growth plans. And there is nobody better than Dave to do this. Dave will continue to drive growth across existing and new businesses.
Our Lyft, no, they're not in the money, but
includes driving international expansion, growing global host supply, and leading all business and corporate development activities at
Lyft should
Airbnb.
be another 1,000. Even if you
Now,
hit
as
the
Dave
2
takes
standard
on this
deviation,
position, I am
you're up
thrilled
probably
that Ellie Mertz
5,000%
will
right
be
now.
our CFO.
That's
Ellie's
$20
been
or
my
maybe
right hand for
4,000.
11 years.
$20 into
And
at
many
least
of you already know her
$500
and are well
each,
aware of her impressive track record
just
at
off the
Airbnb.
in the moneyness.
She led her IPO during one of the most pivotal moments in our company's history. And for the past several years, Ellie's overseen strategic finance and analysis, corporate development,
15,
and
yeah, baby.
investor
Those are
relations.
that was the price.
And under
That
her
was the 2
leadership,
standard deviation
our
price. I
company
just
grew
didn't
from
want to go.
adolescence to
I said if I'm gonna be
adulthood,
cheap, I'm gonna get a lot of
with
time, and then I
revenue
went
growing
further
over
out.
100x.
So it goes both ways. If Lyft is gonna really have a recovery, you'll love the ones with time.
Dave
If
has already
not,
started
though,
as chief
but
business officer.
everything on the short
and
term
Ellie
should
will
get a
officially
rise.
transition to CFO.
That's crazy,
on
bro.
March
It's up
1st.
62% right now.
Next call, you will hear from Ellie. Before we go to questions, I'd just love to hand over to Dave.
Look at the volume, bro. Look at this.
Dave.
This was all us, though.
No, thanks,
I think
Brian.
before any of
I'm
these,
really
nobody
excited
was
about my
buying
new
these
role as
calls.
Chief Business Officer. In this role, I'm focused on driving Airbnb's growth by concentrating in 3 specific areas. First, continuing to grow our high-quality supply of stays and experiences around the world. Second, leading our global expansion efforts in under-penetrated countries. And third, developing and launching new businesses as we expand beyond the core. As Brian has said, this is a transformational year for Airbnb. I look forward to Ellie becoming our CFO next month. I couldn't think of a better person to lead us.
You got to be here during the previews.
And so with that,
get you the
let's
stream
open up
alerts.
the call for Q&A.
But that one, even if you priced it in
like
yourself, you would have found that
in order
contract.
to ask a question, press star, then the number 1 on your telephone keypad.
Why do they have such
we
a
ask that you
weird
please limit yourself to
conference
one question
call
only.
noise?
Your first question
It's
comes
creeping
from
me
the
out.
line of Ron Josie from Citi. Your line is open.
Why is that like a
Great.
fake
Thanks for
Disney?
taking the question, Dave. Congrats on the role, and Ellie to you as well. Brian, I wanted to ask a little bit more on just expanding beyond the core. I think you said now is the time to do it and to stay tuned towards the end of the year. But then you also talked about being a leader in personalized AI. Can you just give us a little more insights on how you're thinking about AI given the acquisition of Game Planner? And then as we think about these newer under-penetrated markets, Switzerland, Belgium, Netherlands, talk to us about just lessons learned from, call it, Germany, Korea, Brazil, that you can apply to these newer markets. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, Ron. Thanks for asking the question. So let me start with AI.
Speak.
So I think to talk about AI, it would be good to zoom out, just lay out the landscape. one way to think about AI is,
Bro, Lyft
let's
about
use
to
a
hit
real-world
20.
metaphor.
It hit
Imagine
20.
we're building a city.
My
And in
goodness,
that
it
city, we have
2020.
infrastructure like roads and bridges. And then on top of those roads and bridges, we have applications like cars. So Airbnb is not an infrastructure company. Infrastructure would be a large language model or obviously GPUs. So we're not going to be investing in infrastructure. So we're not going to be building a large language model. We'll be relying on obviously OpenAI. Google makes a great model. Meta creates models. So those are really infrastructure. They're really developing infrastructure. But where we can excel is on the application layer. And I believe that we can build one of the leading and most innovative
Airbnb
AI
was good,
interfaces
but
ever
Wall Street
created.
just sold it off.
And maybe one way to make this real is if you were to open, say, ChatGPT or Google, though the models are very powerful, the interface is really not an AI interface. It's the same interface as the 2000s in the sense, the 2010s. It's a typical classical web interface. So we feel like the models, in a sense, are probably underutilized. Here's another way of saying it. Take your phone and look at all the icons on your phone. Most of those apps have not fundamentally changed since the advent of generative AI. So what I think AI represents is the ultimate platform shift. You know, we had the internet, we had mobile. Airbnb really rose during the rise of mobile. And the thing about a platform shift, as you know, is it's also a shift in power. It's a shift of behavior. And so I think this is a 0-0 ball game where Airbnb, we have a platform that was built for one vertical, short-term stays. And I think with AI, generative AI, and developing a leading AI interface to provide an experience that's so much more personalized than anything you've ever seen before. Imagine an app that you feel like knows you. It's like the ultimate concierge. An interface that is adaptive and evolving and changing in real time, unlike no interface you've ever seen before. That would allow us to go from a single vertical company to a cross-vertical company. Because one of the things that we've noticed is the largest tech companies aren't a single vertical. You know, and we studied Amazon in the late 90s, early 2000s.
It sounds ambitious, but I don't know how I feel about it.
Or Apple when they launched the App Store.
He's pretty much saying
And
they
these
could turn
really
into
large technology
Expedia and do
companies
more
are
than
horizontal
just
platforms.
travel.
And I think with AI,
for people
and
on like
the
they're
work
thinking
we're doing
other
around
things with AI.
AI interfaces.
But it's quite
I think
ambitious. It's
that's
good
what
though
you
if
should
they
expect us. We're
accomplish
not going
it.
to talk specifically on this call about the specific products and services we're going to be offering, but you will see some very big announcements later this year. And as you know, we did an acquisition of Game Planner AI. It was from the creator Siri, and that was just accelerating the efforts we were already endeavoring on.
Your next
And then
question.
Sorry,
the second
I think
question was, newer under-penetrated markets. We've learned a few things. First, we just need to make sure that we have great supply, and great supply in specific nights. Even the subtleties
Don't
of
light
local
the money
holidays.
on fire, right? They've been good at that though. They
We have
haven't
it at
been.
all price points. Different countries have different expectations on what the supply growth looks like. And then just making sure we have the right product. Things like we've done include installment payments in Brazil and Latin America, neighbor login in Korea, just making sure that we're showing up locally in the ways that they're expecting. And then the third is just to make sure we have a full funnel marketing approach. In some of these countries, we're now big enough where we can have a small team do very targeted social marketing, PR, communications, use influencers, search engine marketing, but build that on top of brand marketing and have that all work together in one full funnel approach. More than approximately 90% of our traffic remains direct or unpaid because the majority of Airbnb stays are unique to us. And that continues to drive the flywheel. But having this full funnel approach is very effective when we implement it on the ground in these countries.
Your next question comes from a line of Eric Sheridan from Goldman
Get
Sachs.
Mickey Mouse
Your line
out
is
of the
open.
conference call.
Thanks so much for taking the question. I was curious how the building blocks of sort of the way you're thinking about the macro environment and the idiosyncratic growth the company sort of is looking at for Q1, driven by elements of both supply and demand, and what you see as sort of the exit dynamics from 2023. Thanks so much.
Who's the next question?
Again, what we saw exiting 2023 was interesting, right?
I'm
When we were on this
excited to
call
hear.
a quarter ago, we had seen some softness in demand in October. And then so we guided to that kind of expectation. And then what we saw is accelerating demand in November and December. And then as we come in from that strength, 17% kind of revenue growth and 12% nights growth in the fourth quarter, we're seeing really stable demand coming at the start of the year. You have to actually rewind the tapes and remind yourself that we were just exiting kind of Omicron, and there was a lot of pent-up demand in January of last year, which makes for some harder comps in Q1. But against those harder comps, we're continuing to see strong demand for travel. I think that we continue to see a very robust demand for people staying on Airbnbs versus just necessarily kind of buying other things. So the experiences over things continues to be a big trend. And we're excited to see the growth that we're continuing to see in our established businesses in North America and Europe, and even greater growth in Latin America and Asia Pacific. So as we do things, as I said on the last question, about doubling down and making sure that we invest in these expansion countries where we're underpenetrated, I think that's going to continue to drive growth for us for the rest of the year.
Your next question comes from the line of Justin Patterson from KeyBank. Your line is open.
Go ahead, KeyBank.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
There's been a lot of investor interest around the cross-currency fee. How should we think about that phasing in over the course of the year and the potential financial impact from that?
I think that's
and then further, could you talk about just why you viewed now as the right time to pull that lever? Should we view this as
All
a
right,
sign?
Chad, I got to go. I got to get going. I'm going to hold. I did 100 shares of Airbnb. I had them at 150. I'm down like 330 on them right now. I'll give you an update if I sell out or a stream alert if I do it in between the watch lists or whatnot, but I'm chilling for now. Lyft came down substantially. Lyft has dropped 20% from the high right there. That was insane. But that is the day, you all. I love you all. Thank you for being here. Let's see where tomorrow takes us. PPI data is going to give us a lot to chew on after a day like today. But I love you all. God bless you. Thank you for being here. Go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World in Chattadonia. Don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style, and why that personal leadership is important, that personal responsibility, why we lead ourselves, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Oh. Is that lift real? Oh, my gosh. Are you kidding me? Oh, just never mind on the 1,000%er. You thought that. I told you. Didn't I tell you I've been traumatized? Didn't I tell you all of this, bro? What did lift profit beats? What do you mean? I don't even see anything from the CEO. What does motherfucker say? There's no way you give up a 50% gain. Oh, just as I was seeing Chaz, they were like, I'm buying into this. And then some of you are like, I've shorted it right now. Oh, dude, what? Well, like I told you, my trauma has protected me. I was getting kind of in disbelief mode. I was like, all right, that's cool. We'll see where it ends up. But, man, yeah, that's switch gears. Switch gears. Well. Finger to the sky, baby. On that note, we'll see where it ends up by the morning in Watchlist. I might have to do a live Watchlist. We'll see where the timing takes us. So be on the lookout, youtube.com/the Trading Fraternity. Don't miss it, Chattadonia. But I love you all. Have a wonderful one, and peace out. Yeah, hey, what about me? Come on, what about Airbnb and Airbnb? Look at selling off. Boom, you do good, you miss your earnings. Come on, I thought we're not doing top down, bottom up. What the fuck? Anyway, look at Lyft, 50%. Now it's only up 13. What the hell happened? I thought we were in the money. Now you're not. Now the money's not even in the money. The money's not in the money. How are you going to get money if you're not in money? If it's out in money, but now you're not even out in money, huh? Come on, maybe I forgot, huh? Anyway, you have a good day. I'll see you in the morning and in the evening. And happy Hanukkah. Goodbye, Horn. Exactly. Now tell me, Joshua, is it ironic that the stock called Lyft can't even hold its lift? Is that ironic to you? That doesn't sound, is that like Safe Moon not being safe? Exactly. If I purchase a Safe Moon and I'm no longer safe, does that mean I buy Bitcoin at 50,000? Exactly. I reclaim my time. I yield back. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye. Goodbye.